Welcome back, everybody, to our next day of Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025. Very excited to be starting the day off with our silver finals. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today is the fabulous Nox. And Nox, cannot wait to see what we have in store for our second day.
Yeah, it should be very exciting. Like you said, we're going to get into silver finals here with Warm Regards versus, I believe, Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
Yes, and these two teams, no strangers to each other from yesterday. In fact, met in the early portions. Our first match, in fact, I believe, of Silver Bracket was a 3-1 victory in favor of Warm Regards. Brown Thrasher Fanclub being sent all the way down into the loser's side of the bracket and have not lost a game since. 3 straight 3-game sweeps to make it back to the grand finals of Silver. But from what I hear, Nox, it's not going to be that easy going up against that same team.
No, Warm Regards was definitely not expected to be in Silver Bracket. They have players that definitely could have been in Redemption, although that same thing could be said for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, who has a player who got 3rd here last year.
Yeah, and I love the absolute aesthetic of Warm Regards. Their comp as well, very interesting and potentially very devastating. 2 players that main different variations of Splatana. You have Silver mainly on the Stamper, but also has that Pocket Wiper, and Apricot on the opposite side of things, mainly having the Wiper at their disposal, but that terrifying Mint Decavitator to back things up. And the rest of their team also pretty interesting. The backline is going to be a Tri-Stringer, something we don't see too often.
A personal favorite of mine. I think it's so fun. I think it has potential in Splatoon. It is just wicked to learn mechanically.
It's very tough, but if you can get that perfected sort of arcing shot, especially if you can get it over obstacles, it is so difficult to face because a lot of times you can't even see where the Tri-Stringer is set up. And on the opposite side of things,
we also have a Tri-Stringer.
Yes,
from
Brown
Sluggy.
Thrasher Fanclub. C-Sluggy going to be maybe mirroring that composition, but maybe more
on that custom well string.
Yes, and maybe more shooter-oriented on the rest of their team. We have Tiger, who's maybe going to be on either the Splatter Shot or the 52, PTW, maybe on the NZAP or the Junior, and then Shallow going to be running those Splatlings most likely.
Yes. As we've been seeing more and more of lately, that heavy edit especially is getting so much more play than it was. It's almost taking over Pencil in the amount of play it's seeing now, which is great to see happen.
Yeah, I haven't seen a ton of it. In fact, I've seen more of the NZAP as a cooler weapon in this tournament than I have the Pencil after that most recent change to the kit. And our first map and mode for this one is going to be Splat Zones on RRRemix. We're about to get into it here. Let's go ahead and get started with Game 1 of our Silver Finals between Warm Regards and Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
Always exciting to get into it here. RRRemix, a very popular map among players. Definitely one that they tend to enjoy. Has a lot of different entry points, has a lot of space control to focus on. And I do think we're going to be seeing a Range Blaster coming out against these 2 Splatanas.
Yeah, the vanilla Range Blaster there. We were talking before the broadcast got started about the Wave Breaker as a special. Maybe nice on a map like this one that's split to where the middle of the map is not that large and they're having to use the elevation to make sure they get those shots. Tiger now backing off to make sure that they can pick up the cooler. But so far, just both trying to get control of mid. It's going to go over first. It looks like maybe the Brown Thrasher Fanclub who's trying to fight it out. 3 down already, including those 2 Splatanas.
Yeah, just that Tri-Stringer left up, having to back way up. Want to point out that they're on that custom kit, so to break back in, they're going to have those, oh, I haven't seen them in a minute, the balloons.
Yeah, the balloons coming out. Now it's going to be the Super Chump landing right on top of the zone, trying to break as many of them as they can, but that double hammer fight coming out. It looks like Sluggy going to come out with the losing end of that one. April holding it down strong with the Wiper.
Yeah, those Super Chumps definitely were their attempt at breaking back in, and it seems to have worked for them as Brown Thrasher Fanclub is really taking some space here.
Yeah, and we're also seeing not the standard variation of the Tri-Stringer. It's actually going to be the Inkling variation, very paint dependent. It's a weapon that can stay back, yet still have an impact with their sub and special. You can see them there now. Amber trying to maybe get that high ground and see if they can find somebody actually throwing the sprinkler smartly on top, or I guess the bottom of that bowl of ramen.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. That's what the bowl of ramen's for. You use it for your sprinklers to annoy the other team if they don't have enough range.
It's going to spill over with the enemy team's ink there. Amber trying to see if they can get some parting shots. Their teammates helping to clean up a couple members there. Both Wipers, or both Splatanas, I should say, down again. PTW here on this NZAP. Again, speaking before this match got started, the NZAP making a surprising run as being one of the main cooler weapons we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think overall we've been seeing more heavy edit, but at this turn we've definitely been seeing a lot of NZAP. It makes sense. We've got a lot of pickup teams, and NZAP is such a flexible weapon setting can really work with anything.
Shallow going to be taking the high ground, unsurprisingly, here with the Crab Tank. That's one of the best ways to utilize it, make use of both firing modes. The Killer Whale on the opposite side of things is going to come out for warm regards, maybe displace Brown Thrasher Fanclub a little bit, but for now, maybe a good shot to take the lead back here. The Super Chumps trying to come out, one member marked, and it's going to matter as Sakura is going to fall to Shallow, but they're going to get distracted, not be able to work on the tower until just now. A bit of progress, but they are going to have to chew through that penalty now.
Yeah, Brown Thrasher Fanclub doing a great job here of getting through their penalty points, making sure to try and keep enough space between themselves and warm regards that they don't get rushed down while not giving so much space that zone's just a freebie for them.
So now Brown Thrasher Fanclub forced to respect, it looked like, these shots here. The Zipcaster desperately trying to see if they can take down Sluggy Silver, surviving but maybe not getting exactly the value they wanted other than the displacement of that Wellstring, who's forced all the way back. They do, however, have their special online. The Super Chump not even being used on the zone anymore, just used to maintain that pressure while the members of Warm Regards are quickly getting their penalty down.
Yeah, Amber doing a great job here of moving up with their teammates, creating a lot of space, getting another one of those sprinklers up, but staying close enough to their front lines so they can still actively support, and as we're seeing right now, get out when they need to.
Yeah, and Amber has the luxury of having all of that range. They're not forced to be set upon by the members of Brown Thrasher Fanclub, who seem to steamroll that point in order to take it back. But Tiger going to maybe overextend it there, or at least lose the one to April. A teammate going to clean up PTW as they look for Shallow now, who's forced to retreat back on his own. And April going all in here, not able to get anybody, and in fact goes down with the use of the hammer.
Really great job there from Tiger of managing to land that shot. Definitely saved their own life, along with probably saving a couple teammates, knowing how that hammer can go.
Yeah, PTW smartly playing this cooler back, making sure that they can get rid of the Super Jump. Yet again, not used on the zone. Sluggy aggressively pushing forward, maybe mostly again making space, using that throwing mode. Not going to find anything, trying to stay out of the effective range of this Ink Brush, which we haven't really highlighted too much yet. Sluggy will fall, and it's about to be single digits unless the members of Brown Thrasher Fanclub can do something.
And it seems like they might be able to. They have more members up, but no, Silver just tearing them apart. And that is going to be first game going to Warm Regards.
And that, I think, was sort of the expectation
Yes.
that you especially had going into this, that it was not going to be an easy ride here
No.
for Brown Thrasher Fanclub. And we saw a very nice, even composition from Warm Regards that makes it very difficult to
Yes.
combat.
It's a very aggressive composition at that. They've got two skirmishers between that Splatana Wiper and that Ink Brush that just allows their Stamper to go wild with it. And Silver on that Splatana is particularly dangerous.
And those weapons, you know, they have kind of the best of both worlds. You have that sort of longer range slash. You have the one splat KO potential, which is so devastating in any weapon. And they know that they're backed up by their anchor and their backline player, Amber, who is just constantly making it difficult to get into what are usually these tight hallways on Roboramen, especially if you're staying on that higher ground elevation as opposed to trying to go down lower and see if you can swim up a wall to where the zone is.
Yeah, Amber was doing a great job of keeping paint down for their team on that tri-stringer. Definitely not the easiest thing to do. It does paint well, but it is a weird kind of paint that you have to get a lot of practice in putting out. And as we can see, Amber has 5-starred it.
Yep, and we are going to be, I think, going on to TC Mako Mart next. I like to say more level
Yes.
game mode before we get into the more rampant and hectic ones
Yes.
that are Clan Blitz and Rainmaker if necessary.
We will see. If it gets past game 3, we do get to see some Rainmaker.
And that would be on Scorch Gorge. In looking at the map list, we were also discussing not a ton of surprises,
No.
a lot of map and mode combinations that these players are TC Mako Mart especially. I think this is something where, again, that tri-stringer could have a field day. But then again, you know, they have a Wellstring on the opposite side of things, and that may be where the fight needs to be won, is in that backline or anchor role.
Absolutely. And C-Sluggy definitely put on a great showing here last year on those stringers. Their Wellstringer did incredibly well last year, got them all the way to 3rd. They had some really great upsets out of memory.
Well, and that's what we've been looking for here. I think a lot of the tournament so far has gone kind of the way of the natural order of things.
Yes.
Not that many upsets, but that's what day 2 is about. It's about proving when you make it to that point, especially the next group that we're going to have after Silver Finals, Redemption. A lot of stakes on the line here.
Fighting for their lives,
yeah,
for
I
those
believe
top spots.
Split into 3 different pools, so it's going to be that much more difficult. You're going to get to know those teams really, really well. But for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, going to need to find a similar, maybe aggressive edge to take on that multi-Splatana composition that we know Worm Regards is likely to bring. Game 2 starting momentarily.
Always exciting to get into these games and see what how players adapt either playstyle-wise or weapon-wise, though with the players we've currently got, I expect it to be playstyle and not weapon changes.
Yeah, the main weapon change I'm denoting is going to be Shallow going over to that Neo Splash-O-Matic. So they're going to have the Suction Bomb, a great sub-weapon to get some cheeky splats, as well as the Tri-Strike. And that's something where if the tower does get to a particularly difficult checkpoint, it might be something nice to get. But already 3 down on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub. This is looking eerily like game 1.
It is. We're seeing Warm Regards just play so dominantly, and Twicewinger is so good at riding this tower. It can take so much space, it can have so much control on a Whitebird, just going in, causing chaos without any hesitation at all, which is impressive considering the absolute lack of cooler on Warm Regards comp.
Yeah, and maybe an unsung part of that kit is actually the torpedo that allows you to mark where your opponent is and see exactly where you need to charge up that shot.
Oh, wow.
Yet another wipeout forced against Brown Thrasher Fanclub as they reach the final checkpoint, get into the single digits. A couple of suction bombs are going to force Amber to respect it. That gives PTW and Shallow time to get on, but they're both taken down and an absolute steamroll in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, 100-0 is not something you see all the time. It's not easy to pull off. Warm Regards knew exactly what they needed to do. They had their players in the spots to do it. And we saw Sakura especially there go in and cause so much chaos to allow Splatver and Apricot to just clean everything up.
If you had cut your screen in half vertically right in the middle of the map, to the left side of that where Warm Regards spawned, there was almost no ink. There was just the thinnest pathways, and they never once even dipped back to retreat from a bomb or any type of pressure. It was an all-gas, no-break style of play that has served them very well in these first 2 games, and is something that Brown Thrasher Fanclub, with their backs now against the wall, is something that they will quickly have to adapt to.
It is, and it's possible. You can always reverse sweep. There's always time to reverse sweep. We are best of 5 here, so we're looking for our team to get 3 wins. This next one could be game point.
Well, and I know with Clam Blitz, the mode we're going to be going over to next on Umami Ruins, it usually goes one of 2 ways. It is either, again, a steamroll, or
the
there's
longest game you've ever seen.
a lot of very passive play, exactly, that goes into one of the longer potential overtimes that we have. I would guess maybe the former, just based on our first 2 games, but you never know.
Well, sometimes teams are just weaker at Clam Blitz. Sometimes teams are less experienced at it. Sometimes, especially in pickup environments like both of these 2 teams are, there's not that coordination. It is by far the most coordination-dependent mode.
Yeah, exactly. And with, needing a lot of times specials to set up in front of the basket. I know yesterday I got to spectate some big bubblers, for example, that were blocking that path off, or maybe using the rare Kraken Royale. Don't see too many of those these days, but maybe just as a dissuasion tool.
They did have to fix that so that it stopped being abused in
Yes,
Blitz.
in fact, and it's really shown that it's not really being picked as much as a result. But game 3, this could be game point, in fact, for Warm Regards. Let's see what they've brought yet again, coming out with that double Splatana composition. Now the Range Blaster yet again, and the Vanilla Splash to maybe have that high ground again with the Crab Tank.
Yeah, this is an especially good Crab Tank map thanks to all the high ground. You see those 2 domes on either side. You see that higher mid. It just creates a lot of space for that Crab Tank to thrive in. It's also a great Splatana map, though, with so many ledges to play around and so many walls to poke out from.
Yeah, and nice long sightlines, too. You can see the exceptional range of this weapon as Silver trying to maybe get some chip damage off onto either Shallow or the Range Blaster, getting tracked by a couple of bombs, so they're going to have to respect that. Brown Thrasher Fanclub making the most of their cooler. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the Range Blaster is going to go down. Let's see if they can find any other picks. Shallow looks like maybe retreating. You don't normally see too many players playing in that court area unless they're being backed up, but they are able to hold stalwartly defensively.
Yeah, and something we also see a lot in Clam Blitz that we are seeing right now is the first minutes pretty much always just a brawl in mid. We always just see a lot of trades back and forth. And as we keep seeing, 1 player's down on each team this entire first minute, pretty much.
Yeah, and it looks like Warm Regards might be coming out of this better. They are going to have, I believe, the Ultra Stamp coming out, and it will be popped now. Thrown, not finding anything too soon here. Yet again, Brown Thrasher Fanclub with the cooler from that NZAP, seeing if they can get the parting shots. 3 out of 4, I think, onto Sakura. It's not quite going to be enough. We really haven't seen them leave the area near this basket. They're having to play defensively so often.
They are, which is not what you want to do when you're already playing behind in a set. They really want to find a way to break through and make space forward, but it's just not that easy. I do think we heard a special get popped, but it seems like it might have gotten taken out really quickly.
Well, and the Clam lead so far, Amber mainly being the one, and they can safely hold on to that Power Clam, right? I know it marks you for the enemy team, but with how far back natively, a weapon like the Tri-Stringer plays, as we see April fall to an unfortunate or fortunate, depending on who you ask, Suction Bomb. Silver now with the Zipcaster at the ready. They get 2 down. This might be an opportunity with a couple specials online for Warmer Guards to make a push, but they lose one of them just there as Silver goes down.
Yeah, Shallow doing a great job there of cleaning things up. Tiger calling out to their teammates, able to help get that trade. Amber still hanging back there on that Tri-Stringer like we will continue to see, looking for the opportunity to move up with their teammates as Silver is yet again breaking in forward. As you can expect from a comp like Warmer Guards, I'm sure there is plenty of quick respawn going on there.
Well, we predicted before this match got started that Sluggy might be a key player here. They are finally in a potentially optimal position. They were near mid. They get the tactical urn back off. They are holding on to their Ultra Stamp, and they're able to get 1. They're able to get 2, looking for a 3rd, see if they can find it. Not able to get the parting shot, but that is ultimately 3 down, and this might create an opening.
It does. It definitely could. Tiger has that power claim now. Maybe not the player you want to have it, but it kept it from despawning, which is so huge. Crab tank out, but it seems like they might have missed their opportunity to push. It seems like they might have waited a second too long. Yeah,
Shallow on that crab tank, one of the few ways that they can get to Amber and force them all the way back. That is going to be the first pop of the barrier, and they do have the follow-up clams to be able to get past the 60 mark and into 59. Shallow able to get an important pick there on the Ink Brush. PTW being beset upon on the side there, and Sluggy might be able to throw this Ultra Stamp away. It looks like they're just going to back off and content themselves for now with a push to 56.
And 56, when you're 3 minutes into a Clam Blitz game, is nothing to sneeze at when the other team hasn't scored at all. You really always want to start with a push of 60 or below to give you that little bit of buffer, that little bit of safety, and to not just give them a free Clam.
And they're keeping the pressure on. They expended the Killer Whale. It looked like they wanted to get another pick there with the Zipcaster, but just could not find the footing on the grated ground that they were looking for. They have 1 and followed it up with a 2nd. They just need 1 more Clam in order to take the lead. That was a Power Clam thrown in back to back, and it's now a 2v2 in April on the side of the map. We'll be able to claim the lead for Warmer Guards.
Yeah, Shallow does manage to get Silver to back out of there, but that is a lead switch. Sluggy looking to help people break back in, but Silver instantly shutting that down and forcing Sluggy to reposition.
And time now not the friend of Brown Thrasher fan club. Sluggy yet again not willing to pick up the pity clam until they know it's going to go well. They throw the pity clam out, not finding anything, getting a couple of hit markers, but it is not quite enough. April looking for anything they can find. Silver also pushing on the Zipcaster, but can't find anything there. They see Tiger. Nice direct, it looked like, in the form of self-defense. Maybe Brown Thrasher fan club with a chance in these 30 seconds to come back.
Yeah, the crab coming out definitely could help, but the problem with a crab when you're against 2 wipers and a brush is things can either shred you or get behind you so quickly. Definitely a pump where that's harder, and look at that, those wipers and look at those Splatanas working together to just truly eliminate the competition.
3 straight, and they're able to follow it up. Almost the entire penalty gone through, and now it is for Warmer Guards. They're mainly just keeping the pressure on. PTW, Tiger, they all go down. It's a wipeout, and Brown Thrasher fan club will fall. Warmer Guards 3 for 3 in our silver finals, and they will sweep through in a very impressive showing.
Yeah, 1 game dropped the entire time in silver bracket there, I think.
To this team, in fact.
Yeah. Which is quite impressive as they give us a fun little dance.
Wow, on the main stage on the big screen, showing off their victory poses in the game and IRL as they will come away the 3-0 victors in our silver finals. And if that is a sign of things to come later today for MomoCon, we have some excellent Splatoon 2 with some very competitive players ahead of us.
We definitely do, especially as we get into Redemption. It's going to be so many tight games as teams are doing everything they can to keep going on in the bracket. And then eventually we'll be down to the top 4, which should be pretty wild for this one.
And we talked about before this got started the mix between established teams, Moonlight, for example, that you know coming into a tournament like this one is going to be such a force, and then the pickups that are made of very competent players, sometimes in, for example, Ludi Div 1 or Div X, that are joining forces with people that maybe they have some experience with, maybe not. And it just comes down to, in that LAN environment, are you able to steel your nerves and make sure that you are playing cohesively enough with your teammates to survive on the big stage? because that could be, you know, an underrated factor when playing is having the physical crowd there with you and playing with people even that sometimes you haven't gotten a lot of time with.
Yeah. I know there are definitely some teams that were thrown together at the last second because a lot of them signed up as solo players and went, but we still want to play. We just don't have people we necessarily know coming, and often you make some new friends that way.
And that's
Can't go wrong.
perfectly, yeah, it's perfectly all right to set up like that. I think, you know, we have a ton of great action to look forward to. We have Redemption coming up. That was a great silver final. Nox,
Yes.
I think we're going to be turning it over here soon. Anything you
so.
want to sign off with before we head out and make room for Redemption?
Obviously, make sure to stay tuned in here at IPL, and feel free to check out my YouTube at NoxRaven42. I do some interviews with top players.
Well, you can see our socials down below. As always, Nox, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you so much for everything that you've done, and stay tuned for more Splatoon action. We'll have Redemption coming up next here at MomoCon 2025 in just a moment.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to MomoCon 2025 for Splatoon 3, day 2 of the tournament here on a Saturday. My name is Austin. I'm joined here by Rissa, and we got some great Splatoon action coming your way. Rissa, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, actually, considering that I stayed up till 5 a.m. But,
Why?
You know, when in Rome, okay?
When in Atlanta, you know, there's tons of stuff to do, late nights.
Exactly.
I mean, the restaurants would have you fooled, right? There's so many places I want to go to at night. Did you know the Chick-fil-A here closes at 6 p.m.?
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that a crime?
That is a crime.
I was about to break in. I was about to actually like go into the door, break through the window, get in there, and just make my own chicken sandwich. But that's okay. It's open today, and no crimes were committed on this weekend. So again, today we're going to be doing the redemption brackets.
Yup.
People are going to try to redeem themselves, try to get back into the top 16, trying to claw their way back up to the top.
Mm-hmm. This is notably probably going to be one of the most hype, I think, brackets, just because these teams have everything on the line if they want to get into that top bracket. So I think we're going to be in for some very close competition.
A lot on the line, and they're hungry, starving to try to get onto that next part of that top 16. Remember, this is the MomoCon, has been growing and growing for almost 20 years now. This is the 20th anniversary. Yesterday was our first time having Splatoon 3. I was glad to be able to join on the cast with you guys for this year, for year number 2, and Splatoon has grown over double in number, so that's always like a good sign to see. The attendance for MomoCon itself, though, we're at 55,000 plus attendees at this convention. The first one in 2005 had 700.
Are you serious?
That's a big growth.
That's
I am dead serious.
That's
I'm
amazing.
always serious.
You're always serious, I
I'm
know.
always.
Always.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I could feel, as I was walking into the venue today, I could really feel, it's Saturday, the busiest day at the convention itself, so it was just packed walking in here. I could really feel that 55,000.
Yeah, they'd be tunneling you into the escalators. It's like, okay, no, go this way. I'm trying to use the stairs because no one uses the stairs.
That's what I do too.
It's significantly faster, but today they had like security like, no, go to the escalator. I'm like, come on, man. I'm about to just take the elevator. I'm going to find the escalator, maybe snowboard down, you know?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they put us all the way in the video game exhibit where it's like right next to the arcade. So it's like a super long walk to get here. I remember, okay, I had to be here at 1 p.m. I'm going to leave at noon because it's like it took me like 20 minutes to get here. But that's just how massive the con is. There's so many panels and stuff to do. I know you guys went to a couple panels the other day.
Yeah, we've gone to a couple late night panels. It's really fun. It's fun because like during the day we're doing Splatoon stuff, hanging out with all of our Splatoon friends, and then in the evening you can just go to these panels that go till 2:30 a.m.
It's crazy. And the arcade itself is open 24/7. So you can go and head on over there. There's a lot of rhythm games to be played over there.
Yep.
You can also jump on like, there's some NBA Jam. We're playing some NBA Jam the other day. Some Time Crisis, you already know. But it looks like we got our 2 teams already up to bat here. So we're going to see what we're going to be able to bring towards the table. We got some flexing out here. Okay, getting ready for the fire. You know, you got to put some energy into it, you know? You got to get that energy going.
Get yourself hyped, you know?
Make sure that you're all ready to rock for this first round of the redemption bracket. And there's a lot of teams here that are trying to get into that fabled top 16. Really tough bracket. I don't know if you saw. You probably saw some of the matches yesterday, but like there's so many 3-0s, some 3-2s, but all the matches felt close. It was 3-0, but it was close though.
Hey, you know, actually I was commentating the silver pools yesterday.
Yeah.
And those matches were actually super back and forth, really, really close. So I was like, oh my gosh, these are really competitive games even in the silver bracket. I can only imagine how this redemption bracket and as we go into top cut, how that's going to be too.
Yeah, just into that top cut where it's going to be the best of the players. I know like last year, we saw a lot of players like get into like that top 2 spot, whether it was first place, second place. Now they're here in day 2 and they're in the redemption bracket. You know, some of them are like down there. One of the teams I was actually keeping a note of was the Fight Club at Waffle House. Right, that was a team. They ended up losing one of their Swiss matches yesterday, so it put them into the redemption bracket. So now they're gonna have to try to climb their way back up to the top. And one of them had like a winning player on there too.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's
amazing. So I think Fusion's on that team too. So Fusion got second place last year. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good things to note. Take mental notes of. And that's what I love too as commentators too. As we get to commentate this whole tournament, you know, we have these teams that we're following and we're starting to be familiar with their storylines. So that's always fun, and being able to give that to the viewers too as commentators is always great.
Yeah, here we go. We got our teams going on. We got to wait for the camera. Y'all is going to be Hammy, Luna, Mad Deck, and Moist here on the docket here. Fantastic team here trying to climb back into that top 16. See what they're going to be able to bring to the table, what weapons we're going to be seeing here today. Has there been anything crazy that you've noticed from like Splatoon yesterday, Rissa? Like any weird teams you've liked?
There was actually a big weapon variety that I saw as I was commentating Silver. There was a lot, actually there was a lot of like Tetras, there was Glugas, a lot of dualies just in general. There was about everything. There was rollers, there was the wiper, there was the swords. It's always fun when there's a variety like that when you're commentating and watching as a viewer, because it's fun seeing those weapons that aren't necessarily always seen in the meta do good things.
Yeah. So it's always cool to see people just want to play the weapons they want to play, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes they can come off selfish, though, you know? I'm like, hey, I want to play Octobrush. That is the weapon I'm going to play. Teammates, play around me. Play around me. And like, I want to brush. I want to brush it up. That's me. I just expose myself. That's what I do when I play.
Wow. I'm taking mental notes.
Yeah, mental notes.
If I ever have to play comp with you.
Gonna take those mental notes just like these players are getting mentally ready for this game number 1 of the day for Redemption Bracket. Let's go. See what we're going to see here on the docket for weapons. Oh, we got some weird loading going on there. Ooh. Okay.
Wait.
Did homie get stuck in the lobby?
Wait. Okay. Okay. Well, at least we can see the weapons here at the top of the screen.
And we can see the top screen of the map, you know.
Yup. So taking a look at these weapons. Oh, wait. I did see a sploosh. I'm taking mental notes of that. There's a trap blaster, a junior, a scatter shot. Both teams have a bow as well, so that's an equal footing there.
Looks like they're going to be able to lose the tower there for a second, as we're going to lose the signal here. Once this match gets back onto the play, we'll be able to catch you guys in. Wait, I can hear sound. Maybe we can commentate based off the sound here. Oh, another splat. Don't know who's saying. I think this is Moist right now, chilling in the background, trying to push that tower. Looks like we haven't missed too much, right? A lot of like back and forth here. I'm seeing a 4v2 on the table.
Yeah, from what we can see, it looks like it's pretty evenly matched, as both teams are just around that 80-90 mark. So with one team on the tower, they're past that first checkpoint though. We're making something happen.
And looks like we're finally going to be able to take the tower from the blue team here, trying to find their way here onto the tower. Maybe get past that first checkpoint, going to let some missiles rock and displace the enemy team, force them to get out of their situation, and try to just move back to the other parts of the map.
Oh. Okay, did I just see the blue team now taking the tower?
Now loading.
I'm left in suspense.
I am on the edge of my seat right now, seeing what's going to happen here. Oh, I hear some more sound effects. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and the crowd popping off on top of that. There we go. I like to see that. Shaded coming right back in with yet another special, throwing them out onto the center of the map. Pretty close game so far. We got that one checkpoint here from the blue team so far. Yeah,
they're finally on the tower. You can see they're trying to get to that first checkpoint, able to get to it. And look at this really good team fight happening. Missiles paired with that as well. So now Hammy's teammates are going to be able to run through those missiles and hopefully get some picks with that.
Hype trying to find a high play here. He's going to see what Shaded's up to. Luna going for some paint there on the left side. Going to let that Trizuka rip there. Waiting for the third blast. I feel like a lot of people like to do that. Just shoot off the first 2 shots. Delay it a bit. Gets a pick on IMAD. See what we're going to be able to come from back on that table. And Shaded going to go down in the crossfire.
All right, so as both teams here are juggling the tower, we now see the team names as well. So just take a note here, Frank's Hotdogs versus Yokeshift here. So, and as we are watching what's happening, man, oh my goodness, Frank's Hotdogs is killing it. They are moving that tower, got it all the way down to 14. They are not letting go right now.
And here we go. Luna's going to be able to get 2 splats right there. 14 points remaining on there. Going at the third checkpoint, trying to find a potential way to break that. Shield's going to go down in the crossfires. Hammy's going to get those missiles ready to rock once more. We got the bow here ready to rock here. Trying to get some more splats. Only one person left alive. It's going to be into the zone. Just one more second, and that's going to be it. Frank's Hotdogs taking away that first game in a pretty dominant fashion, Rissa.
Yeah, it seemed like from what we could see with the half screen there, it looked a little bit back and forth as both teams were really just trying to figure out their footing in mid and try and get a feel for each other. And then all of a sudden, Frank's Hotdogs, it felt like once they were able to get Hammy set up in a position to safely missile and they were able to play around that, it worked out really well for them.
Now we're going to take a little bit of a warm-up here for game number 2, see what's going to be here for the other team to try to like bring this back, right? Because they didn't really get a chance to get to that first checkpoint whatsoever. They kind of just got stuck in the center, pushed it towards that first point, and they just could not break it for the life of them.
Yeah, and then after that too, they didn't really even get another chance since Frank's Hotdogs were really on it after that. They were just moving the tower. They didn't even have a chance to get in a position to push the tower again themselves. So maybe now that they have a footing here and have figured out what this other team is going to be playing, maybe then now they can go, okay, we need to do X, Y, and Z in this next game if we want to get a point on the board.
Okay, Yokeshift trying to see what we're going to do for this next map up here. Obviously, we got some set stages since we're still in that redemption stage. Eventually, we get to counter picks over in the finals where you're going to be able to pick what map you want to go to, what game mode you want to go to, what restaurant you want to go to after you're done. You know, there's so many things you can be able to pick up there. Me, personally, I'm going to Waffle House. I'm going to Waffle House 20 times a day.
Honestly, same.
Yeah.
Waffle House,
it's the truth.
Good, it's cheap.
It's cheap, it's good, it's right there. There's always a line, and for good reason.
Uh-huh. And even though there's a line, the line is very fast as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm going in there. I'm just trying to get a waffle, bro. Yo, give me my waffle. Give me my syrup. It's a little bit of butter. Honestly, I might go there right now. You know, can you hold the fort? Hold the fort?
Yeah, I got
Oh,
it.
gotcha.
I got it. Okay, we're headed into the second game here. Frank's Hotdogs versus Yokeshift. Let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to be playing Clam Blitz this time around, a really fast game pace mode. So we'll see what these two teams are going to come out with in terms of weapons here to be able to play here.
Yeah, Clam Blitz, always like a very fun mode to be able to bring towards the table, right? It's all about trying to collect as many clams as possible. Once a player has collected 8 of those suckers, it's going to turn into the power clam, which you can then use to break down the hoop. So it's not really like an objective where everyone wants to go to a certain location, right? It's kind of just all over the place, so it makes it so chaotic.
It does. It can be very chaotic. It can be very fast-paced if you are not on your A game, on your defense, on your offense as well. So anything really can happen in terms of that.
And we got the next Ink coming up here, coming right back onto yet another Splat. Super close to being able to try to like get that break there. IMAT's going to go for the break on that hoop. Gets called out in the process, though. Might be a waste of a power clam, right? Because now it's an opportunity for them to get a P clam right afterwards. You never want to break it open, not have your clams ready to rock immediately to score afterwards.
Yeah, that was, and especially with 4 minutes remaining of this match, there's definitely a lot of room for other things to happen in that turn. So now that the map is just super blue, and 13 clams are at the ready right now, it looks like Frank's Hotdogs is setting up here for a really big push. Six there tries to use the hammer to try and shut down that bubble. I did see the vision there being able to do that, but wasn't quite able to and got called out.
Another Splat coming out from high, picking up some clams in the process. 5 collected so far. They're in the center. Gonna see what we can do here as an opportunity to try to pick up some more, but gonna get shot down by Hammy with the bow. Being able to use that as a cluster, as a very far away shot, but also super up close. I see that's 2 shots right now coming up from Hammy. We gotta get those point blank splats.
Okay, so some juggling back here. Oh, okay, I saw 6 there on the side of Frank's Hotdogs. They had to go ahead and jump back. Actually, not Frank's Hotdogs, excuse me, Yokeshift. They had to go ahead and jump back just as they wanted to make sure they were regrouping with their teammates. And now, I mean, there's been a lot of, you know, Spider-Man meme here in mid. They're both kind of pointing at each other, trying to wait till specials are ready, trying to make something happen. Frank's Hotdogs does use that bubble, but in turn, you know, there's, again, that hammer coming out from 6. Just kind of a bloodbath back and forth right now in mid. No team is really able to score, and the scoreboard itself really shows that.
All right, Hammy got a power clam right here in the background. See where we're going to be able to push this out. Luna going to go for a trade between the 2 players right over there. So back, take a quick look over here on the center. We had a special up there. The Rocket was ready to rock, but unfortunately got shot down by Moist with the Splatling. Going to be able to throw out some soda for everyone. Going to be able to increase the, you know, the amount of speed you're going to be able to shoot at, as well as get the fast, quick respawn right afterwards.
Okay, I feel like mid has been just so blue consistently, but nothing's really happened. The defense from Yokeshift has been just really, really good. They're really not letting Frank's Hotdogs push in any more than they're wanting to, and I feel like we've just been seeing specials funneling back and forth from each side. Finally, though, there is a big score coming out from Frank's Hotdogs. They're able to score in, what was that, 2 power clams and a few more clams at that. As we see Madek there still just running around under the basket, finally gets called out. And now, what a really big push from Frank's Hotdogs. They got a lot of points on the board. They're gonna have to, though, now be on the defense if they wanna make sure that they don't let Yokeshift push in and score.
Yep. Opportunity there for Hype to try to catch the opponent there going towards the left side. Opted to not try to like completely get deterred by the distraction. Has to go back to trying to help and support their team by just putting down some ink so you having an escape route ready to rock before going towards the back. Coming back over to the left side, we have an opportunity here. Marduk's going to take it, throws the power clam in. That's going to be a break. 20 points left to rock. They don't got another power clam in their midst, but they have 6. Literally just need to find 2 more clams, and Yoki should be able to bust this open. Gonna lose some in the process, gonna go for the singular clams instead. Managed to do it, doesn't even need the power clam. That's gonna be Frank's Hotdogs taking yet another game on their belts, another notch on their belts in this race to 3.
Yeah, they did a really good job there at the end. They made sure that not only did they have a power clam to open up the basket, but they also had the clams to follow that up with. It's always, for Clam Blitz, it's always good. You were talking about it initially, you know, you just score in the 1 power clam and just only get the 20 points, but they just made sure there at the end that they opened up the basket and then that they also had the clams to follow that up with to end up completely KOing.
All right, here we go for this next game here. Going to be able to load up into there from this redemption side. Up 2-0, Yokeshift kind of struggling to find like their footing for this next game. That was a pretty close game, obviously. It came down to the wire. It was 80-81 for like the longest time. But the second Frank's Hotdogs found that one opening with it, they just threw every clam they had in their pocket back into the hoop, be able to shut that down. I wonder what we're going to have to see here from Yokeshift. We're going to have to shift up our game plan a bit.
Yeah, this second game was definitely, there was definitely a lot more like signs of life. They were really figuring out what they needed to do. It's just they weren't quite able to break past it, like you said too. I mean, it was just consistently the same score throughout most of that match, really close to 80 both teams. And then both teams, I felt like they were just kind of just poking at each other in mid. No one was really making something aggressive happen. They were just funneling specials over and over again, trying to, you know, get an opening with that. But finally, it was Frank's Hotdogs who was able to get it. But I mean, Yokeshift on their side, they were able. They had. It was a lot better than that first game, definitely.
Okay, for game number 3. Still waiting to see what we're going to bring here. Right, got some people there in the audience checking out what we got for Splatoon. Got our players right up here. I like these little name tags, right? You'll be able to see every single player that's going to be here on the screen. Very different from other games you can have at like FGC events or like MomoCon in general, where they're used to like 1v1 games. We've got Mario Kart, we've got Splatoon, we got the sponsorship by OmoCat, one of my favorite companies out there. Glad to see them putting such an investment into our competitive games like Splatoon. But without further ado, gonna jump into Rainmaker for game number 3.
Okay, Rainmaker Manta Maria, I believe that is. Oh my goodness, this one, it always stresses me out. It can definitely spiral out of control if you are not on your defense. So as we go ahead and load in, take a look at these weapons. I'm not seeing, oh, actually, I was gonna say, I'm not seeing any major switch-ups, but guess what? I'm seeing a bamboo coming out from the side of Frank's Hotdogs. Who is that? That is gonna be Maddex switching over to bamboo this time. Interesting.
Yeah, gonna be able to have that bamboo to try to like play that long range game, but also being extremely mobile, right? Being able to get in there, try to get in and out, and try to get those little like small shots. The Rainmaker has been open. They don't want to go for it just yet because they want to make sure they get a little bit more of an advantage. It is a 4v3, and that fourth is already back in the fray. This is a very fast game. You got to remember, once you are knocked out, you get back into the fray in like 5 seconds max. Like, especially if you have someone to jump to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. I'm mad there with those dualies, able to make things happen. Does get called out here by Moist, though, and Moist is actually going to go ahead and pick up that Rainmaker as well. Shaded, though, has this Inkjet at the ready. They're going ahead, and I like the use of this Inkjet. It's kind of stalling out, pushing back Moist, holding the Rainmaker, kind of just waiting for their teammates to play around them and create space and set up. That way they can, you know, stop that Rainmaker. Moist here still holding on to the Rainmaker, is really trying to just find a path forward to even get to that checkpoint.
Oh, they tried their hardest, right? You saw Imad there with a special ready to rock right there on the point with the crab. Unfortunately, was not able to do such a thing. Able to pop it one more time, pick it right back up, and we are getting very, very close to be able to try to end this. Finally gets knocked out there at the very end with a 29-point remaining lead. A very different game than the previous one.
Yeah, definitely, and I really do like the defense, though, from Yokeshift. They're making sure that they're not letting, or trying not to let anyone from the other team come through as, okay, we see Luna coming through. We saw Hammy on the left side there trying to come through and pinch with Luna as well. They actually go ahead, Hammy sneaks that Rainmaker. The longer that Rainmaker stays over here on this side, the more difficult it is for Yokeshift to even be able to grab the Rainmaker, push it themselves. They're going to go ahead and pop the Rainmaker. 6 grabs the Rainmaker, drops it off. I think that was a really, really good move considering that Hammy had already grabbed the Rainmaker and tried to sneak it through. So just going ahead and getting that Rainmaker reset is now going to allow Yokeshift to be able to think about trying to grab the Rainmaker.
It doesn't even matter. They reset it back to neutral, and they're already pushing it super far back, right? Frank's Hotdogs is able to get right back into the thick of things. Moist trying to dodge that shot, managed to find it from IMAD with a trade. That's a 1-for-2 trade. We take that to the stocks and more, because now we got all 3 of our players here. Gonna see who's gonna be able to pick that up, or no, we're just gonna go for the paint instead. Maybe jump it off again. Maybe hopefully it, like, you know, despawns back towards the center. Looks like that's going to be the strat. Don't pick it up. Just try to go for the fight instead.
Ooh, yeah, they're trying to let the Rainmaker reset. There's only 1 person left remaining, though. Ooh, and no one actually from Frank's Hotdogs was able to sneak through and grab that Rainmaker before it resets. So taking a deep breath, if you are on that orange team, if you are on Yokeshift, you just need to think about how you need to get into mid, but they're just constantly on defense.
Yeah, it just feels like they're having trouble just finding the Rainmakers, being able to pick it up, or trying to decide, like, a comfortability of being able to try to, okay, now I can pick this up, right? I feel like the aggressive playstyle coming out from Frank's Hotdogs just keeps, like, catching them over and over again. They can play defense all they want here, but eventually they're going to have to put the O in offense into the game plan, right? We got minute 45 here on the clock, so they still got a little bit of time to try to make that push, but they still got that checkpoint to break on top of it, so they got to be able to push twice.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. They're definitely going to have to not only get through mid with that Rainmaker, but also get to that first checkpoint, and then even further after that. So they do have a hammer at the ready. They do need to get a lot of paint in mid, though, because the mid is very blue, and the more blue that mid is, the more that Frank's Hotdogs with that blue ink is going to have that room to move around, as we're seeing now. They're just kind of freely holding mid as they have all of their ink color in mid to move around it.
Moist over the splat lane one more time. Going to break that open for the Rainmaker. And yet again, we're going to see Frank's Hotdogs picking it up one more time. Going to hold it there on the center while they try to go for yet another push. Tryzuka coming your way. Gets a splat from Shade. A very good one. Gets a double in the process. 6 doing some cleanup jobs with the mouth. But unfortunately, they get called out by the Rainmaker from Hammy. That's going to clean up their entire lead that they had there. That was the exact moment that they need to be able to push that towards a potential comeback mechanic. But Hammy just cleaned up shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Hammy a Rainmaker main? Is that what I'm hearing? No weapon main. They are actually maining that Rainmaker. Goes around, uses that sneaky flank around the right side to try and just get in a position to sneakily dunk that Rainmaker. Does get called out, though, but I really like that usage of using that flank around to try and sneak the Rainmaker through.
Okay, losing that Rainmaker one more time. Let's see if Shady can try to break this open. They gotta do it now. It's a 4v2. This is the prime opportunity to be able to do it. Manage to do it, get a splat in the process, kind of get some staggering here. This is the push you're looking for, right? Yoke has an opportunity to go for it. They lost the Rainmaker. That's gonna be able to give them another opportunity to try to break this open. We're about to go into overtime. Now or never, but this map is looking super blue, Rissa.
It is. The map is extremely blue, and you can see there's members from Frank's Hotdogs on the left side, in the mid, and on the right side. So they are setting up a wall of defense right now. They're able to take down 1 member, 2 members. I think that might have actually been the 10 missiles paired with one of the teammates from Frank's Hotdogs running through those missiles that they do so well. So they were able to stop the Rainmaker as well. And with Frank Hotdogs winning that 3rd match, that is going to let them move on through the redemption bracket. And for Yokeshift, I believe that is the end of the road.
And they did it with a dab. Saw the dab at the end there, Luna going for it. And it makes me feel inspired, right? I feel like dabs were more prominent in the past, right? Before they are today.
Yeah.
So it's always fun to see people bring that back out. I don't see the Inklings do it anymore. That was like one of the first emotes you could do, right?
Yeah, I just remember at the beginning of the game, everyone, you know, and there are four people on that victory screen, everyone dabbing. I remember it vividly.
All right, that's going to be the first game of Redemption. Going to see what we're going to bring for the next team. We've got the fist bumps out here. Again, Splatoon's one of those games that takes a little bit of a while to get everyone set up because you got to bring in your own Switch, put it in the dock, get everything set up for that next set. What's up? How's it going, guys? Welcome to MomoCon 2025 here. My name is Austin. I'm joined here by Rissa, and we've been seeing some fantastic energy from everyone that's been playing here today. I've really been enjoying the game so far.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. And this is only the beginning of the day. I thought it was just really cool that the day is actually, we didn't commentate it, but the day started out with silver finals. So we just hopped right into the action this morning. Well, afternoon technically, but I keep calling it this morning. And yeah. We just still have so much more Splatoon to have go on. And I actually, too, so watching the screen here, the teams are headed off, and we're going to be getting ready to move on and see what teams are next here on the stream.
All right. Like I said, we got MomoCon here. MomoCon 20.
We got MomoCon 2025. And I cannot believe that we are going to be able to watch finals here shortly. It's kind of fun when I'm getting to commentate now, which is amazing, but then also I'm not commentating later, so that means I get to sit in the crowd and watch the hypeness in the crowd. Very excited for that. And don't mind me, we are just having slight technical difficulties, so I'm just here yapping away, you know, no big deal. I'm being honest, all right, you know. All right, what do I see? What do I see here? Oh, you know what? For those at home too, as I was walking up, Mario Kart is going on right next to us. If you weren't watching the stream yesterday, we were talking about it a lot, but our setup is actually right next to the Mario Kart stream as well, so there's a lot of hype stuff going on there. And then next to them is the Smash Brothers Ultimate setup, so a lot of hype stuff happening there. I believe the Smash Finals is not today, I think it's tomorrow, so I definitely might come back for that. It's always fun being in the crowd and watching Smash Finals.
While we get some stuff here fixed up, I figured, you know, Rissa and I will just play a little bit of hot potato with this headset, right? You know, be able to trade it through. I don't want to leave you hanging here for too long, right? So, Rissa, MomoCon at 2025. This is the 20th anniversary. How you feeling so far? How's your weekend been?
It's been wonderful, actually. I've been constantly making sure that I am with my friends, and you know, that really comes to show. The last 2 nights I stayed up till 5 a.m. But
like a degenerate.
yeah, absolutely, as I should. And I probably will do it again tonight.
Hey, I think it's a little easier for you because, you know, you're from the West Coast. You know, this is the Eastern time zone. So the 5 a.m. to you is like a 2 a.m. for us, and that's my beddy bye time. I'm in bed promptly at 11 p.m. every single day.
Oh, are you going to be doing that tonight too?
You know, I think we're done for Splatoon today. So, you know, we'll see where the winds take us. You know what I mean?
Okay. I am back on the headset, and Austin here got a new headset. How's it going?
Oh, you know. Oh, you know.
It was, I just forgot that meeting.
Yo,
wait.
okay, we're here.
Wait, ayo.
We're here. Yo, what's good, y'all? Sorry for the technical difficulties. You know, I was being very stubborn, right? Like, I have a very hard issue hearing. Like, a lot of earwax in my ear, you know, just like had to be able to, I didn't clean it out this morning, so I just couldn't hear anything. But now, you know, I went to the doctor in between that set, got it cleaned up, got it vacuumed out of my ear, and now everything's crystal clear now. I can hear everything.
Wow, you did a lot of that, like, pretty fast.
He's a fast doctor.
Going to the doctor, getting your earwax.
Yeah. He's on call. He's on demand.
Oh, okay.
Literally, I got him on speed dial.
I didn't even see that happen, and you're like right next to me.
Oh yeah. So when you were like looking to the left for like a split second,
Oh,
that's when it happened.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
So now we're back
Yeah,
here
yeah.
with the actual thing, and now I can hear Rissa. So
Oh my gosh.
hear that wonderful voice here in my ear from MomoCon 2025. Again, sponsored by Omocat.
Yes.
Omocat, one of my favorite sponsors that I've ever had to do a read for. The luxury of being able to do it for, right? Because they're one of the people that brought through Omori, one of my favorite video games of all time.
Aw.
Yeah, they made this game called Omori back in 2020. They're originally they did design work for like art, and then it became a clothing brand. And then they said, you know what? Let's make a video game using like our artwork, and then they did. And then now they're actually a big sponsor here at MomoCon. They got a gigantic booth right over there. So if you're here at MomoCon, you want to check out some very cute clothes or very cute brands or like toys or anything from the Omori series or just anything. Like they got like VTuber collabs, anything you want. Their booth is over by I think like the 700s, somewhere around that ballpark. So
Okay.
dude, the stores are so huge.
Yes.
You have to like go from like 100, the 200, the 2000. I'm just like constantly getting lost. I was there yesterday trying to find some pins from the Final Fantasy 14 series, and we just could not find them. Like it took us.
no.
It like because someone found them. They told me about it. And I'm like, bro, where is it? I can't see it. I am blind. You're like lost. You're like in a desert. I feel like I'm in Times Square.
Yeah. I literally, I remember that from last year, and I'm still like, I haven't gone over there yet this year because I remember just how insanely like chaotic, but in a good chaotic is. So I'm like mentally preparing myself to go over there. I'm probably going to end up doing that today, but just mentally preparing.
Mentally preparing and also holding very secure onto your wallet, right? You don't want to spend too much money.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, I'm gonna drop like, how much money I got? What do we got here? I think I got a 20.
Oh.
Well, how much merch can I get with that? You know, maybe.
Actually, you tried to buy my apple pie last night with that $20, and I said no.
It's still on the table. Did you eat it all?
I did.
Okay, never mind. I wanted the apple pie so bad. You don't understand. I saw the sugar, and I was like, no, I'm being a good boy with what I eat. But no, I wanted the apple pie so bad. It looked really good, and it looked like it was like 2 days old too, so that made it even better. You know, you ever have? It's like pizza, right? You eat that food that's like it's been sitting there for so long, and then after a while, it's like, I'm still gonna eat that.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna do it.
That's like on Thanksgiving, you know, you go and eat pie for like the whole week after.
Yes.
That was the kind of vibe, but it's like, I don't know, it was great.
You get like 20 doggy bags afterwards. And it's just constant food. Don't even throw it in the microwave. I'll eat that turkey cold. Like it's like a deli sandwich at that point. You know?
Yeah. Totally.
It's deli meat.
Yeah.
And I remember, dude, when I was a kid, I used to think turkey was bad. I did not like turkey.
Yeah.
I think it's because my grandma used to make it super dry.
Oh.
But then I actually had good turkey. I was like, oh, I see the vision. You know, we need a store pronto to like jump on fast food for turkey. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got Raising Cane's for chicken. We got Chick-fil-A for chicken. We got Popeyes for chicken. So much chicken joints. I want a turkey joint.
Wait.
That's what I want.
Maybe you're onto something. You should
Copyright it?
Yeah, I was gonna say you should
Brand it?
copyright that real quick. Cause
Let me do that with all my money. You know, like my 20
your
bucks.
$20.
Start a franchise.
a turkey
Yep.
fast food
Turkey
place
fast food here.
with that $20.
I could do it. You think I won't? You think I won't?
I'm just saying.
You know, take out a small loan, you know, see where that's going to be able to go. But yeah, guys, you're just now tuning in. Welcome to MomoCon 2025, the 20th anniversary here for the, I almost call it an anime convention, but this convention's more than just anime now. It is video games, it is esports, it is VTubers, it is comics, it's pop culture, it's anything you can think of, man. Because I've been seeing a lot of cosplays from all under the sun. And one of the most popular ones I've seen is Luffy from One Piece. I have seen so many Luffys out here.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
A lot of Luffys.
Yeah.
I see that hat anywhere, and I'm like, they're looking for the One Piece. I see. How many One Pieces could there be?
How many? I don't know.
I've never seen the show or watched it, read it. So
Honestly, same.
Yeah.
That's another. It's kind of like going to the vendors here. I'm like mentally preparing, 'cause since there's so many episodes, mentally preparing to watch that show.
It's cool too when you like are into something new or like you just got into something. As an example, I got into this game called Metaphor last month, and I saw a cosplay from that character for that game literally this week. I was like, oh, literally a month ago, I didn't know who that was, and now like it's a very prominent character. It's really cool to see stuff like, oh, what we got here? Are those cards? Yo, open up a pack right now. Open up a pack right now. Rip it open. Let me see that shiny. Come on. I need a 4-star, 5-star right now. Okay, so here's my theory, right? I think, what have we got? We got more? Hello? Yo, you got one for me though? Can I come over and grab one? Do you mind? Yeah? I'll be there just a second. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right there.
Oh, here he goes. Get ready. Here he's coming. He's coming. He's on his way. I feel like a racetrack announcer. And here comes Asti. Wait. I'm waiting to see him on the screen. Oh, yeah, there he goes. Okay. Oh, my gosh. Each of you have one. That's so cool. Asti, thank you. You're going to have to show that here when you get back, too. You can show it over here, hopefully up closer. I can hear him going, oh, my gosh. I think this just made his day. This just made Asti's day. Okay, he's coming back. Oh, someone else in the crowd has one for. Hi, everyone on the other side. Okay, what do we got? Oh, what are those? Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Okay. I like that. Each side has a little something.
I collected so many cards.
Uh-oh. Wait,
I literally got the full pack. I can make a deck with this. This is a meta deck I could use.
Wait, let me see.
These are so cool, bro. What the heck? Look at these. It's
Wanna
like
see
one per player from the team. They all made their own custom cards. This is so sick.
Whoa! And it's like shiny.
Yeah.
We'll have to show you guys.
Got to get the holographic one
After
eventually.
this.
Yeah, once after the match, we'll show them off.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like,
yeah.
these are so cool. Thank you guys so much for those cards, man. I'm gonna cherish them till the day I die.
Just seeing you just run by.
I had to do it, man, because what happened is someone in the audience gave me their card too. So I think there's someone on their team. So they have like
Yeah.
a 5-person team, you know.
Yeah. That was
Look
cool.
at them waving there on the screen.
Oh
like,
my God,
hello, it me.
Yeah, this is a really cool camera angle that they were able to add today. Just being able to see kind of a full scale here of the setup on stage for Splatoon.
My favorite part is the inception, right? Like if you look up at the screen up top there, you can see the screen, and it goes into the screen, and just
Wow.
goes on forever.
Wait, you're right, huh?
Yeah.
I'm all looking at it like, wait,
I'm getting dizzy.
I need to stop looking at that.
I need to drink a bottle of water or something right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
After that, I'm feeling a little woozy.
You're running around, and now you're looking at the screen inception.
I can't help it, man. I get the zoomies sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
Someday, hey, what is that supposed to mean? Why just say it like that?
What, at Riptide, you ran around the entire perimeter of,
I had energy.
of the Riptide.
We had to do it. There's no other reason why I did that. Just because I had the energy to do such a thing.
Yeah, Austin ran around the entire perimeter of the Riptide venue, so,
And I do it again.
yep.
So for this one, we got another round of redemption for Splatoon
Yes.
3. I'm actually I kind of mess with this this format, right? Where you have like all these brackets that come in. You start off with the main bracket. You get people that get knocked down into like silvers, into redemptions, and try to get back into that top 8, the top 4 right afterwards. Because until about 3 o'clock, or maybe a little bit later, depending on how these matches are going to go, that's going to be all redemption. We go immediately into top 8 for the rest of the day. So then again, all these maps are pre-selected until we get into that top 16, top 8 section. But it looks like we're finally ready to go. I love hearing that bell because you already know what time it is, guys. It's time for some Splatoon! Clam Blitz starting off aggressively.
Yes. Okay, taking a look at these comps. Okay, I did commentate, I think, one of these teams yesterday. So I'm having flashbacks here of remembering these comps. And I remember Hibiscus here. They do have that. I think they're the ones with the Dynamo Roller. Yes. Dynamo Roller, that X-Flosher too. A lot of long range here, going to be able to utilize that on the other side. Jet Squelcher, long range of their own. Octobrush, a Blob, and a Sword.
What's really cool is seeing like these fun weapons coming out, right? We got a brush coming out from the team of Hibiscus over here on the orange team. You're going to see Verda coming with some more splats, picking up some clams for the trouble. Only need 3 more to be able to connect into that power clam. Some specials ready to rock. You're going to go for the Trizuka. Can we finally find a mark? Gets it like gets a point blank against Basil. That's going to give them a pretty good opportunity to continue going on and collecting more clams. Because right now you can't really make that push until you get another kill and maybe some more clams right afterwards.
Okay, I'm having flashbacks here of remembering watching both of these teams. That's right. This is Remix. Okay, I was able to cast both of these teams. So just thinking about too the way that Remix is able to set up and they're able to utilize that Jet Squelcher and that Blob. They just sit back and keep poking, and we're going to see a lot of that happening here. But with mid very blue right now, that is Hibiscus in control of mid. Though they're really having to play careful with all this range poking at them from the other side.
Yep. All right, Remix trying to get some more ink there. Going to get caught there in the corner by a Crab Tank coming your way. Bug Slap going to come back up here and try to pick up some more clams. We've got a lot of economy here from both teams, right? 14 to 15 clams on the opposite sides. Now just about trying to find that next opportunity to get that next splat, make an opening. It's going to be coming out from Verde. Going to turn this into a 4v3. Has some specials ready to rock. A Trizuka. Going to be able to shoot some more, throwing out a bomb. Just a misplace him, exposes Vasil. Going to make them, force him to be able to hop out and get called out in the head. And see, now we got a power climb coming out from Yoko. Going to go towards the hoop.
Yoko here running at Bug Slap there on that Blob, but with Vasi jumping in, Vasi's able to really protect Bug Slap. Yoko here having to jump back to their teammate here on the left. With 2 power clams, they have a lot of clams at the ready. Lagoon, ooh, okay, so they were setting up there to push in forward. They do get one of their power clams in, but Lagoon here on this Octobrush flanks around that left side, able to take down 2 and at least put a stop to that push.
Incredible Octobrush play, right? Because what happened there is they managed to break open that hoop, but they just came in and just cleaned up shop before they get any sort of momentum right afterwards. So it's actually going to give kind of a advantage over towards Hibiscus, right? Going to be able to get that pity clam right afterwards, a free clam for your troubles, as well as adding on 10 penalty points over to Remix. Vassie is going to chill there on the wall, trying to paint up a little bit more, pick up some clams bit by bit. 90 here, we got tons of specials here ready for Remix. Going to shoot off the one, got the support coming out from the end zap. 90 getting a hold on to this for a little bit longer, try to find an opportunity to jump in there and just splat down on top of them, right? It's going to be using it as like an aggressive move.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking here too, this is so interesting. Both of these teams have that that long range support, so they're really just able to kind of just keep poking at each other. It's like kind of a similar play style that we're witnessing and getting to see throughout the set. Bugslap here up on the top of their backs area, just using that blob to rain down, poke over these ledges. They do have 2 teammates down, but they're at least trying to hold as much ground as they possibly can. Hibiscus, though, able to get a complete wipe. Do they have the clams to follow up that complete wipe? Finally, they do make it, but I don't know if it'll be in time. The members of Remix are already back here to play defense.
Now I see 90 there over on the right side with a power clam ready to rock, trying to get called out by Lagoon, going to get called out in the process. Yoko now putting on with the special, going to give him some soda for everyone to be able to push on the aggression, right? This is the time to do or die. Go into the ink, get on the center, throw it back into the hoop. They can't manage to find the next power clam. The power clam itself not close to the hoop.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of kind of stalling around here. They're constantly holding the space that they need under the Remix's like basket area, but really not quite able to push in more past that. And then they did have the clams there for a minute, but then now they're back and they don't necessarily have the clams to make something happen. So in the midst of all of that happening now, it's going to be Remix's turn to push forward and try and score in. Though in the midst of doing that, they do have 2 members go down. So now once again, as we're headed into the last 40 seconds of this, Remix here going to have to regroup
and recalibrate. It's Verde coming back in with a point-blank shot. That's going to be huge for them. Verde trying to get another cleanup. Got a little bit greedy, right? Pushing up forward by themselves to try to get a second double splat on top of that. Vassie going to pick up that pity clam, hoping for a chance opportunity to be able to jump onto the front. We got Yoke coming in with the defense, putting down the support, getting the soda for everyone to be able to get into that aggressive state. Got 2 power clams on this side of Remix. It's going to be Verde taking down one of those said clams. It's going to get picked up immediately by Lagoon. Gets the double splat in the process. Verde on a tear, disallowing Remix from being able to get any sort of momentum back to try to score at least once.
Yeah, they are just on a rampage here. They're running forward. They're going to maybe try and, as we go into overtime, trying to make a power clam and just completely score this to shut down the game. And now they have solidified winning this first game on the set versus Remix.
Yo, that was a sick first game. I'm a big fan of that, right? Hibiscus coming in clutch. We saw there were many opportunities where we saw, why aren't they just trying to build a power clam? Why aren't they just trying to score? They're clearly controlling the space, right? And then, no, they were playing defensive the whole time. Oh, what we got here? What we got here? Oh, yeah? Is that a phone? Oh, it's a phone case. Oh, it's like the phone case from like the games. Because it looks like the same type of vibe. Oh, I'm a fan of that.
Wait, we got a lot of cool stuff on stage. Oh my gosh.
My favorite thing about Lens. Oh, it's the e-amusement card. That's what it was for, like, when you go to like round 1 or something, or one of the arcades over here next door.
Ah,
okay. You play those dance games, those rhythm games. That they keep track of your data. They keep track of your high scores forever, so they know you have a D rank on your favorite song. One of my favorite things about LANs is people being able to bring in their stuff like that, right? Being able to show off their creativity with these cards, or with the e-amusement cards, or just any other like stuffed dolls or anything.
Yeah.
It's a completely different vibe than online tournaments. I love LANs to death.
Yeah, me too. And I feel like too, here at the commentator desk, usually by the end of the LAN, all of a sudden there's like a whole bunch of plushies on the commentator desk.
They multiply.
Yeah. You just come back for your next shift on the commentary desk, and suddenly there's 3 more plushies.
There's more, and now there's some cards here for them, right? I'm just gonna place them all right here. I kind of want to play some blackjack with them. You think these are all like king cards, like king and queen cards? Maybe some jacks, some face cards.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm gonna be cheating out here. Always getting 20. It's all a numbers game, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. There's that bell. You ever go to like one of those restaurants that have like a bell at the end when you like leave? You gotta ring the bell for good service.
No.
I think Taco Bell does that. They have a bell like where you can like ring it for like ring the bell if you did a good job or something. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I think of when I hear that bell. It means that we're off to the races here for game number 2.
Okay.
Rainmaker.
Yeah, game number 2. Gonna be looking. Taking a look at the comps immediately. Just the one big switch up that I see from Hibiscus is they're actually gonna be coming out with a Tetra this time. So gonna be able to play play, along with the really fast pace that Rainmaker has, hopefully with that Tetra just going to be a constant nuisance. So as both teams are in mid here, using specials, I like that both of them got specials right away.
Yeah, right. Just being able to try to build specials as fast as possible. That's kind of like the opening hand, right? You see those support players kind of go towards the side, build Ink as fast as possible. Just like Lagoon's going to get that first splat with the Octopus, trying to go for a second one. Managed to find a double. Going to get that 2-for-1 trade, turn this into a 4v3, but instead it's a 2v2 instead. Going to give Remix an opportunity to be able to get that first pickup on the Rainmaker. That first checkpoint's going to be very tricky. Bassi getting a little bit overzealous with that special. You know, Spider-Man's not coming in clutch this time around.
90 here trying to hold it down. They did a great job at holding that down. Not only were they able to use that splashdown in that close quarters, but their teammates suddenly ran up and were able to help assist them in that area. So that's a so good play, because I would have kind of panicked and probably ended up going down or running back, but they just absolutely held their ground and their teammates had their back.
Now we got the blobs coming in, right, just being able to just continuously paint. Frosty going to try to stop out everything, but unfortunately that Rainmaker is going to reset to the center of the screen, so it's going to cause Orange Remix to have to backtrack a little bit and try to break it back open. Frosty attempting a flank here from behind. I don't think they know. Oh, they did know! Lagoon on the point, recognizing the opening the map, seeing that blue ink start to appear behind them. That's going to be a second splat for them, turn this into a 4v2. Prime time to be able to pick up that Rainmaker, but they want to get some more splats in the process, try to get some more ink. That trade's going to be in their favor, right? Just continuously staggering. Another splat coming up from Verde, shutting down any sort of approach coming up. In the process, Buckstacks actually slam dunked the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Bugslap there just ran through any of that orange ink that they possibly could to able to at least get to that first checkpoint. Sometimes that first checkpoint can just really make or break a game, so I think that was a really good move. Now, because they know their teammates are already back in mid, they already have the support that they need if they just want to at least get that Rainmaker dunked.
All right, Lagoon looking for an opportunity here. Going to go for the splat. Potential sneaky shark. Going to get called out, but gets a trade in the process. One more time, Rainmaker coming out from 90. Has to back up a little bit, wait for the teammates to try to spawn back in to give them some ink to be able to play around. That ink economy is very important in this matchup, especially because you're so slow while holding this big golden fish.
Okay, 90 holding the Rainmaker. Oh, gets a double with that Rainmaker. They have to be careful. There is a brush right behind them. They're running through to get through that first checkpoint, painting for themselves as well. Lagoon finally with that Zipcaster drops down on 90. 90 did everything they possibly could to try and get to that first checkpoint, but not quite able to.
When you're all alone in that back alley by yourself holding the Rainmaker to the valuable thing and you get jumped immediately, that's exactly what was happening, right? Their teammates were all down for the count, so they couldn't be able to do this. They just went for the Hail Mary push, put into 66 points remaining with 2 minutes left on the clock. Got two specials here from Remix. Going to let one of them rip before they go down for the splat. Unfortunately, not going to get too much mileage off of it, right? Only 2 people left alive here for Team Hibiscus. Going to try to wait for this regroup while we see the orange team just pushed up little by little. Frosty going overzealous to try to get some ink there on the process. Going to turn this into a 1v3 situation. Unfortunately, not enough to get towards that Rainmaker. And I think if Remix is playing this smart, right, they're just going to kind of leave the Rainmaker right there.
Yeah, you see Purple there, instead of opting to let the Rainmaker reset, they do go ahead and grab the Rainmaker. And with 2 members down on their side, the Rainmaker is essentially going to be kind of stuck here in mid and reset. Luckily for them, though, they have Lagoon there backing them up, able to kind of guard them as best as they can. Bassi there jumps in to help their teammate, too. So kind of a bloodbath happening here as each team is really trying to get the upper hand in mid. The Rainmaker, once again, even though it didn't actually reset in mid, it's really just in mid here, just waiting for one team or the other to grab it.
Yeah, and after that path, they're going to smell a little cleaner for this next push, right? Oh no, just getting the splat right before that checkpoint, and they also had the special come out. That's going to be a wipeout coming out. Remix, the last player alive, Bugslap, just holding down the fort. 7 people down in that war of attrition, and now we're picking it right back up for yet another push. Gets down yet one more time. At this point, Hibiscus needs to make a power play. They got to break that first checkpoint and then pick it up again for just one singular point.
Yeah, seems like they're constantly kind of having a hard time keeping the paint on the board, considering the paint coming out from Remix. They're just really making sure that there's all that orange paint on the board. Finally, though, 90 grabs the Rainmaker again. Ooh, and I thought they were going to be able to get a path through there, but Purple here is guarding this area so well with this Rapid Blaster. Their teammates here finally able to come help support them, but with that Rapid Blaster, they held that right side down by themselves pretty good.
Holding it down like everything's on the line. Another big splat coming out from Remix. Hibiscus, this looks like a show of us. Wait a second, Frosty. Oh, good evasion coming out from Vizzle. I didn't even see what happened there, but unfortunately they got splat in the process, and that's going to give Remix a fantastic win for that game number 2. I'm sorry, Remix. That's going to be a tied-up game, 1-1.
Yeah, yeah, that was, and I feel like so that score just constantly was at, what was it, 60 and 66, like throughout that whole time. So
Yes.
it was a really back and forth game. A lot of, you know, I felt like though Remix did do a really good job at keeping a lot of paint on the map itself. So in turn, Hibiscus really didn't have room to move around.
I just can't get over that big finale, right? We saw the player come in with their special, just splat it down on top of everyone. You saw the jump at a dodge from the Remix player, Vasi, who managed to avoid it with the iframes from the squid jump, and then came back in and got the splat, securing their victory. Fantastic play coming out from Vasi.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And whew, man, that was very chaotic, but in a great way. I enjoyed watching that. And then that too. So now with the score tied up, I'm wondering, and we'll see once we go into this third game, is Remix really trying to have they figured out? Okay, we need to do this a little bit differently if we want to make sure that we know what to do against Hibiscus. They're starting to get that download on, and as we head into this third game, we'll have to see if that continues.
Honestly, it was just a great game of defense. Like you saw, again, it was like you said prior, it was a 60 for 66 game, and that was just because Remix was just not allowing Hibiscus to be able to break that first checkpoint. They guarded it with their lives. They were like the tanks of the game.
Yeah, even just that Rapid Blaster was like just holding down that right area by themselves. Being able to utilize the range of the Rapid Blaster is so good there, and we saw that happen. But okay, we're headed into the third game, going to be going to splat zones this time, and with the score tied up, I mean, anything can happen.
And Bug Slap going in, keeping their same weapons here. Oh, got the Wall Lover ready to rock here. Jump into this next game. Here we go. Again, this is the thing I'm talking about, right? You see some players kind of go off to the side a bit just to get some extra inkage, so they have a special ready to rock at the very beginning, because a lot of the sodas that come out from both teams are really good. That's going to be 90 going down right at the start here for splat zones.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize the Octobrush had that type of range, able to just sit here on that bottom level and look up and just get a splat just like that. Lagoon here taking down another member of Hibiscus here. So it seems like, man, Octobrush is doing great on this, and with them getting those picks as well, so that means Remix is now in control of the zone, and they're continuing to count down points.
Looking stealthy in the process, right? Going all through the ink, not going to be able to get called out by anyone just yet. They're coming back over here towards the center of the screen. Remix holding down the fort on both of these zones here. Yet to get any penalty points in the process, as half the score has been decimated, and that's 3 people down on Hibiscus' side. There's Verdi, the final one, and the wipeout coming out from Lagoon. Getting so many picks with that Octobrush, and again, that range you've been talking about. Whenever they get the high ground, it goes even further. Now they're pushing up super far to keep them back away from the zone. Hey, even if they get all wiped out at this point, they're super far away from the center. They can't really do much about it. Lagoon trying to find a spot there as Poke moving forward bit by bit. They got to do something. They got to hold forward at this point. I think it's going to be a little bit too late for going for a dash, but unfortunately all their shots got called out by the wall, and Remix gets a shutdown victory for game number 3 and takes the lead.
Oh my gosh, I just wanted to shout out to Lagoon there, because right at the end there was about 22 points remaining, and they used that zip caster in Hibiscus' spawn, and that just completely like shut down any momentum that Hibiscus could have to get to the zone. Everyone on Hibiscus had to stop and look at that zip caster instead of trying to focus on getting the zone.
Yeah, literally, if I was on the other team, that would have shattered my mentality, right? It was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they brought that. It was just so close the first 2 games, and that way we just kind of like held down the fort there. Lagoon, definitely one of the MVPs of that game, because like just going in there, pushing up over and over, keeping the enemy team at bay, and just keeping the fight away from the zones themselves is like such a smart way, because even if you get splat, you're like, when you get splat, the enemy goes everywhere. So if you get splat near the zone, that's giving them a bonus. But if your fight is in their zone and they get splat, it doesn't matter. I'll just come right back towards the center. It doesn't matter that you get this splat against me. The zones is what matter.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up, too. They were doing a really good job at keeping it ahead of the zone on the other team's side instead of on the actual zone itself, and that would allow more paint on the zone for the other team to take that. So great usage of that. And it seemed like once they were able to just, the entirety of Remix were able to set up and support the aggressive playstyle from Lagoon, keep the paint on the map, just try and assist from far away with specials and the main weapons. That was really what helped them have that really dominant win.
Yeah. I think something you always got to think about with team games like this, right, is that you got to like think about the team morale. I think team morale is super important in a tournament match. Like if you lose a game, you lose 2 games in a row, and you already had the lead, you got to like learn how to shake that off, and also learn how to like help your teammates shake that off too. Say, hey man, it's okay. We lost 2 games. Let's just win the next 2, and that's going to be the game, right? You can't let that bring you down. And you got to be able to. You need that heart player in your team to be able to try to help out everyone. So let's jump into game number 4, Rissa.
All right, jumping into game number 4 this time. Okay, so I was going to say, okay, taking a look at these comps, but immediately here on the side of Hibiscus, we're seeing some big weapon switch-ups. We're seeing an Explosher, a Forge, and a Luna coming out. So really, really big weapon switch-ups. I'm really curious as we move into this, if this is going to be for this map in particular, or they're thinking these weapons will be good against Remix here. So as we head into this, let's go ahead and see what happens.
Okay, again, Basti going to get called out there by Frosty. Going to give them the opportunity to go for that first checkpoint, breaking it open. Here we go. First checkpoint has been decimated. Pretty easy checkpoint to catch on this map, but the second one's one of the ones that's kind of a little bit more difficult to be able to get that. It's 90 going to continuously shoot off this bucket there on the right side, trying to just play the defensive support, right? Just continuously throwing down Ink. Frosty with another pick for themselves. They're going to kind of back up, wait to see where the other player is going to be going. Sees Bug Slap here. Opportunity to sneak up, but Bug Slap catches you off guard. That was your surprise attack, and it failed.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you think, I can rush this weapon. I got this. And then they just, like that, all of a sudden they have the upper hand there. Okay, Verde now coming out this time with the Zipcaster, able to take down 2 members of the other team with that. They said, hey, guess what? I can use a Zipcaster too.
It's so sad to see Verde just getting the double splat right there, just dominating the other team, and all of a sudden all their teammates went down, and that's going to be a gigantic wipeout for Remix. They're going to push towards that second checkpoint, taking the lead in the process. Lagoon desperately trying to find some ways here. The back line finds a big pick there on 90 before going back to home base. He tries to go back onto the tower, only a 2v3 now. They're going to have to give up some space here. Not go for the fight when you're outnumbered a little bit. So they're going to back up, try to build up some special, get some more ink in the pocket, and come back for yet another fight. But here comes a Booyah Bomb. If it wasn't enough to try to get you out of there, that's going to be the ring in the bell. Try to go for that push. Got 2 people going down. A big fight coming out here. Lagoon going to be able to get that point blank. Going that close to an Octo Brush just spells disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then what happened there, Austin?
Verde just kind of struggled to get on that wall there. I hate it. Happens to me all the time, man.
Yeah.
And another mine coming out on top of Verde. Lagoon, come on. Coming back in here for yet another play, throwing out some mines in the process.
All right, taking a look. I mean, so much. I feel like just constantly, you know, I'm getting ready to talk about one person, and then there's just, they go down, but then this other person goes down. It's a lot of back and forth happening. This is a very, very aggressive on both sides match here. Both teams are really just diving into this. Finally, it looks like Remix is going to get essentially a complete wipe here onto Hibiscus, so this could finally be the moment that they need to make something happen for themselves. I mean, they already do have the lead, and that lead right there got so close for Hibiscus. They almost had it as we look at the score. It's only a point off.
I legitimately believe Hibiscus' next checkpoint is probably going to dominate this game, right? This next checkpoint is going to be very important. Lagoon jumping all over the place, dancing around Yoko for getting that next splat. Vasi doing the exact same thing. Zipcasters galore. Going to go down in the process, keeping that tower, trying to break it here. Here we go. Booyah Bomb coming out. Yes, sir. Going to be able to stop to break that just in the time. They try to go for it one more time. Desperately want to break that checkpoint, but it's going to reset here if they don't do anything right. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Frosty here hops on the tower, is going to try and paint up while they are riding the tower. And Verde, really great job at utilizing that upper bridge to just poke at and get picks with that Luna Blaster. And Verde, once again, up in that Zipcaster, trying to create some space for their team to be able to push the tower. They are so close to getting the lead. Those points are just absolutely in their grasp. But with now another complete wipe onto Hibiscus. Man, this is giving a lot of time for... this is giving a lot of time for Remix to be able to create space for themselves.
Yeah, it's very important here that Remix try to get this one more time. You're shooting off the whale. Here we go. Going to force them to kind of displace themselves as Frosty looking for that next opportunity to go for the tower, trying to play it safe here from the back line. Desperately trying to find that next opportunity to get some more ink painted here on the process. Tries to get the splat, but Purple had the better aim and the high ground. Going to give them a huge advantage with this push, a 3v2 opportunity. Lagoon going in super deep to try to chase after 90, trying to get an easy little splat, or at least push him back as Lagoon goes for another one against the likes of Yoko. One more time, goes to splat, and he's going to go back towards the home base. tries to get the splat against and does go down from 90 with the whale in the process, just creating more and more space for Remix. They need something, and they need something now to stop this.
They do. They need to not only stop this push that's happening, but they also need to get a push in for themselves. 20 seconds do remain of this match, and the map is so orange right now. Remix has so much map control, so it's going to be very difficult for Hibiscus to even get a push in for themselves.
Tyra going all the way back to the center. This is the do or die moment. 10 seconds left on the clock. Verdi going down. That's going to be huge. A 4v3. They can push this if they so want to, right? Just going in there. Tons of it. That's going to be 2 splats for Hibiscus. Gets 3. That's going to be Remix having to catch the last person on there. That's going to be Remix taking down the victory for game number 3. 3 games in a row and taking the set and moving on through that redemption bracket.
Wow, great showing there from Remix. Great adaptations, it felt like, too. Even though Hibiscus was trying to, switch up their comps a little bit to try and make something happen as that set went on, Remix was able to really adapt to the play styles that were coming out. So great job on them. And now, man, they are moving on through that bracket.
Moving on. That's the name of today's game. We're just trying to figure out who's going to get into that top 8 spot today, right? All these redemption brackets going on, tons of Swiss brackets as well on top of that. So you're going to be playing more than just one team to see who's going to be able to make it into that fabled top 8. Because once it becomes double elimination or single elimination, that's when it gets really scary, right? Because you no longer have those free games anymore, those free sets. Everything's on the line, and trying to stay in the winners for as long as possible is going to be one of the most important things you can do for Splatoon 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This bracket. It's a lot of pressure in this bracket if you want to try and stay in the competition itself. The silver bracket, it's a separate bracket of its own. Once you get there, you can, go. If you lose in the silver bracket, you can still go down into the loser side of the silver bracket. But this bracket is just high stakes. You want to win this bracket to continue on to final cut later on today.
It's called redemption for a reason, folks. Trying to get back up there. And you guys are just now tuning in. Welcome to MomoCon 2025, 20th anniversary for Splatoon 3 action. Second year for Splatoon 3, making it here towards MomoCon, brought to you by so many of our sponsors, but one of the most prominent ones, OmoCat, coming in hot. We also got the 404 Esports, Geek Round, Warzone events, all sorts of sponsors coming in to make sure that we can actually have this event happen on the main stage. $1,000 prize pool bonus for the prize as well. So the first place is going to be taking home a clean $600. Clean $600. Look at this. Not just the cards. Beautiful. This is my SSR right here. I won this in a gacha, right? Got that. This one right here, I'm making a deck. I'm making a deck right now with this. It's got the fire energy because that team was hot fire the entire time. So I'm going to be able to put a Charizard with that later on. That's how it works, right?
That's how it works, exactly.
The Charizard EX with the Hibiscus, or the Remix team.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
How's it going, guys? Welcome. Hope you guys have been having a blast here at MomoCon. For those in the audience that can hear us live, hope you guys have been having fun going to all sorts of panels through here at the convention, whether it's like the Dami Mommy panel or if it's the arcade panel right over there on the side. There's so many fun panels that you can go to. I know they're having some big Final Fantasy meetup happening there today. I remember hearing about that. So
cool.
I might have to go check that out. I want to see the Splatoon meetups. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to see where the Inklings are,
Yeah, same. Actually, last year they had, they were trying to make it was the world record, I think, for the most people in Spider-Man outfits. And there was an empty hall here, and they literally had it just full of Spider-Man. And I'm curious if they're doing that again this year. I need to go look into that because it was so funny to watch.
So I need a catch up on this. Is it Spider-Mans or Spider-Men? Because there's usually just the one. But I guess with all the multiverse movies now, with so many Spider-Men out there, I guess Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. So many Spider-Man. So many people have been bit by the spider. They get their superpowers, So.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it with the Zipcasters, right? So many of those people just flying by like they were one of the several Spider-Men trying to enter that contest. But yeah, it's really cool to see tournaments like that try to break Guinness World Records. So
yeah, there's something for everyone here. Like you said, Final Fantasy, there's the arcades, there's here video game stuff happening, there's Spider-Man meetups. It's just anything you can think of in terms of video games. It's just happening. Everything's here. I'm
trying to play some rhythm games after this.
Oh yeah?
Yes. I'm trying to not even DDR, not even the standard rhythm games. I want to play one of those freeform dance games, We have the ones where you can slide your feet on the ground. What's that game called? Star or something? But you slide on there like you're shuffling. I can't shuffle. I can truffle shuffle, but I can't do the normal shuffle.
What's the truffle shuffle?
You don't know the truffle shuffle? I can't do it on camera, unfortunately. It would probably get us knocked down from the stream. But just know, it involves waving the stomach, you know?
Oh, okay.
You do the truffle shuffle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that one.
Oh, yeah?
I can do the worm. I can't do the shuffle. I gotta learn the shuffle. I think I need different secrets for that. I gotta get some tips from MJ. That's what I need.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, Spider-Man's girlfriend.
Yeah.
It all comes full circle.
Now we're just going to try and talk about Spider-Man throughout this.
The entire time.
Yeah.
Yo, speaking of Marvel, I've been seeing a lot of cosplays from Marvel here today. I saw Captain
Yes.
America earlier with Captain Britain. They're side by side.
Yeah.
So it's like,
oh, that's cool.
yeah, really cool thing to see there. I saw people selling like the Wolverine claws and like the Captain America shield. Like there was a lot of cool stuff just like in the stores. Again, not just limited to like one central demographic. They're just trying to appeal to nerds.
Yeah.
To dorks like me.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. Nerd has been such a different term here in the year 2025 compared to what it did like in 1998, you know? I feel like nerd is like pop now. Like it's like popular to be nerdy.
It's like cool now.
Yeah. I was a nerd back when it wasn't cool, you know? Like just saying, like I'm not trying to be a hipster, but like it was cool to be a nerd always. It was always cool. Just make sure to shower.
Yeah.
Please.
Shower,
wear some
deodorant.
deodorant. I did walk by a couple booths where I was like, oh, I see.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. The one thing I do like about the Splatoon community is they're all very clean. For
They
the
are.
most part. For the
yeah.
most part.
I agree.
Is that Fusion?
It is.
I didn't even recognize them.
Oh my
Oh, is
gosh.
that the Pokemon cosplay?
Yeah.
Her name's on the tip of my tongue. I know who that is. I know
oh my
who
gosh,
that is.
you look so cute.
I know who
Fusion.
that is. It's one of the Elite Four members from Violet Scarlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wear like the tie and stuff. Yeah, shout out to Fusion. We also got Bronze, Pincher, Glitch, Cactus. Is that Kermit the Frog?
What? I thought the Kermit was retired. I was not expecting
never.
this.
The Kermit is never retired. The Kermit lives forever in our hearts. Oh, I salute you, Kermit. I salute you.
We might need Kermit to come back here after this.
Honestly, I'm about to just take the headset back. If this headset was wireless, bro, I would have gone out there, done an interview real quick with Kermit the Frog. One of my dreams come true. That's my favorite thing about Cactus. Cactus has one of the best Kermit the Frog's impressions I've ever heard.
I know.
Remember the first time I ever met him, I heard the Kermit the Frog impression first.
Yeah.
That was like my first impression of Cactus. Like, oh, okay, you're just actually Kermit.
No, I think that was mine too, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you do your Kermit impression right now? For the audience at home?
You do it first.
No, see, I don't got one.
I don't really have one either.
Rissa's being bashful. She was telling me all before this cast that she loves impersonating.
Okay, I
Kermit
didn't
the Frog.
want to tell everyone.
You didn't want to tell everyone,
but
yeah. But I didn't want to put you on the spot. But I'm putting the
Yeah.
spotlight on you, so. Hey guys, my name's Kermit the Frog. Oh my god, that was awful.
Kermit the Frog here.
Kermit. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
We
Please,
tried.
I hope Cactus didn't hear that. That was abysmal. Absolute. Look at that little squishy right there.
Aw.
Little guy. That's from Splatoon, right?
Yes, I think. Don't quote me on that.
I'm quoting you. I'm quoting you and copywriting it, branding it, selling it at stores. You know the vibes. We got Daybreak, Swag, Tacos, and Devade over here on the other side of things. And oh, they got
It's
a little
toothless.
Yeah, it's a little toothless. Have you seen the toothless statue?
No.
There's a store where there's a gigantic toothless
Oh my
statue
gosh.
that animates. So like if you go up to it, if you put, we learned the
What?
secret. If you put your hand on its nose, it closes its eyes and purrs.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and we did a photo. Here, I'll show you like a photo later on.
Okay.
But we did a photo shoot earlier.
Oh my
and it was like
gosh.
it's so cute. I love Toothless. I'm not a fan of live action remakes for like everything.
Yeah.
But this is like the one thing I kind of am excited for because it does look good.
Oh, it does. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing the picture right now for those watching.
It's
so
so
cute.
cute. I love Toothless.
Yeah, actually, the live action, I saw a trailer because I went to see Sinners the other day, and I saw a trailer for that, and I was like, wait, that actually looks really good.
Right, like the graphics look like intense.
Yeah.
It looks like it's like trying to pay homage to what it like used to, which is weird because like I kind of don't want to see Lilo and Stitch like at all.
Me
Like,
neither.
I feel like Disney's just kind of like tapped out on that one.
Yeah, they're just trying to get easy money.
Easy money, just like we're gonna see easy money from this next set. You know, some teams looking for a 3-0. So one of these teams we could talk about is Waffle House Fight Club. That's gonna be the side of like Cactus, Bronze, Fusion, as well as Pincher. Yes, so these are the 4 players that are coming up here. I saw them play yesterday when we were in the middle of like pools, right? And they had some very close sets. It was a 3-0, but it was close though. Like I'm telling you, every game came down to the wire.
Dang.
So now they're here in Redemption trying to get said Redemption to get back on that bracket and try to get a rematch.
Yeah, they're going to be a really, really strong team considering that I know all these players individually, they're all really strong individual players.
Yes. Bronze won MomoCon last year.
Yes, yes. So we'll see here. We're going to be headed actually right into the first match, Rainmaker on Humpback Home Track. And as we go into this first match, we're going to take a look at what these teams are going to be playing and start getting familiar with these comps.
We got Humpback coming up here for this next map here. Like you said, it's off to the races. We're going to go for that ink coloring immediately, trying to get that first splat. Pro Cactus already up there in the fact. They just kind of understood that they were kind of inked out, right? Like, okay, they have more ink than us. Let's just give it to them and go back into the fight, into the fray. Pitcher has an opportunity, can't get that splat. Finally, all 3 of them going down in the process. So much swag, swagging it out as they're going to pick up that first opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Waffle House Fight Club that's going to be able to do the work there and pick it up. Waffle House Fight Club breaking that first checkpoint.
Yeah, now they have grabbed the Rainmaker again. Bronze is making sure that they are on top of holding that Rainmaker, pushing it forward. The members of So Much Swag, though, are back in their spawn. They're trying to hold the space that they can to play the defense for this. But look at this patience coming out from Bronze and Waffle House Fight Club in general. They're really playing the patient game to just maybe even try to get a complete KO here.
Swaggleton gonna get some more splats in the process, has a special ready to rock, gonna let it rock immediately, push it back in the process. Pitcher still alive there, gets a pick, try to get a second one on top of that, but Swaggleton's gonna deny it immediately and give an opportunity for So Much Swag to come back into the fray.
Yeah, Swaggleton there, you can see them running down, trying to get some blue paint onto mid. Not necessarily maybe the best weapon to get that paint on the board, but they are at least trying to create some space to make something happen for their team. And now it's looking like, okay, So Much Swag here, utilizing this crab to get 2 members down. Div 8 here, doing a great job at doing that, and they are coolered up as well. So as Daybreak grabs the Rainmaker, finally, So Much Swag is going to try and get a push.
Oh, and Cactus gets a double in the process, but then Special comes right back down on top of that. That's just going to be a bloody mess from everyone. It's going to come right back into the thick of things. Fusion looking for the next opportunity. Has a bubble to try to play a little bit defensive here. Play inside the bubble. Going to be protected ever so slightly. They're trying to get that final little bit of a push, right? Things are looking a little bleak here for So Much Swag, but they can try to pull something out, right? They got 3 minutes left.
They do have 3 minutes remaining. And considering that they were able to get a semi-push set up there, they're really just trying to get their footing, trying to figure out how they need to play against Waffle House Fight Club. So there's definitely the potential for them to make something happen.
Taco's trying to get a splat between a 1v1 between them and Fusion. Bronze, meanwhile, over here going for another Ink. Div hanging out in the bubble. All 3 of them are in there, right? Perfect opportunity for them to be able to build up enough special to get the soda for everyone to be able to get that next push. Daybreak gonna be able to pick that up, get Cactus down in the process. This is the time to go for the push. Let's see what So Much Swag has got to be able to push up here.
Okay, so much swag here with Daybreak. Holding that Rainmaker is trying to hold this right side as much as they possibly can. That way they can wait for their teammates' support. With 2 members down on the side of Waffle House Fight Club, they're doing a really good job at keeping the patience alive. They just need to slowly inch up, and they're doing exactly that here. Daybreak diving and weaving here, trying to get more points on the board. They're really, really close here. Almost got that, but was finally called out.
They had an opportunity there for a 4v3 situation. They pushed up to 19 points. I mean, that alleyway is basically the Gotham alleyway where Bruce Wayne's parents were born, right? Or were murdered in cold blood, right? It's just such a difficult alleyway to get through because there's just so many shots coming out from everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that from both sides here as each team has really, really good points so far. So each team was really just trying to play that patient game because since it is right on the other team's spawn, the other team is able to just hop right back into the action. So you really have to play that game carefully in this alleyway.
Oh no, the mine right behind Bronze going to be able to catch with the splat bomb. Going to stop that Rainmaker in its tracks, going for yet another push here with a minute left on the clock. Trying to see that next opportunity for Waffle House Fight Club to just try to end this right here and now. But again, this is the alleyway I was talking about. A very difficult alleyway to try to push through, especially when you're kind of like doing this 1v1 here. Pincher manages to find the mark for that. They're just going to go for the push just to keep the Rainmaker in bounds, right? right at this point, Waffle House Fight Club does not have to end this game. They don't have to knock it out. They just have to prevent the other team from keep moving the Remaker over to their side.
Yeah, good point to bring up. They have a really, really strong lead here, and with so much swag, having to get their score all the way down to 7. Great point to bring up that Waffle House Fight Club really just needs to constantly play defense. They don't necessarily need to get a push in, and as we go into the last 30 seconds, each team does have 1 member down. So right now, I'm guessing both of these teams are really just going to be trying to get their specials for whether they want to get a big push in or they're going to be playing defense.
All right, Bronze coming up with some more inkage going on. 15 seconds on the clock. If So Much Swag has got to open up that right now. They're trying to. They managed to bust it open. Now they got to go for the pickup, but unfortunately, Waffle House Fight Club's got some soda in their midst. That's going to be 1 splat down. They only got 3 people alive, 2 people alive in the process, but managed to catch someone with the Rainmaker. Crab battle going down in the process. Only 1 player left alive. They're all starting to swarm on Daybreak, but there's an opportunity for them to be able to go for the push. Gets called out by yet another shot, and that's going to be Waffle House Fight Club winning that last game by the so narrowly at the end.
Yeah, that was really, really close. Like, Daybreak was doing a great job, but not only when they got that big push holding the Rainmaker, but also there at the end trying to make something happen. And there was just kind of a point there where they had to really think about if they needed to, rush forward and try and run the points through all the specials and everything happening at them, or if they wanted to try and play patiently and wait for their team, but that might have backfired as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just that map in a nutshell, right? Like, I feel like it's very easy to bust open that first checkpoint, and then after trying to finish it, trying to knock it out at the end, it's so difficult. That narrow hallway is just a death machine.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of times, too, you kind of really just have to, rely on your specials and play through them through that hallway just because you have to play so patiently. It's not one of those areas of a map where you can just run through and, be crazy aggressive and get plays like that. The other team can just have that high ground above you in their spawn and just poke at you and be like, oh, hi.
Just poke, like, do something.
Yeah.
Get up. Please. I beg. I want to play a match. Let's see what we're going to have for our map number 2. Again, one of my favorite things about the pre-selected maps is that we get a wide variety of game modes and game maps, right? I feel like when we get down to the counter picks, people just have their favorites. And is that a Wassire? Am I saying that right? Wassire? Pokemon?
You would know better than me. You're more Pokemon.
Yeah, you're right.
You're more Pokemon
It's
person
not
than
meta
me.
in Pocket, bro. That card is not that good, unfortunately. But it is a very cute Pokemon,
It
gotta
is.
say. It's not built to scale. That is the size of a whale. So got to be able to keep that up. That is one of that trainer's defining Pokemon. All right. Starting to get ready here. There's the bell for game number 2. MomoCon 2025.
All right. I mean, that first match, it was pretty back and forth considering it was the first match where each team was really getting their footing, trying to figure out how to play against each other. So now each of these teams knows what's coming, what this play style the other team has, what weapons they're going to be playing, though. Looking at these comps as we're headed to Splat Zone's Mahi Daybreak, switching over to a pencil. Okay, big weapon switch up there. And actually on the other side, I think Bronze switched to pencil too.
Trying to match the heat of Atlanta, Georgia with this heat here on Mahi. Going to get called out there by Swaggle. His pitcher's going to go for a lot of ink coverage here for the Splat Zones. Here comes the Whale, going to force them out of dodge and also kind of expose their position, right? Taco's trying to move back and forth, swimming back and forth, but Pinch is going to be able to call them out.
Yeah, both teams here really trying to get the upper hand as we see specials coming out from each side with 1 member on So Much Swag going down 2 members now. This is a great spot for Waffle House Fight Club to be able to decide, okay, they're going to let the water level drop, and now they need to decide, okay, do we want to play defense or play defense of the zone under these ledges? Do we want to push up more and be even more aggressive? It looks like they're going for the latter option here and just staying in the zone, waiting for the other team to get their specials to push in.
Ooh, big pick coming out from Fusion. Going to get that blaster against the player hiding behind the wall. As Div 8 coming out here, going to look like a Div 1 player with that big headshot right on top of them. Close quarters combat gets another end of their troubles. These dualies putting in a lot of work as we slip and slide towards victory.
Yeah, they did a great job at allowing their teammates to come and play, rolling around, being aggressive, and just doing exactly what dualies do, and that allowed their teammates to come on around them, paint the zone, and now it is So Much Swag who does have control of the zone. However, they do have 2 members down, but look at Daybreak and Swaggleton. They're doing a great job at holding down the fort here in mid. They get jump-ins as well, so their teammates are right back here in the action to play defense. Coolered up as well, so even if they go down, as all these specials come out from Waffle House Fight Club, they're going to be able to jump back once again into the action as they're still in control of the zone.
Yeah, controlling this zone pretty dominantly right now. They continue to go for the push. Pitcher manages to find that big spot, but unfortunately was caught in a 1v3 situation. Taco's going to back up while they just continue to hold on to this Ink. Very close to be able to take over that lead, and they managed to do so. And now they're putting themselves in a very good spot, and Waffle House needs to take it right here, right now, because there's 0 penalty points right now for So Much Swag.
Yeah, So Much Swag, able to completely turn this around. Right now, if you're Waffle House Fan Club, or sorry, Fight Club, what do you do here? You're trying to do everything you possibly can. There's only 10 points remaining. You see Pincher here running around the left side, uses that whale, is able to at least push out the other team and tries to paint over that, but not quite able to. What a turn of events here. So Much Swag taking this game 2, tying up the score, and doing a great job once they got their momentum going.
Dude, no way it ended like that. You saw an opportunity. That was a 4v3. They popped their whale too just to push them out of the way. And while the whale was going off, like, okay, this is a perfect opportunity to paint down the splat zones. And they just could not out-ink them. That was a fantastic gameplay moment coming out from the other team. So Devade, Taco, Swag, and Daybreak really bringing it alive. There's also that moment that I really enjoyed in that previous game that Daybreak did, was play the anchor there for a little bit, right? There was an opportunity where like all 3 of the teammates for Daybreak jumped towards them to try to like, okay, we're all back here. We can go for this next push. It's a really clutch thing you got to think about, because I feel like we don't shine enough light on our anchor players, you know?
Yeah, totally.
The anchor, they're called the anchor for a reason.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, because I feel like that game in particular got really successful for So Much Swag because they were able to just keep jumping right back in the action. They were constantly coolered as well, so when you're coolered, you're able to respawn even faster and jump back in even faster. So knowing that you have that safety of an anchor that you know that you can count on, like Daybreak, really comes into play like we just saw in that game.
Okay, again, going back into that lobby, making sure we got our weapons selected for this next map in this race to 3, right? Still just 1-1. Gonna see what we're gonna bring towards the table for game number 3. I see Kermit taking a little bit of a break there. Saw that last game and was like, that was I am too nervous, bro. That was looking like a Knicks versus Celtics game for a second. So we just gotta chill back over here for a second, wait it out, and wait for this next one to come up, because here come the Pacers, bro. Game number 3.
Okay, game number 3. Let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of weapons. No major switch-ups, I believe, that I can see here. And we're actually going to be going to tower control. And okay, let's go ahead and see what happens.
Okay, diving right into the things. Everyone's just running immediately towards the tower, spreading out a little bit, trying to see who can be able to get this pick. That's going to be first coming out from Fusion with that first blood, right? Fantastic opportunity. Tries to get a second pick, gets it against Daybreak. Fusion on a tear, gets 3 for their trouble. Fusion carrying this team at the very start of this map. Going to give them at least that first checkpoint, right? There's no way they don't break that first checkpoint after such a fantastic play.
Right, absolutely. Ooh, Fusion uses the bubble too, so adding that extra layer of security with that bubble. The other team has to break through that bubble if they want to get to stopping the tower. Man, what a good map to use Blaster on, as we're seeing Fusion do exactly the things that Blaster does on this map.
I mean, there's so many walls, right? So you can just easily catch so many people off guard by the sudden, like, jump scare. It's like a Freddy Fazbear shotgun coming at your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Waffle House Fight Club, they were able to get the tower to 47, but finally So Much Swag here. When they came out of their spawn, getting ready to play defense and that bubble was up, they had to really quick get their specials ready to try and at least stop the tower. They're finally able to do that, finally able to get some footing in mid, get some paint on the ground. There's those tri-strikes to help them create space here on the left side, and now it's going to be their turn to get through this first checkpoint.
As Swaggleton swimming again, trying to push up a little bit here for Blue Team. Again, that first checkpoint going to go down pretty easily. Daybreak's going to chill here on the tower, throw out the soda just in time before getting splatted. So it is a 2v4, but we are going to see some players respawn a little bit faster in the process. Fusion going to get called out by the smackdown of the Sentry. Looking like a WWE moment as Tacos, again, swimming back and forth there on the tower before getting called out by Pro Cactus. Div going to come back right into the thick of things before getting called out themselves. I think this push is now done for.
Yeah, but Taco, man, they were just juggling that tower, trying to stay alive as best as they possibly could, and it paid off so well for them. The lead switching over to so much swag, and now just an absolute bloodbath in mid as both teams have their scores so close, with the lead just swapping to now it's Waffle House Flight Club who needs to now in turn get the lead. But right now, look at this defense coming out from so much swag. They have mid set up, they're coolered up as well. They're getting that blue paint on the board.
Soda's ready to rock here. Is going to start to push in. Bronze looking for that next opportunity. They're going to be able to just cause the opponents to be able to jump towards home base, right? So much flag. Going to go for a recoup moment, try to build up some meter here before coming back into the thick of things, right? Players starting to build them up bit by bit. It looks like one player is going to go down on the side of so much swag. Going to lose the tower in the process of Daybreak trying to find that shot from a distance. Whaler coming out. Unfortunately, could not catch the slippery Div 8 with the dualies.
Yeah, and as we're watching too, man, the tower, it is so close to being pushed to the lead, switching over for Waffle House Fight Club. But Fusion continuing to do exactly what you want to be doing with a blaster on this map. Oh, gets called out by their bubble as someone from the other team just throws a bomb on that shield, and that in turn goes ahead and splats Fusion. But man, both teams, I cannot say this enough, this score is so close, and it's really, really scrappy right now. A lot of just back and forth team fights happening.
Yeah, team fights happening all over the place. Specials being thrown left and right from both teams as both players are looking very almost dead even, right? 40 to 47, second checkpoint still back up and about. Is going to come back into the next fray. Swaggleton going to get that first pick. Gets called out in the process. It's almost like a domino effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a domino effect from both sides too. It's like, okay, one member goes down, but then someone else goes down from the other team, and then someone else goes down from the other team. It's just so back and forth right now. Really, each team is waiting for that momentum. They're trying to get in a position to get the momentum to make something happen for themselves. Now, okay, this might be that moment for so much swag. Even though they do have the lead, with the scores being so close, they're really going to want to make sure that they get their score lead even higher, because anything can happen considering how close this match has been. And
they're pushing it really far, going up to that second checkpoint. They break this. I think this might be done. It looks like they're going to be able to get it pretty free. They managed to break it open now. We're looking at Waffle House Fight Club trying to come back in. They get one splat in the process, desperately trying to find that next splat. Div 8 being so slippery, Fusion just can't find the mark. Managed to get a double in the process, shutting down that final push there. And speaking of final push, this might be the one for Waffle House Fight Club. They got to get something going here, right now.
They really do. Fusion here runs up and uses that bubble to immediately create space. Did not hesitate at all, paired with Killer Whale coming out from their teammates. So now, as Fusion's pushing up, trying to be aggressive, tries to take down Daybreak. Ooh, there's a lot of room that needs to be made up here as we're about to head into overtime. Two members go down on each team. Anything can happen. No one is able to get on the tower from Waffle House Fight Club. They try and jump in there at the last possible second, but not quite able to. So much swag able to jump back on that tower and is taking this game.
That tower was just covered in ink at the very end. You saw the specials being used left and right on top of the tower at the end, so there was really no opportunity for a Waffle House Fight Club to get back onto that tower because it was just covered in death.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. You could see they were just making sure, okay, just throw everything you possibly can at the tower.
And the kitchen sink.
Yeah, right. We will make sure that we're going to win this. And to Waffle House Fight Club, you could see they were just doing everything they could to try, and they were trying to create space fast. They were using the specials to create that space as fast as they possibly could because they knew they had a lot of ground that they needed to make up. But, and on the other side, so the other team was just really good at stopping that.
Yeah, stopped it in its tracks, and now we're coming up to a potential final game. I would love to see a Game 5 personally, but we're going to see what Waffle House is going to bring towards the table right there. Especially they had such a strong opening in that previous game. Remember when Fusion got a triple to start things off? A lot of players can kind of fumble after that, right? Especially when you get staggered like that. They kept one player alive for just a little bit before getting the splat on them. So it took them even longer to recuperate afterwards. But so much swag just kept their cool and managed to bring that back bit by bit and secure that victory. Game number 4.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It's that mental. If you're going into the game and all of a sudden 3 of your teammates are down, it's like, okay, that can easily spiral for the entire team. You need to regroup. You have the other team is taking a lot of ground that you need to recoup that entire match. But then being able to, like you say, keep their cool, that really paid out for them.
Yes. All right, keep our cool here for Clam Blitz for game number 4. Another a more kind of crazy game, which we've seen previously here before, right? Just collect all the clams you want, turn into a power clam, and try to break open that hoop with some clams to spare right afterwards. So you're going to see these players all over this map.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really, really big map. There's a lot of space that each team is going to be wanting to take in order to get a push going. And then there's also not only this large mid area, but you also have to go into the other team's side of the map and create space there as well if you want to go ahead and make something happen with 3 members. Okay, again, this is looking very reminiscent of that last match. What is that? Essentially a complete wipe onto so much swag, a fast open here from Waffle House, and they have clams to go after that as well to continue counting down their score.
Brother, we are cashing out right now. 38 points remaining on the very opener. You saw the way Fusion also moved in there to be able to have like 6 clams, be able to throw all 6 of them in at the same time. That was thanks to the whole team just managed to get those splats when they needed to, while also just controlling the clam economy.
Yeah, they did a great job at that. That's what we talked about it before. That's one of those things, okay, you can open up the basket, but you need to have that clam economy to follow up if you really want to get points on the board to really solidify your lead, and they did exactly that. That's probably one of the, that's one of the strongest leads I've seen for Clam Blitz so far this tournament.
I mean, that's something you got to have in your back pocket, right? Just being able to have that lead and be able to turn into something good. We got Swaggleton with the power clam right at the buzzer. Throws it right back in there. Well, unfortunately, we don't have too many clams to work with, but we got a lot. Not as much as what Waffle House had, but we did get some clams in there to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely. They're getting those points is going to be good for them potentially, especially considering like how they were able to recover in the last match that we saw, even though Waffle House did have a strong start and they didn't. Them at least getting those points for themselves will now allow them to have time to get more points. You can see they're doing exactly that. They have a power climb at the ready. They're trying to get this mid control. They're coolered up, so even if they go down in this mid fight, they're going to be right back in the action fast.
Got some specials on top of that, ready to rock here. Fusion gonna get called out right real quick by Daybreak. You're gonna see what they're up to. Just kind of back up, have the power clam just down because you want to save that power clam, right? You don't want to go down with that, as well as also losing all that meter in the process. Swaggleton looking for a potential opportunity, just try to like do a back off shot, like, hey, get away from this. You're going to get called out by the splat lane. Very important thing to be on the lookout for.
Oh my gosh, I'm Swaggleton with this Nautilus trying to go through all this paint. They're getting poked at by the pencil, they were getting wailed, and able to stay alive through all of that. I have such a hard time with that weapon, so that mechanics was really, really good on them. And all of that dodging and weaving has paid off because 3 members are down on Waffle House Fight Club. And now this could be, again, the opportunity for so much swag to keep their cool. They're right back in the action. They have clams at the ready themselves. So with 1 member down on Waffle House Fight Club, this could be the time that they need to get points.
There's a power climb right there for Swaggleton. They all managed to go for it, but it was a trap the whole time. Both players going down in the process. They're getting called out by Waffle House Fight Club, who's still going to maintain this lead. Right now, the map is looking a little blue, but we're trying to hang in there with this lead.
Yeah, trying to hang in here. Oh my gosh, Fusion uses that bubble, but the bubble gets immediately called out by a splashdown. That's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm going to just keep... Sometimes you just want to keep that splashdown for if there's someone who's really good with playing bubble like that and knows how to position it. Sometimes you just keep the splashdown for that moment. That can really pay off, and that's exactly what we saw there.
There are so many clams down there, and they have like 14 in their pocket on top of that. They managed to win this next battle. That could turn the tides of this game. Let's see, Waffle House can try to play defensive as much as possible while they continuously paint the ink. Wait for this next round. Here comes all the specials, right? Going to displace them, going to force them a lot of movement and not a lot of ink coming out. ProCactus calling it out to go this way. Managed to let me go for this follow. ProCactus going to get that point-blank shot against Day Cactus. This is the turnaround that Waffle needs.
Yeah, Waffle House has really not had a chance. Even though they do have the lead, they got that really, really strong push initially. They haven't necessarily had mid throughout this entire match. It feels like it's constantly been so much swag who has had this mid control, but they haven't quite been able to push. So, Waffle House. Now, once again, we're in this position. Look at this. So much swag here. Has that mid control. They have the control that they need to get a push in. They have 14 clams right now and the potential to get more. So, overtime is really, really close in our grasp. So Much Swag here, pushing up. Once again, we've been constantly in this position throughout this entire match.
Oh my goodness, Div 8 throwing that power clam there at the very end. We're going to get some more points in the process. 5 points away, 3 points away from taking home that lead. They just need one more clam, but it looks like Waffle Fanclub's going to stop it in its tracks. Div 8's the last one alive, going for that final clam. Going to go back right up there with 10 seconds on the clock. They can't make that final clam, and that's going to be Waffle House Fight Club taking that lead.
Oh my god.
Keeping that lead.
Yes, Waffle House Fight Club keeping that lead, and with So Much Swag not having a power climb there as we headed into overtime, they did have that really strong push there, but didn't have that another clam to continue overtime to try and get another push in. Whew. These have been extremely explosive games. This has been crazy. The score now tied up here. We are headed to a game 5.
Dude, just watching these games, my heart is about to jump out of my chest. I cannot imagine how the players are feeling right after a moment like that. Literally one clam away from securing victory. And you saw that opportunity, right? Where the player jumped all the way back, pick up one singular clam, run back in, but there was already 2 players from Waffle House Fight Club ready with the aim, mark, fire.
Yep.
Managed to stop it in its tracks and secure the victory to turn this into a final game of the set. Game 5.
Whew. I'm hyped. I'm
Yes,
hyped.
absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like these have just been like one team or the other just it's just been really kind of close, back and forth, you know, kind of just poking, and then all of a sudden it's just chaos ensues, and then one team just gets this huge moment of just making things happen for themselves. It's really both teams just kind of waiting to get their momentum, and it's just the score really shows it. Each of these teams, they have that same type of playing style, just waiting for that momentum that they need.
The momentum is actually what they're going to be on the lookout for here as we come into this game 5. Right, Waffle House Fight Club has the momentum, like you said, from the previous game, keeping that victory, but it's up to So Much Swag to try to like recapture that energy from games 3 and 4. Or sorry, games 2 and 3, where they managed to kind of almost shut down Waffle House in the process. It all depends on what this next map's going to be.
Yeah, it really is.
Where we're going, it's anybody's guess, but I heard the bell, and you know what that means, Rissa.
What does it mean, Austin?
It's time to get into Game 5 for Splatoon 3 here in Redemption. Rainmaker to close things out for this set. Who's moving on into the top 8 and who is going home?
Okay, taking a look at the comps here. Looks like, okay, so on the side of So Much Swag, I'm seeing actually a junior coming out this time. Taco switching over to that junior, so they're going to have a bubble now themselves. I think that's going to be really interesting, that they're going to be able to counter that bubble coming out from Fusion.
They popped that open so fast. The ink control was out of this world, but you can't do anything after the pop, right, if you don't get the splat. So that's going to be one player down on the side of Waffle House Fight Club. Prokak just trying to get that next ink. Unfortunately, got a 2v1 situation as Div 8's going to pave the way to be able to break over that first checkpoint. Even though Fusion got the splat, it was a little bit too blue. They're opting to go for the other checkpoint instead, and they managed to dunk it right in. First checkpoint down immediately for So Much Swag. Trying to break over the second Rainmaker. They might just be able to push that and keep on this train a-truckin'. Gonna wait for that next splat though.
Yeah, you can see they're coolered up. They grab the Rainmaker. They're going to try and hold this area as much as they possibly can. Okay, yeah, talk about brute force. They are rushing forward. They use that bubble. There's that splashdown as well to help them create space.
No!
Splashdown not getting anyone, even though there were multiple members of the other team there.
15 points remaining that fast. Almost a KO in the first minute. Waffle House Fight Club fighting for their lives in this Waffle House. Finally getting those splats because they're in their home base. I sure hope so. Gonna be able to open up that Rainmaker and try to bring it back over to the opposite side. But right now there's only one player left alive, and it is the one holding the Rainmaker. Bronze desperately trying to avoid getting splat, but you know it's hard when it's a 1v4 situation using a not ideal weapon.
Yeah, Bronze there just grabbing the Rainmaker to at least get it out of their spawn with this explosive playstyle from So Much Swag here immediately in this match. Bronze just knew, okay, I just need to get this Rainmaker out of my spawn because the other team can easily sneak through and grab this with the way that they're playing this. They're holding as much space as they need to.
Okay, Pincher again going for some more inkage over here on the left side. Taco's going to get a little bit exposed, but now we're seeing a 1v1 situation. It's going to be Fusion coming out on top. Has a special ready to rock. They want to be able to throw down a protective barrier. Not enough time to be able to get it out because it's going to take you a little bit of time, a couple seconds to be able to get that out, right? When you're in a 1v2 situation, you just don't have that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. You need those opportunities if you want to make something happen. Rainmaker here, it was kind of in mid already, but is going to go ahead and actually properly reset here. So now taking a look at what's happening. I mean, map is very orange right now. Waffle House does have that control that they finally need, but they have a big road ahead of them. They first need to get through that first checkpoint, and then after that, they're going to have to get their score all the way down to 11 if they want to stay in this.
11's a big number to be able to climb, right? Especially when it's been this long and we've made barely any progress. Zero progress at all, right? They still have 100 points left on the board here.
Yeah, still 100 points on the board and just an absolute scuffle happening at mid-bronze here. Finally grabs the Rainmaker and is trying to get some points here. Does get a few points and is just absolutely jumped by a splashdown. There's a bubble there, I think, as well, and then remaining members of the other team. But Fusion, okay, Fusion sharking around with the blaster here, does get jump-ins. This could be a good moment for them. This could be finally their turn to get the momentum. They're now holding this left area, not grabbing the Rainmaker yet, using their specials, and hopefully going to get to the first checkpoint.
And that was such a beautiful moment because Fusion trying to be the playmaker here. We're going to get called out again. 1v1 situation. Pincher going for some more shots here on the corner, giving them plenty of opportunity to be able to break open that first checkpoint. Here is the very most important moment of this set. Pincher going for the dive, trades it for a 1v1. 3v3 situation. Divot has the upper grabs, but they get called out immediately. 3v2 situation now. Trying to bunker open. That's one more player going down. They're starting to get staggered. There's the Whaler going to try to push him back out of the situation, but Pincher going down, and we're staying alive. Bronze!
Yeah, Bronze, man, oh my goodness, uses, okay, Bronze once again grabbing that Rainmaker. I love that Waffle House, they used that Killer Whale when they did have 2 members down, and that way that allowed time to push the other team back while they did get the jump in. So now, Waffle House, they're having the space that they need, but they do have 3 members go down. It's just Bronze left alive holding this Rainmaker. Does get called out as well. There's some jump-ins coming in, but those are going to be called out right away from so much swag.
Unfortunately, it's such a difficult moment to be in part of, right? When you're holding on Rainmaker, there's a splat bomb right next to you. You move so slow, you just can't escape it. And now so much swag, bringing it all the way back over to middle. There's only one more push in their tank for Waffle House Fight Club to be able to go this. Do they have enough gas to push it all the way, or is this going to be the end for Waffle House Fight Club? Let's see so much swag can do with this defense. Okay,
so yeah, so much swag now. This is totally taking a turn now. So much swag, they have to be on their defense right now. It is now Waffle House's turn to push forward. They are coolered up, and they're going to go ahead and start pushing.
Here it is. The timer about to go into overtime. Fusion gets a gigantic pick there, has a bubble ready to rock to try and play some defense, places it down. Be able to let the Rainmaker push right back into it. We need some more ink, though. We got another special here from Cycleton. Blowing for the thing. Here comes the smackdown of the century. Can't find a mark, though, in the process. Desperately finds the mark there at the very end, and Cycleton shuts down that push. So much swag with a 3-2 victory to close out that set and move on into top 8.
Wow, that was so close. I mean, and this is one of those moments, exactly. The score says it all, going up to a game 5 and that last match. Oh my gosh, so close.
They're doing the dance too. Look at them. Ooh, you guys earned it, y'all. Able to get that victory. Congratulations to so much swag. And we got the fist bumps coming out from Waffle House. It was such a nail biter of a set. Very close games from both teams. Let's give some shout outs to Waffle House Fight Club for putting up such a great fight for us and moving on so far deep into that bracket.
Yeah, that was a great set to watch and be able to commentate. It was so close, so action packed. Oh my goodness.
But you know, there can only be one victor. That's going to give it to so much swag. Going to move on through that bracket and see how far they can climb through the rest of today, right? Because we're finishing out this tournament today one way or another. You know, we got top 8 afterwards, top 4 right after that, followed by the grand finale. Who will come out on top? Well, I guess you just have to go wait and see.
Yep. Gonna have to stay on the stream here to watch and find out. I'm excited to actually go sit in the audience. I love being able to sit in the audience and just experience the hype from the crowd.
Oh yeah, when everyone starts to gather too, that's like one of my favorite moments. Splatoon usually shows up too. Like they comment for like when it gets to like the top 8, top 4 situations. Like I'll never forget that Riptide last year when like the entire house was full of people just like, you know, screaming like at every single splat. Listening to the audience members, like it really gives the energy to the players, the commentators, the TOs, everyone involved.
Yes, totally. It's like one of those things where, you know, it makes it all worth it. Like literally just being able to gather with everyone and experience it in person. It's so much different, and it makes it all worth it when it's in person like that. And you can see the reactions in person and just be together. Instead of online, you know, you're just kind of maybe in Discord or maybe just in chat being like, yo, but when you're in person doing it, it's so hype.
Yeah, Absolutely. It's always super exciting to be able to just join into that audience and just feel the energy. It's one of my favorite things about casting in general, just like in person compared to like online, right?
Yeah.
When you're by yourself in your home, you're in your comfy little, your onesie doing the cast, and you just feel super comfy. But when you're out here and you can feel the energy from everyone in the venue, it's always a treat to be able to just like feed off of that.
Yeah, totally. I know at home I'm just like in the dark, like in my pajamas, just like sitting like a shrimp commentating, but here,
Yeah. So normally when we commentate, we're like this, right? This is how we professionally, right? When I'm at home, I'm like this, bro. I'm like, oh wow, they got a set, like just like that. Looking like a shrimp out here.
Yep.
But guys, I think that's gonna be it for Redemption. So that's the end of our block, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. But guys, don't go anywhere. We got top 8 right after this. My name's Austin.
My name's Rissa.
And we'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back to Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025. We are back to start our top 8 portion of the bracket here on this Saturday. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me is a caster who I've known for a very long time, but have not yet, to this point, had the pleasure of casting with Falco. How are you today, man?
Zach, I'm doing great, and like you said, we've both been here for so long, never together. Happy to be on the mic with you, and like you mentioned, top 8 coming up soon. We are going to be rounding out the day with some of the best competition situation here.
Well, no better first time for it to take place, and we have a doozy of a match to start us out with. It's going to be Ace of Spades versus 13 Days. This is one of the 3 out of the 4 matches where one of these teams came out from the redemption pools, very closely contested redemption pools, where only the #1 seed out of that in each pool made it to our top 8. Just the one match going on otherwise, Go versus Coelacanth, that does not feature a team that had to go through redemption. So for the most part, Falco, these teams are pretty warmed up.
They are, especially 13 Days. You know, they went 2-0 in their set in redemption, only losing 1 game to Remix. Now, of course, Ace of Spades, and in fact, every team who is in top 8, who made the top 8 from winning their pools did not drop a single game at all, which is to be expected. You know, that's typically how it works. But like you mentioned, 3 teams coming from the redemption bracket. We have 2,200 miles, so much swag in 13 Days, which we are about to see today.
Hopefully y'all on stream got to see that great match with so much swag, winning in a very closely contested set, and now they're going to be having the tough task of taking on Moonlight in round 1. That will be off stream, of course, but 13 Days versus Ace of Spades. These are 2 teams with very different sort of weapon pools. We were talking about it a bit earlier. 13 Days a bit deeper in terms of the weapon pool, but Ace of Spades very confident in what they play and very established players as well.
Yeah, Len, Lexi, Max, Thunder. I mean, those are household names by this point in the Splatoon community, especially in top level. And they're facing a really tough 13 Days team that, you know, they're not a team I really expected to be in redemption bracket. They are definitely immediate top cut bracket material, but hey, this is where it starts. And of course, this is a double elimination bracket, best of 5. So this match that's coming up, a little bit of wiggle room in how you play, but of course you want to start on the right foot.
And a lot of these players from 13 Days, they kind of appear to be grinders, right? Joe maxing out at 3339 XP, Keto top 100 on every single ranked mode in the game, including 3rd at 2870 for Clamblitz. So a very impressive roster. They're going to be rocking mainly those Splatana weapons. They have a heavy edit in their back pocket. Sneevo, a ton of backline weapons. It's so important to have a huge anchor player that can affect the pace of play. And speaking of that, you know, with cooler weapons, we've seen a bunch of the main ones take place here. We've seen the pencil, despite some of the recent nerfs that have hit it. Heavy edits really come into its own, and even the NZAP has taken place in this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the badges that we have here, I mean, Jet Squelcher and Ballpoint, those are weapons you don't really see very often that people play in comp. Of course, anybody can grind any weapon they want and get a 5-star on in Splatoon, because we know that people love to get those badges no matter how they work, but definitely a very strong backline player for their team.
Yeah, to your point, I think I've only seen Weave Slider be the one rocking Ballpoint the entire way through the tournament. And looking at the map and modes that we're going to be starting on, I think Clamblitz Museum de Alfonsino is going to be our opening venue. So we start with one of the more hectic modes in the game in Clamblitz. I like to mention, you know, it's 6-1 half dozen the other. You can either be really aggressive to start out and try and put all your eggs, or clams in this case, literally into the basket, or play that more metered style where you're waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and of course with this map and mode in particular, you're going to probably have one person try to go for the flank, but it's one of the most predictable flanks in this game, just taking that immediate right drop. So we will see from which team who's going to be taking care of that. But I feel like Ace of Spades in particular, they are players that just know where they want to position themselves and how they want to start a game. I feel like Len is a very strong blaster player who knows when to be aggressive, knows when to back off, and Lexi, who's just one of the strongest backline players that we have here at MomoCon.
Yeah, we came off of seeing actually some great blaster play from Fusion, setting up with that big bubbler, making sure that they were positioning themselves very well. It is sort of that shotgun style weapon that we have in Splatoon, and that means if you miss that initial shot, you are kind of locked out until your next one, and there are weapons with a much faster fire rate that do so well. We have players like Thunder from Ace of Spades, such a good frontliner with either the splatter shot or the vanilla splash. That crab tank, we've seen both the V-shot and of course the splat dualies making good use of the high ground that you can get with a special like that.
Yeah, and I think too this is going to be a good map for both teams to really just take a step back. Okay, we can take our time. We don't have to rush towards any objective. We can breathe. We can look at their comp. We can analyze it. You know, thankfully they're starting on a mode like Clamblitz on like Zones or Rainmaker, where it's a really quick, okay, we need to take objective and go.
Right.
We can take a little bit of time and a little bit of space to see how we want to evaluate this.
Well, it sounds like all the teams are ready. Let's go ahead and get started with our winners quarterfinals here at top 8 for Splatoon 3 at MomoCon between Ace of Spades and 13 13 days. Looking at the compositions already, noting a Seed Jet on one side of things, as well as that Vanilla Splash for 13 days. And on the opposite side of things, it will be Lexi coming out with the pencil as their tactical or weapon of choice.
Yeah, Ace of Spades definitely having that more traditional comp that we see in high level, and Jet Squelcher, custom Jet Squelcher being the one that is a little bit different. But as we mentioned there, that Sneevo is going to be very strong with that weapon. That is one of the backlines weapons that they specialize in.
Well, Thunder wasting no time in getting that Crab Tank up and setting on top of that mid-ground spinner there, making sure they have high ground advantage while the other teams are setting up on the plats. Max, in fact, getting on top of the grading, and they're going to distract a little bit. A double there with the blaster from Len, and the basket is open.
Yeah, Len doing Len things, then chasing out Flemmy. They do such a good job doing that. Trying to get one more. Yes, they can get Sneevo, so the basket is still open. Claim still being thrown in. Thunder has a power claim now. They're going to be able to not get that in time. The strikes are going to further displace members of 13 days, but look who is still on the offensive side, Zach.
Yeah, they're not willing to relent any of that ground. You see Lexi all the way back with one of the multiple power clams that they are holding on to. Len with another. They are going to lose some of their reinforcements. I think Thunder and Max both going down, partially facilitated by Keto's Zipcaster. It's such a difficult special to master, but it does provide some great distraction.
Yeah, Keto was trying to go for some picks, but unfortunately couldn't get any when they were using the Zipcaster. And like we mentioned before, Ace of Spades still in that offensive position. Now, 13 days, they did pick up that Mercy claim, and unfortunately did drop it. We're going to see some jumps. Thunder and Lexi getting that in. Max still holding on to some. Len holding on, waiting by the bubble, trying to identify where some of the players are, trying to get Keto. Yes, they can get them. Lexi also trying to go for some additional paint and some height, trying to take out Joe and Sneevo. This basket is still open, and Ace of Spades acting like that basket never closed in the first place.
Jump in from Len, and speaking of Len, good idea from them to wait. They had a clam at their disposal, and they were waiting for the right time to put it in so that this push could continue. They were stuck in the 40s. They get it all the way to 32, and they're still holding onto a power claim. You can see it right there next to Lexi. They also have the buff from the tactical or Keto, trying to make sure that they can't make good use of it, but the reinforcements and the regrouping that Ace of Spades has been able to do has been so fantastic as they break yet another barrier.
Yeah, Ace of Spades, they're playing so well together, and it's very difficult for 13 days to find any opportunity to break in. And they have the zap, they have the splash as far as their paint, but they're not getting these 1v1s. They keep getting double teamed and going down, but I think this will finally be the opportunity for 13 days where the game is now in a neutral position, but they have a big hill to overcome.
Yeah, you mentioned the word finally there. I love that they finally are able to get them out of that plat area and resort going back to mid, but they're going to lose a key player there in Sneevo, going down to the random splat bomb. Max trying to make sure that they can lock down this area. Gets a double, one with the special, one with the main weapon. They just need a few more clams, and that will do it. A masterclass here on Museum de Alfonsino as Ace of Spades goes up one game.
Yeah, Ace of Spades really thrived there because they had to make a few members from 13 days to backtrack and take them out. But then we had Max, who was just waiting there. Is like, you know, I'm just going to slosh you right when you come back to your basket, and we're going to get this win in record time in pretty much under 3 minutes.
Shows why the slosher is such a devastating weapon. It's got that perfect sort of mid-range that can challenge basically anything you want. It has the tri-strikes that you can throw to either take the mid part of the map or set up right in front of the basket so you can clear the way very evenly and easily to the objective on a mode like Clam Blitz. And we see somebody showing something on their phone. I wasn't able to tell what that was. I think that was Len trying to display something there. But that's going to set us up for game number 2. We're going to be staying with those more hectic modes. It'll be Rainmaker on a map we don't see all the time these days, which is Manta Maria.
Yeah, we're going Rainmaker, Manta Maria, throwback to Splatoon 2. And yeah, you're right. It just doesn't come up that often. And I think, too, Ace of Spades, they're going to have, I think, a really promising position controlling some of the greats here in mid. You know, you have the slosher, which is fantastic on this stage with a lot of that height advantage. So I think this one might favor them.
And with 13 days, you know, we mentioned sort of the deeper weapon pool that they potentially have, or at least display. And they're going to have to really rely on maybe Sneevo, who is going to be their anchor player, to take on some of this high ground. With Manta Maria, it is a relatively large map, but it's just very long. It's such a linear map. And so in the mid part, you're really going to have to take control of the grates and that high ground to make sure that they're not able to shark on some of the walls and get on top of that same high ground. You're really wanting to defend. The low ground, the hallway is so narrow it can be blocked off almost perfectly by something like a splash wall. So we'll see if there are any changes that are maybe tailored more toward the fast-paced play of Rainmaker as the mode, but also sort of these narrow hallways and high and low ground discrepancies that Manta Maria can provide.
Yeah, and I wonder if 13 Days will change how they approach the beginning of this game, just simply because, you know, Ace of Spades, they were dominant on their opening push. I thought they were going to kind of wait and take some time, but no, it only took 30 seconds for that basket to open. So I think 13 Days, they really need to be on the toes at the very start here.
So we'll see what changes come out, if any, as we transition over to Rainmaker for Game 2. 13 Days trying to avoid a sweep here in winners round 1. Obviously, not seeing too many changes now. We are going to see the C-Jet make a return there from Sneevo, so they are going to get that passive painting coming out from the Inkjet. It'll be Joe on the N-Zap as the tactical weapon of choice, and for Ace of Spades, they're going to have that blaster that we were seeing Fusion pilot in that previous set.
Yeah, really no weapon changes here as we go on to the second game. The first pop is going to go to Ace of Spades as Lexi's getting themselves in position. Matt's pushing forward as well. Thunder was going to be really aggressive trying to go to the pedestal, but is going to go down. And now members of 13 Days able to space themselves out a little bit. The Rainmaker is picked up on the side of Ace of Spades, going for this right checkpoint, which isn't utilized as often. Max is going to go down. Lexi's going to have to retreat, but also get out of that rain, staying alive, going back to mid, going on the left side to avoid this crab from Flemmy as they are getting to that first checkpoint, and they get the dunk.
Completely understandable why they pivoted there. You can tell why they call that right-hand side pedestal the leap of faith, because it's so difficult to make. Thunder even going down as a result. Keto getting a nice splat there with the first part of the Zipcaster going down as a result, but that's allowed Lexi to clear through. They're extending their lead up to 36. Finally, they do get some revenge onto Joe, but they'll finally go down. 3 down still, though, on the side of 13 Days, and it looks like they may need some more time to regroup.
Yeah, and then Sneevo went down a little bit later, so that is going to be a delayed wipe. Thunder's going to be dropping it, going to be going down, trying to get that dunk. Lexi is there watching the Rainmaker, making sure that the rest of their teammates can arrive safely as they don't have the player advantage right now. On 13 Days, they're trying to get a little bit more map control, also popping that Rainmaker. We'll see if they opt for a reset. The cooler is going to be out for them. Thunder, look at this on the flank, going around the wall, getting that double. Can they get the 3? No, that is going to be Keto who's going to be keeping this alive, and they have to really watch this Rainmaker now so that nobody makes any hero plays.
Yeah, Thunder, only a sword to the face is going to stop their reign of terror, and all the way going back to Splatoon 2, which also had Manta Maria, once you get past that drop down, it really is a pretty defining push. So we're basically going to need a knockout in return from 13 Days if they want to make it happen. But Lexi, still the designated Rainmaker carrier, makes sense for your anchor player to sort of take on that role there, letting the rest of their team sort of carve a path forward. You can see how far forward Max is as they try and build up their specials, which they currently don't have any of online.
No, they don't have any online, but they're still making their way forward as Lexi is still pushing over on this right side. Players are going down on the side of 13 Days, and Lexi very close to the dunk. Can they get there with the help of the Tri-Strikes? Yes, they can. Ace of Spades up 2-0 over 13 Days.
So not many changes compositionally and not many changes in terms of the result either. A definitive victory there as Ace of Spades gets another one on the board. It is going to be difficult for 13 Days to really come back. Now, we are going to be swapping, of course, to the slower, more metered splat zones. It's going to be on Umami Ruins, so one of our more rare 2-zone maps. This switches from a very vertical, just straightforward map to a kind of diagonal map. You almost play it the same way in terms of verticality. There's some high ground there. You have that cylinder that you can set up on, and if you want to run something like a crab tank, but it is going to take a pretty serious change of mindset and also a playstyle for 13 Days to make it happen.
Right. I think there's a lot of walls and ledges that are going to benefit Len in this position, just using the blaster, poking around, getting a splat, then ducking under for cover. So yeah, like you mentioned, a change of pace for this mode, but this might give an opportunity for 13 Days if they're able to cap the zone, get some more time, and rather than having somebody just keep pushing the objective like we have in Rainmaker and a Clam Blitz. So 13 Days, they really need to turn something around here if they want to keep this going.
Yeah, and we talked about the hallways on previous maps. The hallways on this one are relatively tight, especially where the zones are going to be. They are not large areas at all. They're just kind of very flat rectangles with this sort of pedestal in the middle where you can kind of play King of the Hill, and that's really where you want to set up your anchor player. So if you can get Sneevo in a position to set up in mid and watch folks that might be jumping down either from that ramp that comes from spawn or that aforementioned cylinder that's on the right-hand side of spawn, maybe you can keep them locked down, because it can be one of the more difficult maps to actually leave spawn if you can really really get into that advantageous position where you're in front of the zones.
Yeah, that's where you need to start your lockout and keep the lockout ideally if you have the zone. But let's hop in here to our game 3. Like you mentioned, Splat Zones, Umami Ruins. And again, last time we didn't really see any weapon changes. Let's see if any changes are here. We do see the vanilla shot come out instead of the zap, I believe, and then Len sticking with the same blaster this time. So minimal changes here as far as the paint output, just on your specials.
It's going to be Neo Splash versus Vanilla Splash. We'll see if those tri-strikes are able to help. You could probably put one in each zone and then on the middle of the map, and it is a steamroll to start out a trade, actually. 2 going down, it looks like, for 13 days. Sneevo and Flemmy backing off, and it looks like as a result, Ace of Spades going to cap the zones first.
Yeah, Len, Thunder, and Max are just like, you know what, we're going to go for it. We are going to get the picks first. We will have Lexi paint the zone. That way they can also get us some cooler to help keep this push. I don't think the cooler has been out yet, but it doesn't matter because Ace of Spades still doing such a good job holding onto the zone.
Well, we see a couple trades coming out yet again, so it's going to be another 3v3 situation. Len trying to get anybody that they can. Flemmy, they'll end up getting the assist onto Flemmy, who will go down. Max pressing forward to see if they can take down Sneevo. It's very important to pressure this pencil player as much as they can to make sure that it's that much more difficult to get the cooler online, as you talked about, Max. A lot of players hanging out in this court area. You don't normally see that unless you are really experiencing a lockdown.
Yeah, and I mean, that's only going to benefit Ace of Spades. They probably purposely went down there because they knew that in 13 days we're going to attack the zone, then they could attack them from behind. So it's a way to deviate and distract some of the teams, and it seems to be working as Thunder is just waiting under the ledge, getting that nice pick there on Sneevo. And Lexi and Max are going to be pushing back because the zone is neutralized by one of the players who's going to be jumping out. That's going to be Keto, who gets to the zone, tries to neutralize it, but it's not enough. Ace of Spades getting this set win 3-0.
A full 100-0 knockout in Game 3 exemplifies exactly what happened in that set. It was Ace of Spades all day long. You can see why they made top 8 without having to run through Redemption. A very strong performance as they will move on to our winners semifinals. Will still be best of 5, as will I think be best of 5 basically the entire way through, and they will await the winner of Yogurt and 2200 Miles. 2200 Miles, of course, having to make their way through the Redemption side of the bracket, and Yogurt being touted as one of the pickups in teams with a chance to take on Moonlight. And we do already have some results from the other matches in our winners quarterfinals. Moonlight having no trouble with so much swag after they had a tough battle on the main stage to even make it to top 8. Moonlight clearing them, and they will take on Go, who also 3-0 swept, this time Coelacanth or Fossil Fish. So 2 teams fighting each other who are coming off of sweeps. That one I think will be our next one on stream, and we'll have to see for teams like 13 Days what they're able to do in the loser side of the bracket.
That's right, in that Go versus Fossil Fish game, that was the only one that consisted of 2 teams who immediately made top cut. They didn't have to go through any redemption, but you mentioned Go, they had no trouble getting that one. So they got that 3-0, and like you mentioned, Moonlight, the 3-0 over so much swag. But remember, this is a double elimination bracket, all best of 5, so not a best of 3 in that beginning situation where we typically see to get the bracket caught up. They have their time to shine to try and get back into this.
Yeah, it's very interesting sort of rule set and formatting for this tournament. So as we mentioned, you're basically best of 5 all the way through, and later on it'll incorporate counterpicking, but for now you know exactly what you're going to be getting into. You don't have any influence or sway on where you're going to be going to next. You're kind of just playing with the hand that you're dealt. So these teams, you know, some of them may struggle as a result, some of them may, you know, be not worried about it. That's one decision that they don't have to make off the table, and they can just kind of think about what they're going to go into next and not have to sort of think about these strategies of, oh, we need to counterpick a map and mode that's really going to hinder them or help us.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the players aren't even concerned about that right now because they know they have to win the next set that is coming up, and it really isn't until they're like, oh, we're told we have to do counter picks. Okay, right. now we'll do it. And obviously they have some preferred maps and modes that they'd like to pick, but obviously they're not going to really think about that until it's presented to them.
And as we've talked about, the map list for this tournament, definitely not anything strange in terms of what's being brought in. I think for most of the maps, if not all of the maps, I think the modes that are being played on them are pretty consistent. We've seen things like Mahi zones and Hagglefish zones, and you know, Umami comes into play as we just saw for Splat zones and Clam Blitz. So it really is things that in online tournaments, if you're preparing for a LAN event like this one, you should be very well familiar with. And most of these players have spent years sort of grinding out all these tournaments, although there have been some teams that are less than a year old that are still making a splash in this tournament.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly some of these players can really climb up. And, you know, MomoCon, I feel like there are a lot of pickup teams or a lot of teams who sign up as maybe a 2 or 3 and then get a player added to their roster. But at the point we're at now for Top Cut. All of these players, I believe, they purposely handpicked the people that they're playing with, and they know, like, I mean, we have Moonlight, who is an established team. They're actually one of the first teams to say, hey, we're going to MomoCon.
Yeah.
And I really hope that sparked a lot of other teams to show interest, and that's why we do have quite the competition here
Yeah,
today.
and it's worth mentioning again, the number of lands, is not huge in terms of these major events. There's only a few others that are happening during the year, and the rest are mainly local events or online tournaments. So if you want to attend a major event, MomoCon is one of your only opportunities to. And so a lot of these teams are vying for, we want to say that we came onto a LAN environment, which can be so much more difficult playing on a big stage in front of a crowd that you could see and hear, and come out of it either as a winner or with a very strong placement.
Yeah, well, especially a stage like this, and I know you guys have gotten to see it at home when we go to those camera reviews, but it is insane out there. The lighting, it is shining down onto the players. If you're not used to having like a key light in your face as a player, you're going to have a hard time.
They are bright.
They are pretty bright, but it's just such a fun environment. I'm jealous I'm not playing, so I want to be up there too.
Yeah, and I can imagine that the competitive nature too of these players, like they want to be on this stage. Like this is what they are striving for. So for the teams that did make it, they want to prove that it's not a fluke, that they made it here with the skill that they've brought in, the teamwork and cohesion that they have, even if they are a pickup, which most of the teams I believe at MomoCon are. And if we take a look, at Go, lots of players that we've seen sort of in the Splatoon scene around JJ, one of the bigger ones that I've seen, and a player like Parks too, having multiple high-level placements, another kind of ranked grinder, 2 different top 100 placements in Splat Zones and Clam Blitz respectively, and first place in a lot of these online tournaments. So this would be one of those teams that's coming into a LAN environment willing to show that their online results can be just as good as what they can do in person.
Yeah, and JJ's been to quite a few lanes as well and has always performed exceptionally too, so I'm really glad that they're back and we're able to see what they can pull through. But yeah, it's just amazing to see all these players here. And of course, they're here for the entire event of MomoCon too, as there was just a plethora of things that we can do, especially today. I think today is the busiest day.
Oh, by far. I would guess so.
I walked out about 2 hours ago to try and get food. I'm like, I don't know if I can get back in time. I gotta run back. So I was able to get a few quick snacks into me, and but it is perfect for sightseeing and looking at all the amazing cosplays that we have here.
I know we've talked about linear maps. This is a very linear venue. You kind of have to walk just in a straight line for what feels like a mile to get down to the tournament area, but it is so well worth it. Just the staging, the production, the crowd that we have here, very, very fantastic. And this is our first look, I think, on stream in our top 8 for Moonlight, a very well-established team, Shadowwind, Nolan, Basil, Omega, a high-level team, Division X in Ludi Season 16, first at some of, for example, the charity tournaments like Battle for BIPOC, Squids for Palestinian Kids 3, and some other impressive placements as well. So this is kind of your team to watch, and one of our first looks at a team that we do expect to go for quite a long ways, but also one of our first opportunities to see what these other high-level teams, what kind of resistance they can place on a team with a ton of expectations behind them.
Right. This is, arguably the favorite team to win MomoCon, and like we mentioned, they were one of the first teams to say, hey, we're going to MomoCon as a team. You don't have to wait till winners finals to see them. We can see them in winners semis. And like you mentioned, they came in second in Ludi this season. They lost 5-2 against Sly to win, which actually featured their coach Pro Kachara on that team. So it was an opportunity for them to face them. But as Shadow is showing us, I think he's showing us a drip pick there. I had a good time talking to Shadow yesterday for a little bit, but I'm happy that we can be able to see. Hi, Shadow. I'm happy that we can see them on stream today.
Well, they are dripped out. I see multiple jackets. I see some sweaters and hoodies. Like, it is relatively cold in the venue, so it is partially form and partially fashion, which I definitely respect. We see the horns coming up, I think, on one. So I think it's a Mimikyu hoodie, actually.
Ooh.
Very, very nice Mimikyu hoodie. I love to see that, the Pokemon representation. So alongside, of course, the Splatoon representation, which is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, there's just a lot of representation everywhere for this event, especially with everybody's favorite cosplay characters that they're going as. It is amazing to see. As somebody who's never been to a con before in my life, it was just, I didn't know what to expect, and I was still just kind of speechless with everything I've seen.
Well, and they have a walkway, if you will, of the 20 years of history that MomoCon has, and they started with an attendance of around 700 people. Last year's attendance around 55,000 people, and I would hazard a guess there's around 60,000 here here this weekend. So a lot of those, a good portion of them are in cosplay, sometimes all 4 days, Thursday through Sunday, and it can be exhausting and tiring to wear that. Sometimes you can get, really sweaty and tired out, but it's so worth it for them to sort of show off what they can do and show off what sometimes they built with their own hands. And, similarly to our players, they're coming to this event to show off what they can do. As we wait, I think, for our last winners quarterfinal game to be recorded, Yogurt versus 2200 Miles, the last one not showing up over on start.gg, the rest of them being those 3-0 sweeps. So lots of expectations. It's not unheard of course, to see the 3-0s. Even in top 8, these teams are still kind of parsing through each other and making sure that the cream truly rises to the top.
Right, and that Yogurt versus 2200 Miles, Yogurt is the favorite team to win that, and I think Yogurt is in that top 3 placement here. They are one of the teams who could potentially face Moonlight. They have Balloon, Pika, Splat, Storm, and Pelus, so that is a loaded team that, when I was looking at, I was like, who could have potentially take down Moonlight? Now, that's one of those teams that I think could.
And they, again, very impressive players. It's so fun to see that a lot of the high-level players are very confident in a smaller selection of weapons. Some of the other teams have, 5, 6 weapons at their disposal, and a lot of the high-level players are like, okay, these are my 2 or these are my 3. And a lot of them survive the test of the balance changes or the meta that comes through. I like, where the meta is at because it's relatively open. We've seen a good variety of different weapons and different specials by extension come into play here at MomoCon, and including things like Tacticooler and some of the more common ones that we see. Even things like Inkjet and even Inkstorm in that last match have had their time to shine.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I mean, if you know Moonlight, you know their comp, and you know that Shadow plays the unconventional weapon of Tentabrella that we just don't see anywhere else being played at the level that he plays it at. So if he brings it out, I know we're in for a good treat.
Well, hopefully we are. Again, we're going to be starting out this one over on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, I believe. So getting into our semifinals. Humpback Pump Track, such a wild map. It is one of the only sort of circular maps in the game. It's got that sort of moat that's near this, again, King of the Hill style mound that gives you that great visibility. If you are on something like a pencil, there's a sniper look that gives you a great overlook into mid. But since it's Rainmaker, it's going to be all about that sort of horseshoe or that turn of death right after you get to the pedestal, and that straightaway that seems very easy but is very difficult to get to because its spawn is looking right down onto it.
If there is the best place to get a wipeout in any map and mode, I believe it would be Rainmaker right around that bend once you get that checkpoint, because then you are just home free to get that dunk to end the game. And you're right, the final checkpoint is right where you're going to spawn. So you can easily spawn in, shoot directly at the podium, and then you're going to get the stop. So you really have to protect yourselves and know when you're going to position yourself and the rest of the team to try and get that save.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Space Jam, but it reminds me of one of the final scenes where Michael Jordan is like at half court and he's extending his arm much longer than you can in real life, this Looney Tunes aspect to make a dunk from half court. It kind of feels like that when you turn that corner. You can see the prize, the basket, if you will, I guess the pedestal, but they are just, it's such a difficult path to actually make it there because of how much resistance you are going to face. And then later on, of course, we're guaranteed to see Splat zones on RoboRamen and tower control on Inkblot Art Academy. That one, of course, being a tournament staple in high-level play.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a LAN or, quite frankly, any tournament if we didn't have Inkblot Art Academy tower control. As our players are getting situated here, I think we're waiting on somebody to get a headset fixed, but yeah, they are getting themselves in the lobby, warming up. And I'm just in for a good treat because I'm excited to see Moonlight. Of course, everybody is too. So, and I think too, they haven't dropped a game as we mentioned, and then Go, they also just. None of these teams have dropped a game yet today, or as far as at all for all of MomoCon.
Yeah, this is kind of the two unstoppable forces colliding, I guess, the unstoppable force versus the immovable object that I would guess would be Moonlight in this scenario. We'll see if Go does finally hit a wall in this result. It looks like, as you mentioned, all the players are set up and in the lobby. I think that's Moonlight that might all be ready. One team all readied up. I think the other team just waiting for the final 3 members to get set up. Super excited to see what Go has to make it so that Moonlight could potentially drop one of their first games all weekend. And of course, Moonlight trying to make it to that winners finals as that, as you mentioned, sort of expected or perennial #1 seed.
Yeah, I was walking around when Go was playing yesterday, and I'm just like, this team is so polished. You know, their positioning and how well they communicate too. It's like they just completely understand each other and know what to do, and I'm always just amazed how people can play the game like that.
Yeah, it takes a level of mental skill and acumen and focus that I certainly don't have, and a lot of folks, would crack under the pressure of. But I hear the ding saying that the battle is ready. Let's go ahead and get into our first game of winners semifinals between Go and Moonlight here on Humpback Pump Track.
All right, taking a look at the comps first, let's take a look at Go. We do see the heavy edit and the Gal come out, and then taking a look at Moonlight's comp, like we mentioned. We do have Shadow with that Tentabrella too, and Omega using that Decavitator that we know and love.
Yeah, how do you feel about the tent versus tent matchup? I think two Sorella Brellas going at each other. They're going to have that Trizuka to make sure that they can reach the farther reaches of this map. We see some blows exchanged early. That's going to be the Wiper and that Brella going down, 3 down on the side of Go, so it looks like Moonlight with the early advantage.
Yeah, and that's not to be unexpected as they're going to try and get that dunk, but no, Swish is able to get that stop on Basil as they're trying to push forward with some of their specials here. As Nolan's going to be using the Kraken pushing forward in front of the Rainmaker. Bubble really chasing out Parks and Trey. Can they take out Trey? No. Trey able to avoid that shot. Nolan is going to go down, but that's going to prolong this pop. Moonlight still looking to try and get this dunk, but they're not in a really good position quite yet.
Yeah, Kraken Royale not as easy to pilot as the original Kraken from Splatoon 1, but some players still try to make it work, and it does still give you that invulnerability while you are inside it. Trey guarding the Rainmaker, making sure that it does get fully reset back to spawn here. This is one of the easier first checkpoints to get to of any map in Splatoon 2, but as we mentioned previously, definitely a difficult second map. We see Omega going down there, I believe, to Trey 52. Of course, with 52 in the name, you kind of expect them to be running the 52 Gal, and that's what they're running today.
Right, and JJ's trying to take out Shadow. Nolan is going to be joining them, caught themselves in a 2v1, but you know what? If you can distract 2 of their players, that leaves you having a player advantage to try and pop and get this Rainmaker, and that is exactly where Go finds himself in a position. But no, Omega's going to be getting a nice double. 3 are going to go down on Go, so Moonlight finally going to be capitalizing on this. Will they get to that first checkpoint?
Yeah, that takes down a big special, too. I've seen a lot of players use as we see Basil get taken down by said special. The Ultra Stamp, a lot of players use it to take down the shield on the Rainmaker. No one just trying to make sure that they don't accidentally fall off the map. They're even going to get a splat onto Trey 52 as a result, and a distant shot onto Parks. 2 down, looking for the third onto Swish. They get distracted. Jay's going to take advantage, and it's still a stalemate for now.
Yeah, Go is doing a really good job of just not letting Moonlight get to this checkpoint. You know, like you mentioned, it's a very quick distance from mid to that first checkpoint, but Go seeming to hold them. Now, of course, they don't have any points, but I think this defensive play that they are building up and potentially could change into an offensive play as they pick up this Rainmaker is really going to benefit them.
Parks trying to use the fact that this cooler is indestructible to block themselves. JJ not so lucky as they get taken down, holding the Rainmaker in hand. Basil trying to build up that tactical as they must have recently popped it. And the Rainmaker still sitting next to mid. We're past the halfway mark now of the game, and neither team really with that many specials on the board. Just the Tentabrella with 1 setting up Swish. You can see him advancing there with the canopy. No members of Moonlight really willing to take on that engagement. They smartly back up, and so as a result, both teams kind of floundering around in mid.
Yeah, it is really just become a neutral game now with the Rainmaker resetting once again. And Go slowly losing some players, don't quite seem to have the player advantage quite yet. Moonlight picking up the Rainmaker, and Swish is on the other side of the map. Basil is going to try to make a run for it, and this time they succeed getting to that first checkpoint and still have a 2-player advantage.
Yeah, it was the long game there, bringing them over to their left-hand side of the map, only to take the Rainmaker over to the right. Now they're protected by the canopy. Here comes their Kraken Royale. They even have the bubble to set up. Shadow trying to give them the shots. Basil smartly not retreating from the bubble until the perfect moment, being so well protected by that canopy. It eats so many shots that they're able to get all the way up to 10.
Yeah, the finesse from Basil to work with the Brella was unmatched there. Swish able to take them down, though. Finally, not before Moonlight got to 10, so that's going to be 3 down. Shadow, is going to go down, had the Zuka at the ready, but look at this, we have Nolan with the flank pushing over on the left side. Will this become detected? And yes, it is. It is going to be a 1v1 Gal versus Gal in this position, and Go is going to be opting to pick up the Rainmaker. No one's going to be using the Kraken, going to be taking out JJ here. Now playing from behind, can they take out Swish and Parks? They're going to go for one of them, able to get one, able to almost get 2 in time, but that is a good save there for Moonlight.
Nolan not afraid to go gal for gal, wall for wall, and they come out of it not only alive, but with enough time to build up that Kraken and basically make use of the entire map and distract no fewer than half of that team. Now Trey 52 going to go down, I believe, to a stray bomb. That's going to be a 2-down situation by Go. Nolan trying to make it 3 as Swisher yet again hiding behind the canopy. They get enough time to build up the Inkzuka. They're able to get one, but not before Swish goes down as a result. But time quickly running out on Go, who's going to effectively need a knockout here in order to take the lead.
Yeah, and Moonlight has 2 specials ready. They still have a lot of map control in mid, so this is going to be a big hill to overcome if you are Go. As like we mentioned, they have a 2-player disadvantage. Park's just waiting to find an opportunity to get their teammates back in, protecting that jump, and it's not going to be enough. Omega's going to get the 2-for-1, going to go down for themselves, but it's still going to benefit Moonlight with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, that was best case scenario for Omega. They, as you mentioned, the 2-for-1 special. They're still protecting this Rainmaker, waiting until the exact right opportunity, the last second to get it, and it will be JJ as the final Rainmaker carrier here as we enter overtime. Now remember, they're going to have to get this first checkpoint, and they pretty easily get it. I think Moonlight backing all the way up, knowing that they have a sizable lead. Omega also going down, so they're going to still be at a disadvantage. Swish using the canopy of the tent early, so they're going to have to wait to build it up as they try to move forward.
Yeah, Shadow's trying to push forward with that Brella, but look at this. They have to avoid Nolan. Can Parks avoid Nolan for this whole time? They're going to go retreat all the way. No! And that was just a game of juking there, but Nolan is going to get the win from that one, taking out Parks, getting this set to a Game 1 finish here for Moonlight.
The Rainmaker unintentionally being taken forward and ending all the way back in mid, basically where it began, forced back to its pedestal, its spawning place by that Kraken Royale, and it was such a nice first game here going all the way to overtime. No knockout here, maybe a good sign of things to come for the rest of the games, but that's not to say Moonlight did not establish a lead early and often.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Go, again, they did such a good job on defense, especially around that first checkpoint where Moonlight tried 2 times to get that easy dunk, early dunk, and they couldn't do it. Go was able to hold them and stop them. It wasn't until a little bit later where Moonlight really pushed around the elbow to try and get the final dunk, and like we mentioned, the game didn't end in a KO. If you're Go, you know that they're okay, like Moonlight's favored to win. They're the higher seed here, but we can hold on to hanging with them for 5 minutes and potentially get a game off of them.
And we've seen how these weapon matchups are going to look. 52 Gal versus 96 Deco. You've seen the pencil versus the heavy edit. Lots of similarities in the composition, just different methodologies of piloting them as we get to game number 2, which I believe will be Splat Zones on Robo Ramen here to set us out. We'll eventually get to take a look at the compositions here. Not too many changes. We are still going to see that heavy edit versus Basil on the pencil. Nolan still on the 96 and Omega on that devastating Minta Cavitator.
Yeah, we're going to really see how Omega plays here because, again, one of the strongest players that we have here at this tournament. That's going to be a quick early cap here for Moonlight. No player advantage quite yet for them. The Cooler is going to be out for Go, so Swish and Trey going to be working with that Brella, but it is going to go down. Zone trying to be neutralized here by Go. 3v3 situation coming out. Swish trying to take out Omega is able to do so, but not before Omega gets a shot on them as well. And again, this zone has been neutral for about 15 seconds, but not before Moonlight takes over again.
Yeah, Trey, one of the last holdouts there, was thinking they might be able to hide behind that wall, but they were getting pincer attacked, and so that's going to be a nice retake there to prevent themselves from getting a penalty for Moonlight. And now this is the situation you do not want to be in. This hallway so narrow, you either have to go all the way to the left or win your fights in this area, and they have multiple ways of blocking incoming ink. They have the splash wall, they have the canopy that you can see moving there, and they're even throwing out the Trizuka shots. They were able to dodge. I think that was JJ's Ultra Stamp, now finally forced to respect them coming back, but easily for Moonlight past the halfway point.
Yeah, I like how JJ broke through the left side because they knew they had to change something. We can't just keep pushing into Moonlight and getting ourselves in these 1v1s and not getting a net outcome that we want. But look at this. The zone is still capped for Moonlight, even though players from Moonlight went down, able to resave the zone. JJ's going to get that stamp out, using it to paint the zone in the bubble, almost taking out the bubble, but it's not going to be enough. That is going to be huge for Moonlight here. 2 players down on Go, and Moonlight, can they save this? Yes, they can, dropping or not dropping any points in this game.
A straight 100-0 for a much quicker game 2 than our game 1 that we previously spectated, and they will go up to nothing in this set. And tough look there around the 25-20 point mark there for Moonlight. Multiple members of Go were in that lower section of the map. They did not have a clear path to get back to the zone, and that timer is sneakily fast. It really ticks down very, very quickly. They had the sort of panic panic Ultra Stamp to see what ink they could get, but they go down very quickly to Omega inside of that big bubble, or just nothing that they could do other than throwing the kitchen sink in, and it's not enough for an easy 100-0 for Moonlight.
Right, I think Go with their specials, it just unfortunately the wrong place at the wrong time, especially with how Moonlight was able to counter them. You know, Moonlight would place a special or use a special immediately right when Go did, and it would just be a matter of, okay, which one is going to overpower the other? And like we mentioned, like the hammer could not detonate the bubble in time, so unfortunately for Go, they couldn't get the zone painted in time, because we knew that was a strategy there for JJ to just use the stamp. We need to paint this quick. We need to paint it. I don't want to throw it, don't want to go for picks. We need to try and prolong this, give them some penalty points so we can regroup.
And I have seen an inordinate number of Ultra Stamp players running Object Shredder over something like Stealth Jump just for that reason, to make sure they can shred things like the Rainmaker Shield or try and get the big bubbler down as quickly as they can. It's something where it's become a very versatile special. You can throw it either at the beginning of popping it or kind of near the end, whenever you want to really, or try and use it as they did at the end there to cap whatever part of the zone that they could. And I do like the way that Go was able to corner off and isolate some members of Moonlight. They were getting some good 2v1 victories, but they're not winning these larger team fights. I think Moonlight is doing a much better job of bunkering down behind something like the wall or even the canopy and winning those fights from behind those assets.
Yeah, I certainly think so too. And like the stage we just saw, RoboRamen, like there are so many places where you can just kind of hide. I'm going to wait and then I'm going to strike. So it just really worked out in their favor. And of course, you know, the tent placement from both of those teams working with how they can push it forward with the tents, especially on zone, really worked out for Moonlight. But we're going to be moving on to Inkblot Tower Control here, taking a look at the loadouts. And now we're going to see the Wiper come out from JJ. They're going to be sticking with that one. And Nolan is going to be using the S-Blast 92.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the bigger swaps there. The S-Blast 91 going to be proccing that Burst Bomb and Booyah Bomb, the nice combination, and they're going to be respawning quite often. You see the comeback and also quick respawn on their chest piece there. On the opposite side, not that many changes coming out from Go. They feel like a team that they're very confident in what they're bringing, but Trey going down early, Park still all the way back here. They did build up Cooler. Can they shred through this crab? They do so in quick fashion, but still Moonlight with the tower first.
Yeah, one of the players from Moonlight, I believe that was Nolan, had to really back up because Swish went for a very, very long flank to try and push out some of the backline players, and that caused them to struggle a little bit. And I think that's why Moonlight only netted to 89 on that first push, and now Go in the lead for the first time this series, able to get past that first checkpoint as Swish is going to be using that 10, trying to get some picks, and almost had a player advantage, now has a player advantage, and 3 specials on the line, Zach.
Good presence of mind there. One of the benefits of a third-party camera system, you can see behind you, because otherwise there was no way they were spotting that enemy behind that canopy, but it works to their advantage as we see Go get to the second checkpoint and get past the halfway point. Very important to fully clear these checkpoints so that if you do have to go back to mid or try a push again, you don't have to worry about it later. You see Trey 52 and Swish on the left-hand side. They're able to get Omega. That's one of those 2v1 situations that I was calling out earlier. And even though Moonlight getting some picks finally, I don't think this push is quite done yet.
Yeah, it seems like Go is still just being adamant about it, but with having 3 players go down, I think this might be where it ends. But if you're Go, you got all the way to 27 in the first 2 minutes of the game. Again, a very different pace of what we've seen from them before.
So now back to a more metered style of play. Basil setting up here on this left-hand side box, helping to get the assist onto Parks, and Nolan seeing 2 members of Go right next to them, actually throwing the Booyah Bomb closer to spawn. Oh. It touches, I think, JJ, but it's not nearly enough to be able to take them down. However, Go 2 members down. JJ taking some fire there from Nolan. Unabashedly going forward, they get the 1 pick, and they find the second on Omega. They'll smartly go back to where Swish has the canopy, but right now Moonlight edging closer and closer to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, even though Moonlight is pushing forward, Go still has a lead. There was a stamp v stamp. JJ's going to get that. JJ's really been getting some key picks here, helping their team, supporting their team, making sure that Moonlight is not pushing the tower as much as they do, and that is going to be the end of that push. Moonlight getting it to 54, getting to that second checkpoint, and Go has got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, Shadow and Trey were kind of going on a side quest there. Trey winning it out, even though Omega came back for reinforcements. Are they able to get the 2-piece? They actually get a teammate to come by and clean it up for them. Nice call-outs, I'm sure, there, as the Killer Whale is going to come out to Trey, trying to see if they can maybe use this box on the right-hand side while JJ helping to push things forward. One of the nicer things on this map, you're able to jump straight from the tower over these low walls. JJ wishes they could probably jump to a different spot as Moonlight grouping up. I think Moonlight finally also learning that these odd man advantages are doing so well against Go.
Yeah, I think where Go is really going to have to focus here is getting the slow burn of a loss here with some of their players going down. Moonlight back in advantage right now. Tower's at neutral. Swish launching some of the Trizukas out, but they're going to go down. Shadow still in the tower waiting for some jumps, and Moonlight still has that player advantage too, so they are really picking up the pace now. This is exactly what we've seen at the beginning of the first 2 games.
Forced all the way back into spawn. JJ the tip of the spear, but they really don't have any area, but they do lose Omega, so Moonlight going to lose one of their main players. Nolan also going to fall in the midst of the Booyah Bomb, so some specials used and not too much gained. They get within 10 points of tying, or actually gaining the lead over Go. Shadow trying to dodge, and they actually get the pick on the Parks, but time slowly running out on them. Just under a minute and a half left to go.
Yeah, I think these last minute and a half is going to be very important as, again, Go has about a 10-point lead, not even a checkpoint's worth of a lead. Omega going to get 1. 2 players are going to go down. Stamp versus Stamp. Who's going to get it? And it's going to be Omega taking down JJ. But no, Trade's going to be taking them down now. Will this be a lead swap? Yes, it is. Moonlight takes the lead. 1 minute left. This push is not over, Zach.
Oh my gosh, these Ultra Stamp battles are so exciting. Omega pushing directly into 2 members of Go and actually comes away with the trade. JJ, the surviving member, their Shadow, in a good position, helping to get some high ground. Their Crab runs out, now dueling JJ, and they'll win it. You can see how closely grouped together those 3 members of Moonlight were as they approach the 3rd checkpoint and are extending on their lead. Basil backing off to get Swish there, and this might be a KO if it gets any crazier.
Yeah, it might, because look how far Omega has pushed up, trying to use the stamp on the ramp there, but it doesn't matter. Moonlight getting the 3-0 set victory, coming back, taking down Go in the final moments of that game.
The closest of the 3 games in that set we got to see so far. As you mentioned earlier, the first lead taken in any of the 3 games by Go still ends in a Moonlight victory there with the knockout on Tower Control Inkbot Art Academy. So that is yet another sweep and no dropped games in that set for Moonlight. They are putting up quite a record here as they advance to the winners finals. We'll see Go in the losers portion of the bracket. On the opposite side of things, just to keep you updated, Yogurt was able to win a very hotly contested set against 2200 Miles. That one going to a maximum game 5, 3-2, the final score there for Yogurt, and they are currently taking on Ace of Spades on the other side of that winners semifinal. This is shaking out about how we predicted, but still exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, I did not have Yogurt in 2200 Miles going to a game 5 on my bingo card here. So props to 2200 Miles, because they were not the favorite team in that position, and I think 2200 Miles, they're going to be one of the teams who's going to make a loser bracket run.
And it's going to be exciting to see. I think our next match actually will be in the loser side of the bracket. To keep you updated there, So Much Swag with a 3-0 victory over Coelacanth Fossilfish, so they await the loser of Ace of Spades and Yogurt. That is going to be a tough draw no matter how you shake it out. On the other part of the losers round 1, we have 13 days taking on 2200 Miles. 13 days, the team that lost to Ace of Spades on the winner's side of the bracket. So that one should be a fun one to see who comes out of that and continues their run in losers.
Yeah, I have no idea. And the losers bracket too, especially when you have it all best of 5, it can be a gauntlet of a tournament, especially if these games go the distance. You are tired, you are exhausted, and especially if you played in Redemption. You already played earlier today.
Yeah.
If you're one of those teams like 2200 Miles who's in that position and you know you're knocked into the losers bracket. Actually, I mean, all 3 of them for that matter are down there right now, but it is just a lot of Splatoon, but you know you're facing some good competition.
Well, and if I remember correctly, all best of 5, even in the loser side of the bracket. So you don't have, it's a double-edged sword, so probably better to not have these best of 3s where one mistake is that much more costly, but the best of 5s, they're grueling, and it's probably been a grueling day, especially for these teams that played Redemption earlier, for example. So they're really having to dig deep and find it in themselves to find the energy to compete with constantly tougher and tougher competition in these consistent best of 5s to try and make it back to the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, like you said, best of 5, they have more time, but you know the fatigue could also set in. You know, you don't want to really go the distance in the first round, go to a best of 5. We saw clean sweeps from all the other sets, 3-0. You're the one who goes to game 5, but the worst is losing that. Obviously, if you win it, that's great, you move on, but yeah, there's just a lot of things, a lot of different factors to go into play for this tournament.
And you have in your notes as well the teams that made it straight through into top top 8 that did not have to go through redemption. 9-0 perfectly did not drop a game in any of their matches in pools. So they are not only showing their dominance over these teams, but it is time-wise fewer matches that they're having to play. So that is the benefit of having such a skill discrepancy over these teams. Now, obviously, not able to watch every 3-0 game, so we don't know how close they were. Could have gone to overtime, could have been longer matches, but just by virtue of not having to play that 4th and 5th game in these sets, it keeps them fresher for the later portions of this tournament.
Yeah, for all we know, that could have ended like the game 3 that we just saw, where Go had the lead for 85% of the game, and then Moonlight came over and really showed their dominance there. But that game that we just saw too, Go just had a different mindset at the very beginning. I mentioned one of the players, I believe it was Swish, who just immediately went for the back line against Moonlight, and we were able to take out some players one by one, and that allowed the rest of the members to just kind of paint around the tower, get some picks, and again, they just set a very early lead. Yeah,
a few of the players were actually trying that flank mindset. I think Trey52 tried it a couple times, Omega. It's kind of a hallmark of the Decavitator. You can really play that weapon so aggressively and from an impressive range that you might not expect, that it becomes very difficult to parse and face if you're not running something that can outrange it, or if you're not prepared for something like that to flank around. So it really relies for your team on having great call-outs and being able to know when somebody is out of position, in a position that you don't expect. And, you know, it makes these type of duels where we saw very interesting, like canopy versus canopy, wall versus wall, those extra added elements make it that much more difficult to win these team fights. And that's why we saw, I think, both of these teams at different times go for those odd man advantages.
Yeah, and they knew which player they wanted to go for. You know, but like we mentioned, both players had tents. That can be a little bit trickier. Like, you have to go around and flank a tent player, or else that's the only way you can attack them, or else the tent is just going to push you forward and you can't get your pick. But like players like Omega, where, you know, just the way that they use the Decavitator, I just can't wrap my head around it. You know, you get the 360, 180 picks where I'm like, you weren't even looking at the player. How did you take them down?
Yeah.
Anytime I play Decav, that is not what happens.
Fortnite has cranking 90s, and we have just the absolute madness of the 180 and 360s that gyroscopic controls allow for. So we'll have to see what happens in our next couple of sets. I'm very interested to see who it's going to be. And that match has concluded on the winners semifinals. The other match, Ace of Spades with a 3-0 sweep over Yogurt. So the winners finals will be Moonlight versus Ace of Spades, and that does drop Yogurt down to be the team taking on So Much Swag, and I believe that will be the next one that we'll be looking at.
Yeah, Ace of Spades and Yogurt, those were my 2 and 3 picks for this tournament, and you know, it's no surprise that Ace of Spades has moved up to the winners finals at that point. I mean, we saw them for our first match here in Top Cut, just how well they performed. They deserve to be in that spot.
Well, and taking a look at So Much Swag, for example, they have a good amount of players that are also no strangers to doing things like grinding rake. 3,000 in splat zones from Tacos. That's good for 32nd on the leaderboards. Clam Blitz also top 166 placement, and a good variety from this team. You have players like Devade, who has just the splat dualies under their belt, at least from their profile. You have Swag, who's kind of a mix between either that supporting style of splatling or maybe the more aggressive Nautilus splatling. But then you have players like Tacos. They can run basically any short-range shooter that you want from them.
Right, and this is the team that took out Waffle House Fight Club during Redemption. We were able to watch that set. That was the last one that was broadcasted there by Austin Arissa. Went the distance to a Game 5.
Very fun
We got to see Kermit the Frog on stage, too, for a little bit. So, I mean, they've gone the distance, too. And, I mean, you're taking out a team who is a pickup of, you know, LAN veterans at that point. You have Bronze, you have Fusion, you have Cactus. Like, you have a lot of these players who really excel at LANs, and I mean, I'm curious to see how well they're going to do in the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's no wonder that set went the distance. It was so back and forth. I don't think there was a clear winner until we finally got to that Game 5, and you know, the proving grounds happened, as it will. So, and with Yogurt, you know, that's a team that, as you mentioned, they're probably one of the highest seeded teams, and really up to this point have not faced much resistance. So a 3-0, you have to wonder if that shakes their mentality at all, or if it's something that, you know, they expect. It's sort of the natural course of things if you're playing in a high enough level tournament. And their players themselves, Pika, you know, somebody that is a very veteran player. You have Balloon and Pelu doing such a great job combining together and have weapons that are very much so in the meta. There's not going to be kind of these off-meta surprises that we've been seeing a ton of. Most of this is, you know, you've seen it at high level, and there's a reason it's high level. It's because they're very, very good.
Right. Balloon, Storm, and Splat all participated in the LAN Championship Showdown, and they played on different teams.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, now Balloon and Storm, they played together at Big Dapple, but Storm opted to to play with the team from New England when they qualified through New England. So a lot of these players know each other, joining forces here. Splat, who is one of the best players here from Florida.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the shout out to that LAN event. It's so fun seeing, these individual, maybe so regional competitions coming together and say, okay, who among us is really the best in North America that's come to these events in person, and they've proven that they are, similarly, of course, for MomoCon, of course, on a much grander scale, but can go with a crowd behind them, with an audience, and still have that much of an impact when they're playing. And so I hope we see more of these sort of regional areas or new lands come about that want to compete in these tournaments and eventually make their way up to the top level lands like MomoCon that we have.
Yeah, and again, of course, there's a lot to offer here. A lot of those locals, they're meant for Splatoon. They're meant for, pretty much everything Splatoon here or at those events. But here, we have a lot more that we have to offer. Anything you can think of in the anime comic world is here at MomoCon. So I was able to watch some wrestling on Friday night. They have a legit wrestling right here.
Behind the artist alley.
Yeah, it was right there. Got to see some cool. They have all these cars that are decked out too.
Oh yes.
So it's just like all the things that you could possibly see, including a few panels and Q&A sessions. They have quite a few different karaoke sessions too, in all these different rooms. I've been able to poke my head in a little bit or a few of them. They have a manga library. I walked through that. So that was just kind of cool to see. I was like, and there's people just enjoying that, taking a break, taking a little siesta, and just I need to just breathe and read a little bit and take some time away, and it's just really cool to see.
Well, and to your point, they have quiet rooms, and they have AMV contests. They even have panels that are more arts and craftsy that you can pay for, and it's okay, we're going to crochet or we're going to stitch this thing together, and some of them are themed around anime, and some of them are, just general. It's more just about any arts and crafts, and they go for basically all day, sometimes into the 3:30 in the morning areas. So if you are here, you could probably start at around 10 in the morning and go for maybe 14, 15 hours. If you don't want to stop, you don't have to. And I know a lot of folks, especially with Splatoon ending at the end of today, are going to spend tonight doing as much of the nightlife that MomoCon has to offer.
Oh yeah, a lot of us are here until Monday. And then we do have events that are at MomoCon until about 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So we still have a little bit on Sunday that we can participate in those activities. One of the things I saw too was there was a booth right outside our venue that is more of a cosplay repair, in case something breaks or gets damaged on your outfit. And that's nothing I ever thought about. Again, this is my first con I've ever been to, so I'm that makes sense that there's a booth or a group of individuals if you need, I don't know, thread or any tape, tape. I don't know what you would need to really fix something that breaks. But it's there, so that way you don't have to bring it, or you have professionals or people who know a lot about some of these costumes that people are bringing to assist.
And very nice of them to take time out of their day to have all of these supplies, because a lot of the cosplays are either very expensive and or just have a lot of pieces to them. So if something falls apart, you may not have the space or want to carry around a backpack that has all of these things in it. And so very nice of those folks to kind of wander around. And as you mentioned, so many people cosplaying here. I cannot imagine, this is such a doozy of a first convention to go to. It would almost be overwhelming, just the sheer amount of stuff there is to do here.
I think especially today is a Saturday, so anybody who is buying a one-day pass probably bought
This is the day, exactly.
This is the day. I can imagine there are people who probably live a few hours from Atlanta. They're like, I'm going to drive there on Saturday. I'm going to just be there for 1 day.
Make a weekend of it, make a day of it.
So walking through, after badge, I checked the time on my phone, but where you pick up your badge to where we are in this room, it took me 12 minutes of walking, and I'm a fast walker. Okay, I don't live in New York City, but I walk like I'm from New York, and just a lot of it too was waiting to go down escalators.
Yes,
that's kind of because you kind of get bottlenecked a little bit there.
Some of the escalators are only one person
wide.
I know. They are very thin.
Yeah. So I don't know how people who have wider cosplay outfits, or if they turn to the side.
Gotta take the elevator. Gotta take the stairs. It's very tough. And I have seen some larger or more grandiose cosplay. I did see one woman who I guess has been here multiple years, rocking a full body outfit with either glued together Pikachu plushes. Yes, and it has even a suitcase with Pikachu on it. And apparently somebody showed me a photo. I think it was Keon showed me a photo from a year or two ago. It looked like the exact same picture. She comes to this event and wears this in theory for all 4 days, and I would be just exhausted. Just the sheer weight of having all of that on you would just tear me down.
Yeah, I saw that person today, and there were probably 10 or 12 people asking to take pictures with them too. I think out in the lobby is where that's just kind of where that takes place. There's a little more space. Oh, can I get a picture with you? And people will line up, know where nowhere to go, and that's where all the photo
Yes.
opt areas are. So it's always a ton of fun to see. Like we mentioned before, we are going to be seeing Yogurt versus So Much Swag coming up. So Much Swag, the team coming from the Redemption side, squeaking in, getting this spot by getting a Game 5 win over Waffle House Fight Club, facing Yogurt. Again, Yogurt, they're in my top 3 picks, and we mentioned some of their star players that they have on this roster: Balloon, Pika, Splat, Pelu, and Storm. They are just a loaded team.
Yeah, you can see, I think, the Cherry Limeade shirt being sported by one member there of Yogurt, and So Much Swag, I think, garnering the rest of their team members after, as you mentioned, a very hotly contested 5-game set. But thankfully for them, I think they've had some time to maybe decompress, get their bearings about them, sort of figure out who they're going to be playing next. And they've gotten a tough draw, and they're at this point in the tournament, there probably are no easy draws left. It is all very competent, very high-level teams. Again, a mix of pickups and fully formed teams that have been here based on who could make it, but such a tough tournament, and glad that there is a double elimination, because I would hate for one of these teams to make it all the way to top 8 and then unfortunately have a tough draw, get that loss in the early portion of the bracket, and then not have a way to work their way back up.
Yeah, and actually, So Much Swag, they are the first team to defeat a team who qualified through winning their pools. They beat Fossil Fish in the first round of losers bracket. So Fossil Fish, they won their pools, got to the bracket here. They unfortunately went down to Go, who we just saw on stream, and then So Much Swag. So Much Swag getting that win over a team who won the pool has got to be a good victory.
Yeah, got to feel good. I think to this point, that's sort of your goal, right? Is you will eventually, if you make it far enough, you will face a team that did not go through Redemption. So if you did go through Redemption, maybe that's the ultimate form of revenge, just saying, hey, maybe we weren't at our best, or we had a tough draw in the early portion of this game. Now, though, we're able to take down a team that did not have those same struggles. And on the other side of the losers bracket, still waiting on the results from 13 Days and 2200 Miles. Go will actually play the winner of that set. It's, again, still best of 5, and the winner of this set, Yogurt versus So Much Swag, may have to take on Go, a team that has only really lost to Moonlight, took that 3-0, as you mentioned, versus Coelacanth earlier in the winner's portion of the bracket.
Yeah, 2200 Miles, even though they came from the Redemption side, and these are the 2 teams who are playing out who came from Redemption, but you got those 2 games over Yogurt. I feel like you're sitting in a pretty good position. You got to be happy with how you performed. And again, you're facing a team 13 Days who, again, got into from Redemption bracket. They only lost 1 game there against Remix. They're going to be going head-to-head, and that's going to be one I want to pay attention to.
Well, if we're going off of the start.gg predictions, it would be 13 Days that would make it out of that losers round 1 to take on Go. Nothing guaranteed as of yet, however, and this will be the losers quarterfinal. So I believe we will be starting things out with tower control on Manta Maria. Then we will be following it up with a guaranteed Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins and Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. So 2 out of the 3 of those, the second and third games, pretty hectic. Anything can happen. Starting it out with much more of an even keel style in game 1.
Yeah, and like you mentioned with Manta, we don't really see it that often, and you have the slow pace of tower control. I feel like that's a good mode to just really take your time and kind of sink in. Okay, this is where we can kind of talk about our game plan for the weapon comps. They're probably not going to be changing that often from game to game. So I think that's going to be a good test run map.
Yeah, and taking a look at the compositions or possible weapons that we have from a team like Yogurt. Pika, definitely known, I think, and plays that slosher quite a bit. The Tri-Strike can be very good for tower control. I think when comparing different tower control maps, Manta Maria, one of the more open ones. It has that level of verticality. It has those walls that are very thin that you can set maybe a crab tank on if you want to, or wait for the checkpoint to use something like the Tri-Strike, the Mint Decav. Also an option there for somebody like Balloon. Could also play the slosher, so you have multiple players who can play one of the best weapons in the game right now. And then for Roman or Splat, they have that sort of tip of the spear style of short-range shooter. They could either bring the hero shot that would have that, I believe, Trizuka, or the crab that could make great use of that high ground. And then for Pelu, that's going to be maybe your backline player. That may be who you want to stick the pencil for, so that you can still have that majorly nice to have tactical or buff, or even something like the Nautilus if you want to get a little bit closer, but a little bit more aggressive all the same.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what their comps are, and it looks like Palu's going to be the one who's not playing in this round, as we have Pika, Storm, Balloon, and Splat all lined up here. Like you mentioned, Pika, a former member of Cherry Limeade, who we all know and love. We've had the pleasure of seeing them at a few LANs in the past, and it's really great that a few of their members are here today.
Yeah, it's one of those teams, kind of like Frank's Hotdogs. You expect them to be at LANs. It's one of those teams when you hear their name in a LAN, it's like, oh yeah, of course they would be there. Why wouldn't they be there? And so I get excited when, you know, I'm very glad pickups do happen, and I'm glad that folks are able to find others to play with and create these sort of one-time only team names. But I also love the stories of teams that are able to make it work and fly from all different parts of the world to be together as a team. And even though the competition is important, it's just one part of it. They have the entire weekend to be together in person, to get to know each other in person, which is an opportunity that they might not always have.
No, exactly, and that's one of the best parts about LANs, as you mentioned, and we have 4 full days for us to do that. It's not like an event where we're showing up for a few hours and then going home. No, this is day 3 for a lot of these players, day 2 for Splatoon. So, I mean, the body fatigue might be setting in. Let's be real. It kind of is for me. But some of the player fatigue, I don't think quite yet. But again, this is going to be a heated match.
This is kind of the lull hour of the day, you know, around 4:30 Eastern time. It's some time where maybe the lunch is worn off and you're not quite ready for dinner. You're just waiting for, maybe you're having that midday snack or getting that energy. So much swag. You know, they have some weapons here that could play very well in tower control on Manta Maria. Same thing with Devade having the Splat dualies that could have the crab tank there. I think obviously you want to take high ground with that. You want to use that alternate firing modes to make sure that if you're taking, which I would predict, again, that sort of left-hand side angle to sort of maintain the tower and sort of use that right-hand side high ground to watch over the tower, quite literally. And then for somebody like Tacos, have either the Inzap, if you want that to be your tactical core weapon. You also have Daybreak, who could run the Pencil, which has been the more popular option, or even Swag, who has the heavy edit. So lots of options there. You could kind of shake it up if something's not working, if you want to go with a more long-range option versus something that's more short-range. And then Tacos is kind of filling it all out. They're making sure that no matter what comp or what mainly special that they would need, they're going to have the short-range but very fast-firing weapon to complement it.
Yeah, that's always good to have a team who's going to be pretty flexible with how they play. And again, always just, the thing is, like, these players know, especially on so much, like, know players from Yogurt, probably personally, as far as which weapons that they are special in. And that's always going to be something to consider. You know, you play to your strengths, but is your strength going to be your opponent's weakness? So always something you want to think about before you decide on the map, or before you decide on which weapons you choose.
I'm glad you bring that up. That's a very important point. I think there's a dichotomy there of styles where either a team is going to play to what they know, they scrimmage, you know, compositions that they are very comfortable with, and they don't really adjust based on the team that they're playing. It's just more so map and mode if they make sort of micro changes. Maybe one player swaps over. And then there are teams that they overhaul entirely. I think when I got to spectate the triple junior composition in multiple games, one with 2 juniors and a custom and one with all 3 vanilla juniors, that's more so like we're playing to the players that we have and the players that we're playing against. And it worked.
Yeah.
You know, God love them. It worked to get that pick. They won that game with the triple junior.
That was Remix. I remember
so
that.
much fun. Remix, I have to give them another shout out. Not only are they all very accomplished and talented artists in their own right, but it is so fun seeing a team that is so deep. They have, you know, 6 to 8 members on the board to be here. But we're about ready to get started. Let's take a look at losers round 2 here between So Much Swag and Yogurt, TC Manta Maria.
All right, let's hop in, taking a look at these weapons. Balloon going for the range blaster. That is going to have Wavebreaker and Suction Bomb. And then we have the Tri-Stringer come out again with the Nautilus here. That's going to be Suction Bomb and Splashdown.
And we also see, as opposed to the vanilla Splat dualies, the N-Parry Splat dualies coming out. So they're going to have the Inkjet, something that I've mainly seen this weekend from either the Ballpoint or the one time that I saw the vanilla Tri-Slosher. So it's going to give you that nice overview, that high-level play. Pika we see trying to take, at least until that moment, the high ground will jump down to get a piece of that tactical action. And they're on one of those classic flanks that Splatoonists love to do.
Yeah, that's what Pika does really well. They're going to be opting to try and go for Daybreak, but they are caught using the Stamp. Not going to get anybody, but in fact going to go down from Swag themselves. Div 8 trying to get Splat, but Splat is going to walk away from that one, but they caught themselves in a pickle here, and a lot of players are going to go down, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Daybreak from So Much Swag who's taking the tower.
Yeah, and this is who you want on the tower, your Tri-Stringer player. They allow jump-ins to happen like the N-Parry just did, looking to take out Pika. It's a 2v1, and it will work in that fashion. They'll even have the support of the Killer Whale 5.1 trying to track members like Stormy, or the other one that's flanking around on the side there, Swaggleton, trying to see if they can can get a splat. They're going to expend the triple splashdown as well. They're at the second checkpoint, and with how much they're distracting them, even though 3 players went down and they got a full wipeout, they still clear all the way through that second checkpoint.
Yeah, that was a really good opening push from So Much Swag, especially coming from the loser side here. They are setting the tone for this match, but Yogurt quick to capitalize here. Balloon getting a nice direct. They're going to be trying to seek out Div 8, who's going to get traded there with Pika. So now Yogurt still at the tower, avoiding some suction bombs from players. That is going to be Swaggleton, who's trying to break in from that right side. Going to go down. Pika going to be throwing a stamp here. Can they get to the second checkpoint, though? That is the question. Having a 1-player advantage, Balloon is going to be pushed up along with Splat, but right now the tower seems uncontested except for Div 8 right coming through.
Yeah, Div 8 rolling around. They are going to have the tactical buff, and they'll make it work. They'll get Pika, not able to get the second one as Storm is able to survive. I will stand by the fact that that sort of direct hit noise that blasters or even Splataners are able to do is one of the most satisfying sounds in the game to hear. So we love to spectate it and see them get a direct as Daybreak going to set back up on top here. They have the Killer Whale at the ready. Very nice choice, I think, for a super linear map like Manta Maria.
Yeah, I think that is a fantastic choice. And I mean, So Much Swag, too. They are really playing around this map super well. Swaggleton, I don't know how they stayed alive and jumped out. Oh, my goodness. I thought for sure they were going to get splatted there from Balloon, or from one of the members of Yogurt. That was crazy. I thought Storm was going to take them out, but no. They able to make that jump, and right now Yogurt back in control of mid, in control of the tower as well. They're only down by 11. That is going to be, they need to get past the second checkpoint. Balloon trying to set themselves up to get that pick. Swaggleton coming around the side along with Div 8. We see a 2v2 situation. Swaggleton going to be taking down 1. Can they take down Storm? That is going to be a huge pick. Can it be 3 against Pika? Let's see. No, so close. And now Yogurt still able to take control. Will they take the lead?
Yeah, I'm always amazed at the way that Splatlings are able to basically sit on a wall and still have that charge to get 2 and almost 3 there as Pika was able to survive. Pika, speaking of, popping that hammer, trying to throw it down and not quite able to get the end parries there as Swaggleton will push forward. The tower going back. Just a 1-point lead. So Much Swag able to barely hold off Yogurt.
Yeah, that was a really good save. You had a lot of players just with key positioning on making sure that tower was protected. The checkpoint was cleared, but again, the lead was not taken right then. 1 minute 30 remaining right now as So Much Swag trying to push this tower once again. Can they extend their lead? They do a little bit. Taka's doing a really good tower dance, providing a jump for their teammates, and Swaggleton and Div 8 on the tower still pushing this through and getting a 2-player advantage. Splat and Pika trying to take them out, but this tower is unstoppable right now.
Call it the salsa, call it the tango, call it whatever you want, but that dance around the pinnacle of the tower able to keep this push going as it's an extension of the lead gained by So Much Swag. Finally, a wipeout forced by Yogurt, but So Much Swag showing so much tenacity here on Manta Maria.
Yeah, they really are, and that is exactly the tone you need to have as we have 1 minute remaining now. Like we said, pushing it to 15, approaching that third and final checkpoint. So right now, Yogurt back in control. They still have some time to build up some of their specials and get this push, and right now, tower seemingly uncontested. Pika going for a flank against Daybreak, Taco, and Div 8. All 3 are pushed there in that corner. Can Pika get one of the picks? They are still alive, but no, they are going to go down to Swaggleton. Tower is still in control of Yogurt's side right now. Storm and Splat there, but here comes Div 8 with the splashdown 1v1 in the corner. Div 8's going to walk away from that, and once again, a very nice save from So Much Swag.
I'm surprised that Yogurt had enough real estate to move. The 3 of them were basically backed into a corner, and all 3 survived despite the triple splashdown. Div 8 going to get the pick there, looking for the second. Not quite able to get it as they're falling down. Balloon able to survive. The direct on the Tacos, looking for the second, and they're going to come on the wall instead. The last remaining member there trying to cement it with the triple splashdown, but they will fall, and it looks like we will likely have overtime if Yogurt can get back on the tower.
Yeah, but Div 8 here still alive on the tower, and they do, basically taking it. 3 members of Yogurt were on the tower. Div 8 does a little roll, gets on the tower, gets a few picks with the support of their teammate Daybreak, and gets the win for game 1.
So much swag doing such a great job there of holding it down on Manta Maria. We talked about how this is kind of an unconventional map and also mode choice to start us out here, and this is only going to be the start of it. As we mentioned, I think Clam Blitz and Rainmaker is what we have to look forward to. This set's going to be wild.
I know, and I'm particularly excited for Clam Blitz. I feel like players at this caliber just put on quite a show for us. Makes our job easy as commentators. It makes it so much more enjoyable. That was definitely a strong showing from So Much Swag. I didn't know they had that in their tank.
Yeah, very impressive, and I love the weapon compositions that they chose. The Nautilus 79 showing what they could could do, those sort of low walls that don't have a lot of real estate or breathing room on them, but are able to, you know, get multiple picks if you can retain that charge that you build up on the splat lane, keep it going. Almost got 3. Pika just barely, I think, staying out of the way of those final shots, and were able to keep that push going as a result.
Yeah, the plays there from So Much Swag, they had a lot of swag with that. I mean, you can't, like, they really did. And I think, too, Divi, I did just a exceptional job on knowing which way to roll, knowing where should I approach from and how should I take this tower, especially at the very end there. That was really impressive.
So we'll see what happens as we wait to get into game number 2 here. Yogurt, the team on the back foot here, looking to see what they will change. Both teams readying up rather quickly here, so we will not have to wait long. It will indeed be Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins. Let's take a look at the weapon compositions and see what changes, already denoting a few. I did see a Rapid Blaster. I believe that's a Pro Deco, as well as a 52 and an NZAP. And on the opposite side of things, some fun stuff as well as Tacos brings out the Junior.
Yeah, Div8 going for the vanilla Splat dualies instead of the Ampere ones this time. So quite a few changes here. That's going to be an early down there for Splat, who's using the Gal. And 2 are going to go down, 3 are going to go down. It's just Storm, who's being chased off by Swaggleton and Tacos using that Junior, but they're caught themselves in a 2v1. Meanwhile, with all that was happening, Daybreak forming the power clam. Can't quite get it in time. Swaggleton, the only one there on offense. Oh, such a very close opportunity for So Much Swag.
Yeah, a very early start. They ran over them, and they sent that NZAP running for the hills, but they actually were able to get a pick coming out of it, and now Pika and the rest of Yogurt trying to claw their way back into mid, and 3 of them were set up at one time on that pillar on top. The triple splashdown going to come down. Pika trying to see if they can get one, and they will get Swaggleton. Looking to see if they can throw and get the second one, but it's going to be the dodge by Daybreak, who only survives temporarily. 2 down, and they're trying to throw enough clams to each other to build up that power clam.
Yeah, Yogurt now in a position, but they don't have a power clam formed quite yet. Splat still playing on the offensive side, just waiting around the basket. Balloon and Pika trying to push forward. Balloon sitting with 7. They need to stay alive to form a power clam. Pika is going to be getting one, throwing it to Balloon. There we go. There's the first score of the game. Yogurt with a few clams to quickly follow up. Pika is going to go down. A few members going to be running around to try and get some. Storm able to throw in a few more clams as well. We'll see how the rest of Yogurt tries to approach this.
Yeah, Storm maybe with the most important pick there. You could see the 3 or 4 clams that were on the ground, and they were able to pick those up and keep this going. The push still going, and they're even protected, at least for the moment, by the splash wall. Splat moving forward. Swaggleton going to go down. Pika just throwing the Ultra Stamp away. They have so many reinforcements as Balloon that whole time was able to go back and get about 5 or 6 more clams to keep this going.
Yeah, now Storm is the one with clams. Can they get there in time? I don't think the answer is yes. The basket is going to close 23 on that opening push from Yogurt. Absolutely exceptional. And a very different change of pace from what we see in game 1.
So now on the back foot here, let's see what Tacos and the rest of their team can do about it. Trying to move forward. They're just expending the Splat Bomb. They are able to get control of this obstacle in mid. They will go down, it looked like, to the Killer Whale, despite setting up the big bubbler. 3 down force as Splat tries to run away and see if they can just survive, maintain the pressure there. And now it's going to be a push from So Much Swag, seeing if they can continue it. Swaggleton using the triple splashdown. They are going to be able to take down Pika. 2 for 1 there. Now 3 members going down. It's just going to be the Splat dualies left. Div8 seeing if they can survive against the Balloon, and they will, but at the cost of that barrier going back up.
Yeah, and the rest of So Much Swag had a power claim. They were trying to push in. That would have been a huge push for them, but either way, they break the basket. They get a few more clams in. They're able to put some points on the board, and we are back at a neutral game right now with Yogurt still in control a little bit. That's going to be a nice stamp throw as Pika's going to be getting a pick there. Storm holding on, and they're going to be trying to taste out Taco and Div8 there, who are both caught 3 down right now. It is just going to be a pencil Daybreak on the side of So Much Swag. Basket is going to open from Yogurt. A lot of clams going in right now, and if this is anything like the first push that they had, this is going to be a great one.
Yeah, Storm just jumped back in with 3 clams, and they see more on the horizon. They are going to lose their 52, and Pika trying to see if they can pick Daybreak off, who doesn't see them. They're still looking around. Pika, though, distracted themselves, gets taken down by Swaggleton, and even though they got rid of their penalty, that'll be a lead up to 17, and the barrier coming back up, but 23 clams currently held by So Much Swag. Can they use them effectively?
Yeah, we will see. Like you said, they do have the power claim, able to get that jump. Div8 getting a pick, and they almost have a power claim at the ready too. 7 holding on to it, another one scored, so down to 33 on that push. 2v2 right now. Balloon trying to clean up here, take out Tacos and Swaggleton, make sure nobody pushes forward. The rest of the team is there to support right now, and a very good push from So Much Swag, but not enough to take the lead. This is a nail-biter.
And Balloon, the stalwart defense, they're doing so well of protecting with just these tiny little dots of damage. It's enough to keep them at bay because of the range that it has and the ability to hit multiple targets at once if you're able to position it correctly. Now both players losing a team there as there's only the Juniors bubble online. When will they opt to use it? We see Div 8 and Daybreak over there. They're throwing the Glam around. Pika yeeting the Ultra Stamp out. It's not going to find anyone, but they will at least distract for the moment. So much swag, and they'll even court and bait Daybreak over to that Power Clam. They will cost them their life, and now finally the rest of So Much Swag finding the reinforcements, and that's going to get the Power Clam into the basket.
Yeah, that bubble that was there definitely helped members of So Much Swag. Throwing in the Power Clam, and then the bubble gets detonated. Will this be enough? No, it is not going to be enough. It is just going to be the Not Who is Alive Swaggleton who's going to have to back up while the rest of Yogurt takes over and takes control of mid. So now if you're So Much Swag, you're in a very tricky position. You don't have the lead, you don't have the map control, and you have to play defense. The good news is, actually, I don't even think they have their Mercy Clam, so I don't know if there's much good news right now with 2 players down and how well Yogurt's pushing up.
Yogurt not showing any mercy. That was effectively a delayed wipe, and they're still showing more. You take control of mid, you take control of the clams. Yogurt comes roaring back and holds off So Much Swag. I believe tying this set at 1. What a strong performance there on Umami Ruins.
Yeah, both of the teams with really strong offensive pushes there. You know, sometimes in Clan Blitz, you might have 1 basket broken and that's a game, or sometimes you might have 6 or 7, and that's exactly what we saw. It always makes it so much more enjoyable. But like you said, Yogurt getting that win and tying the set up 1-1. So Much Swag getting that first game win in a very dominant fashion as we had seen before, but Yogurt quick to respond. So, like you mentioned, going into our 3rd game mode, this is going to be another one that we have seen quite a bit here, but it was just such a strong showing from Yogurt, and I think just their coordinated pushes was unmatched.
Yeah, and I think their composition, it lends itself to a mode like Clan Blitz where you're kind of already going all the way around the map, maybe even to places that you would normally go to find clams and make sure that you can build up the most of them. I think the most we saw, at least on the broadcast, there was 23 at one time, but just having them in your possession doesn't necessarily mean you've cleared a path to success. That's one of the toughest things about Clan Blitz, is just finding the ability to actually come back and get the right opportunity to put that Power Clam in, and that's why I think you see so many teams wait until they have a second Power Clam and then jump them in from all the way across the map to get those free 20 points.
Yeah, if you're going to score, you want to make it count. You know, you don't really just want those one and dones. You need to make sure that your score is good, especially when you come down from behind. And I mean, So Much Swag, they were in a pretty heavy point deficit. At one point, we had a palindrome score of 17 to 71. I couldn't think of the word palindrome at the time,
but
it came back to me like at the end of the game. So, but it's moments like that where So Much Swag, they knew that they were down by quite a bit. So if we score, we need to score big. We're going to be jumping our pity clam. We're going to be making sure that we have all of our ducks in a row or clams in a row to try and get some of these picks and get some of these points. And that's exactly what they did, and that's why it was so close.
Well, as the song goes, some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this, and we won't have to wait much longer for Game 3 in a tied 1-1 set. It's Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. This also another great Clan Blitz map. This time, however, it'll be for Rainmaker. We do see the Hero Slosher coming out, and on the opposite side of things, still seeing the Vanilla Splat Dualies and still seeing the Knot.
Yeah, so not many changes here. Taco's still using the Junior as well, so we'll see how well this plays off for them. Again, Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge here. The first pop is going to go for Yogurt. Balloon trying to identify where some of these players are, just waiting and sharking just a little bit. Splat is going to be getting that early crab out as Taco using that defensive bubble as well, and going to be jumping out to one of their teammates too, closer to mid. So Much Swag in a little bit more control right now, but Balloon going to be getting a nice pick. Balloon has quite a bit of height advantage at this point, but who's ultimately going to be picking up the Rainmaker first? I'm not sure. This is definitely a battle at mid.
Yeah, that splat by the Slosher is one of the main beauties and reasons why you run that weapon, is it can just vault over those obstacles where other weapons otherwise would not be able to tread as easily. Daybreak, to answer your question, going to be the one to pick up the Rainmaker. They have the bubble right on top of the pedestal, so it's going to be one of the more easier strolls to that first checkpoint. They're not going to have to worry about it, but it's only to 68. This is one of the shortest paths that they ever have to take. Tacos now bum rushing forward. They have enough room to extend it by 30 all the way up to 38.
Yeah, this is the point in Scorch Gorge Rainmaker where things can really spiral out of control. They're going to have to try and take care of Div 8, who stays alive, rolling. A very dangerous roll, not rolling off of the stage, so good for them. Yogurt able to get that pop, and probably going to opt for the Rainmaker to reset, but they always want to keep an eye on make sure nobody is flanking. And Div 8 looks like they're going to be trying to go around, and the Rainmaker going to be flickering pretty soon here. But So Much Swag is still in control of mid after getting that first good push.
Look, where on other maps it might be very important to spawn camp, make sure you stay in there as long as possible. This is a map where mid is crucial. You have to be able to lock it down because of how much space there is. And now Yogurt's going to have their chance at it. Storm is going to be the designated Rainmaker carrier. They've opted to play the big bubbler defensively on the side of So Much Swag, and they're starting to lose reinforcements fast. They're down their Splash, they're down their Slosher, and now the Wiper going to go right after it. It's going to be basically a delayed wipeout, but Storm taking at least a couple with them, 2 down. But at the end of the day, So Much Swag going to hold strong.
Yeah, what I liked about that push from So Much Swag is they all dropped as a unit, but made sure that they avoided the Rainmaker shots and didn't just all get splatted together. So they survived that very well. And, you know, with about 2.5 minutes in, So Much Swag still holding on to control. Yogurt has not had an opportunity to push his Rainmaker at all, only down to 94, but they are doing a good job controlling mid. I think they just don't want to put themselves in a position where they can pick up the Rainmaker and then not know where to go from there, so they are playing this very carefully.
Pika, I think, thought about using the Ultra Stamp, was literally on the wall trying to go up to the Rainmaker, and then said, screw it, I just want to try and throw it at Daybreak, which unfortunately they missed, and that's allowed So Much Swag another opening here. Div 8 going to be on the Crab Tank. They're going to be pushing forward alongside Swaggleton. They also have the Rainmaker carrier. They're going to go back actually for a quick soda, as Taco's doing basically the same exact thing and getting almost to the same point as their best push of the game. This time they have the triple splashdown to help take down that Crab. Splat staying alive. The double Splat Bomb not quite taking them out, but they will get that parting pick, and now it's going to be Yogurt coming right back the other way.
Yeah, Splat getting a few really good picks there. That's going to help their team push. Yogurt finally getting that first checkpoint right now, 3v3 situation. Yogurt wants to try and keep this momentum up, but they do have a player disadvantage right now as Splat caught themselves in a 3v1. What's going to happen? They are able to jump out of that. Really good positioning from them. However, So Much Swag back in control with the lead, but specials are now coming out from Yogurt. We'll see what happens when the Rainmaker resets.
It's like playing a game of prop hunt or hide and seek. I don't know how 3 people didn't find them there and they were able to jump out. That quick super jump really helps as Daybreak trying to make sure that they're painting things up to build up that tacticooler and being guarded by Tacos as well as they're not. So the Not, of course, taking high ground. Now they have the Ultra Stamp trying to get up on them. Pika pushing forward, but they'll lose their life as well. And now it's Storm basically alone trying to just force back Daybreak, who will retreat back to spawn as we enter the final minute of play.
Final minute of play, like you said, Zach. Storm holding onto the Rainmaker. 2 players down now on So Much Swag. Tacos and Swaggleton trying to find an opportunity to push forward. Storm able to take the lead, has the gutsy play and able to get it. Sometimes the inches is all you need there. They're able to do it with about 40 seconds remaining.
They say anything Tacos can do, I can do better. And Balloon wants to keep this one going. It's at least worth a shot. Div 8 going all the way back to spawn. Splat might have a chance, and Tacos is just barely there with even the small range of that Splattershot Jr. And now the onus is shifted back over to So Much Swag. The Rainmaker shield going back, and it's going to look like it'll get popped once again by Yogurt. That's going to give them that all-important map control, and importantly too, So Much Swag losing their pencil, so they're not, at least for a while, going to have the tactical, or 2 down, now 3 down. So many members of Blue, So Much Swag falling. It looks like Yogurt going to take a victory lap at the end of this one.
Yeah, Balloon saying this way, this way. I don't know if the Rainmaker's really following them though, because they want to stay alive since they already have the lead and they're going to get it. Yogurt getting that win here, moving themselves up to 2-1. A fantastic push for them. I mean, for so much Swag, pretty much the entire game they had the lead. So what's very tricky is in that final moment, you lose the lead, and then you're like, okay, we have to get this back, and we have less than a minute to do so. That momentum shift, that mind shift of playing defense for that whole time to immediately shifting gears and playing offense, that is very hard to do.
It sets you into a panic mode, and in sports, you see the same thing. You can either sit on a lead and mostly play defensively, or you can play super aggressively and try and extend that lead even further. We saw that a couple times from Tacos, who was trying to get to that wall with the Rainmaker, got just about to 38 again, and for Yogurt, they tried the same strategy, and it worked. They get just barely, I think, 5 points ahead of where So Much Swag does. So that little separating these two teams as we approach Game 4, which is going to be Splat Zones on RRRemix. So we're done with Clan Blitz, done with Rainmaker. We're back to these more, forced to respect the objective style of modes for Games 4, and if necessary, Game 5.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're getting more than just a Game 3 here, too. And, I mean, that that all goes to show how close this competition is too, especially with so much swag coming from the losers bracket and getting that dominant game 1. Then we knew, okay, we're in for a treat here, because I doubted that. I was like, I doubt Yogurt is going to let that happen for 2 more consecutive games, and they did not. They came back, they got the win, got the lead. But yeah, there's just so much momentum shifting that has been happening in these games, and it can really mess with your mind and your play style. But now Yogurt, knowing that they only need 1 more game to go the distance, to move up, so much swag, they're in a do or die situation, especially since we're in the losers bracket.
That's the blessing and the curse of a 5-minute match timer, is that there is so much time if you get that early lead in maybe the first minute and a half, that you have to defend, and you have to worry about this team knowing that they exactly where they have to get to, as opposed to it just being a neutral ground at the start of the game. But as you mentioned, Yogurt trying to close things off here in advance in the loser's side of the bracket. So much swag trying to stave off elimination. As we take a look at the compositions, a lot is staying the same here for Yogurt, and on the opposite side of things, the only change I'm really seeing is the Neo Splash coming out to contend with Splat's Vanilla Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah, Taco switching from the Junior to the Neo Splash there to get a little bit more paint, some strikes as well to cover the zone. And they are going to be the first ones to get the cap here. One of the members, Swaggleton, is going to go down to Pika. Strikes are going to come out right now, and Yogurt back in control of the zone. Crab is going to go down too, but 2 specials, that is going to be Cooler and Stamp at the ready. But no, this might be a wipeout situation for so much swag against Yogurt, but Storm going to wisely back up, give their team a little bit of breathing room, but this is really working out for so much swag.
And that's been a specialty of so much swag in contending with what Yogurt has to offer. Pika so often popping this Ultra Stamp and not able to get the value that they want. You see right there, Div 8 unabashedly getting right into the face of Pika and locking it down. Despite that, Yogurt not able to get this zone back. They finally have the reinforcements. They had Balloon, who does go down. Pika still in the lower part of the map. They're not able to get where they can contest the zone, and as a result, so much swag holding strong.
Yeah, there are times they lose the zone, but they are quick to gather it back. But no, finally Yogurt able to take the zone and the wipeout. So this is the first wipeout of the game. So much swag did all of their damage without getting a wipeout. We had a lot of near misses there. But Yogurt now looking to try and capitalize on this, pushing up, painting, taking out Swaggleton. Very nice. There are 2 specials online at the ready. One is going to be Crab, one is going to be Strikes from so much swag, as Splat is just waiting for opportunities here and still just getting pick after pick after pick. We have not seen so much swag at a 4-person strong.
And this is the hardest part of this match, is getting out on this map from your spawn. If you go all the way left, you are at a height disadvantage, and if you go all the way right, as we see the lead go over to Yogurt, it is a tight hallway that Yogurt is able to pretty easily defend. They're even holding on to Pika's Ultra Stamp, as we do see Splat go down to the triple splashdown.
Yeah, Splat is going to go down to that triple splashdown. So much swag hoping to recap, and they do, giving 64 penalty points to Yogurt. They're going to be losing one of their players. Pika is going to be watching one of these jumps. Can they take him out in time? No, they can't, but their teammates able to help out. And they have 2 players down right now. So much swag back in control of the zone, but Pika is still sharking underneath. They're going to be jumping out. This is going to be a much needed reset for so much swag.
Yeah, and so much swag basically with 2 team fights that they need to win based on the amount of points that they have penalty-wise to get through. Div 8 holding on to this tactical rebuff, but they're contenting themselves with throwing specials. But now, specials coming back their way in the form of Yogurt. They're able to get control back and take it over, start chipping away at their penalty. Swaggleton yet again with the triple splashdown. That's not going to find anybody. And they have 3 members of Yogurt right on their doorstep. They are moving as a combined unit, and so much swag forced to respect it and back off.
Yeah, they backed off because they needed to try and save this game here, but no, it's still not going to be enough for them. For Yogurt, able to get this cap once again. A lot of penalty points from both teams. It's going to be contested now from the strikes coming out from so much swag. Daybreak going to be throwing that soda for their teammates now. And again, you have to watch for Pika because they are a very aggressive wiper player who's just going to be trying to pop up from these ledges out of nowhere, throw some stamps. Swaggleton using that splashdown to try and cap the zone. Will it be enough? It might with the help of the strikes. They're going to need to get it. Yes, they do. Zach, this is a back and forth match.
Yeah, and so crazy that they needed both of those painting specials in order to take control of the zone here, being defended so well by Yogurt up to that point, but Swaggleton holding on to that charge, and they've cleared house. Now it's their turn to lock down mid and see how much they can turn Yogurt back toward their spawn. Balloon backing off. They do have the benefit of the tactical anywhere and are trying to charge forward here with it. The tri-strike's coming out from Balloon. That's pretty well placed on the zone. That's going to take it back over fully, and Yogurt only needing one special to not only take the zone back, but force a 3-down situation.
Yeah, that cap was huge, not only because you got the cap to get the lead back, but you did it with about a minute remaining and 3 players down on the side of So Much Swag. You don't have the player advantage right now, but you still have solid control. Splat using the crab to try and lock out some of these members. Swagleton trying to find a way that they can break back in. Div 8 up here on the right ledge. Strikes are now going to be coming out. This is one last hope for So Much Swag to try and recap it. They are able to get it. Div 8 using the crab in the zone, but going to be going down to some of these strikes. So right when So Much Swag's able to get the zone, Yogurt very quick on the respawn.
Yeah, hard to survive when you have one of those triples, tri-strikes going right on top of your crab tank. It's going to be Yogurt popping the tactical orb, but that is going to give the opportunity for So Much Swag to take the zone back. Now it's just a battle right on top of the zone. The tri-strike coming out is going to be 2 for Storm. They're looking for a third, not quite able to get it on the Swaggleton, but they will get it with the Slosher. And so Yogurt holding strong, 18 seconds left to go. I'm not sure So Much Swag even has time to come back with Daybreak going down. They are all the way back to Pin to Spawn, 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I think Daybreak died to a torpedo there too, so that's just, you know, not something you want to go down to, but right now, there's not really any opportunity. Div 8's the only one by the zone. That's not going to be enough. Yogurt going to be getting that win, keeping themselves alive, moving them up to the loser semis here. That was only loser quarterfinals.
And a very hype losers quarterfinals. You saw So Much Swag win that game 1, and you were like, oh boy, we might have an upset on our hands. And even that game 2 and even game 3, so back and forth, so close. That Rainmaker game, so much fun to watch, but it will be Yogurt winning 3 straight to take the 4-game set over So Much Swag, and they will advance to the losers semifinals. We do have an update for you on the other side of the losers brackets. In round 1, it was another game 5 scenario as 13 Days did end up defeating 2,200 miles. That has to be one of the hardest losses of the entire tournament with how much 2,200 miles went to game 4 and 5 consistently. 13 Days moves on to play Go on the other side of our losers quarters here, and that will be the team that takes on Yogurt later in the losers semis.
Yeah, a lot of tough competition, as we mentioned before. And like you mentioned, a shout out to 2,200 miles because they're a team, I don't know if they were favored to be in Top Cut here, but they've really proven themselves on how well they've done. Like you mentioned, going to game 4, going to game 5s, and doing that in a losers bracket setting when you know you don't have any wiggle room at all, that the fatigue that sets in, the mental that, you know, it makes you might question some decisions and how you're going to be playing. They've got to pat themselves on the back for that. But yeah, 13 Days, they're going to be moving on, like you mentioned, to face Go. That is going to be at the same level. That's another losers quarterfinal match that will probably be happening very shortly. If not, I'm sure it's already started.
Yeah, and probably has to be the Cinderella story so far of the tournament. I'm hoping that we get to see some close sets and some upsets maybe even take place as we coast through the losers side of the bracket. Of course, the winners finals still yet to be played. That one between Moonlight and Ace of Spades. Those are the 2 main front runners, as it looks like we will likely be taking a break here going forward. We will have, of course, more of the losers finals action. Falco, anything you want to say before we head off?
This is an incredibly fun weekend so far, and I'm glad I got to finally cast with you. It's been so long since we've been doing this.
It's been a long time in the making,
at LANs for years and years, and finally happen to be here with you.
Yes, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Love the notes that you've taken as well and have been able to come up with. I've so enjoyed it. Please check out our socials and do not go anywhere here on IPL Splatoon. We've got more Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025 in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to MomoCon 2025. I am Siren, and I am joined by the lovely Nox for our Gold Bracket Winners Finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited that we're going to be getting into this here. Winners Finals. We're already at Winners Finals.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's gone by so fast, but like
has.
honestly, I think that's just a testament to how well this thing has been running, because like a lot of other situations, we would be here a lot longer waiting for this.
It seems like all the teams have really been responsive. It seems like the TOs have been so on top of everything. Just really been going great. And also, even if there's ever downtime, there's so much to do.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the first game already, we're having a bit of a loadout. All right. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. I can kind of see things, but not you guys yet.
There
All
we
right,
go.
Yay. Okay, Hagglefish Zones. I mean, it's a great default map to start out on. Both of these teams can get a good grasp for each other. What are you seeing right off the bat here?
Well, of course, we're going to see that tent coming out of Shadow. Always so exciting to see a tent player in general. It allows for so much aggression, but going to be pretty hard to pressure. Going to be hard pressured by Len on that blaster quite frequently.
Yeah, Len is going to be able to get around that shield quite frequently. We're seeing quite the dash for the zone right now. Two members go down onto the side of, oh my gosh.
Onto the side of Ace of Spades.
Thank you. Yes.
Moonlight is who we currently have in control of the zone. Moonlight, a very well-established, well-known team, been around for multiple years now against a pickup of a lot of very strong players.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They have that strong coordination, bring them into their opponent's base very rapidly. Len getting back onto the zone there, has that big bubble, is probably going to use it pretty aggressively, going to move back to get that cooler, and is going to use the support to take out Shadow as well.
Yes.
Got to do that cleanup. You never want Shadow to be sitting behind you, no.
You can't trust the tent to be behind you, because then everyone will just jump in behind the tent shield, and then their entire team's behind you.
Yeah, that's extremely problematic. And we've look at here. We have Shadow kind of moving in once again. Len not even being able to get into that jump in there. And now once again, Shadow trying to move up, but during that squid roll is taken out by Thunder here, who does have that crab tank at the ready, is going to try and use it to dislodge Basil from their strong positioning here, just as Shadow hops back into that zone. It's very dominantly capped by Moonlight for the time being, but we might see a shift in this with the Tacticooler getting popped.
We definitely could. The Tacticooler can drastically change things. It allows teams to play so much more aggressively and so much faster, but the tent has Zuka out and you can't really approach. The other thing to really note here about Moonlight's comp is that 96 scale, not something we see a lot of, but really provides a lot of offense and defensive power.
Yeah, it's really interesting how quickly they're able to move in with this. We're seeing a lot of members from the side of Moonlight kind of straggling in and getting into the base of Ace of Spades. We're finally seeing a bit of a flip in the way that the game has gone so far. Max getting into a position to sit under this tent, popping that bomb there. Cooler's going to get popped, so we're looking at more specials getting used. But wow, oh my gosh, I think Basil taking out a couple members on their own off of Ace of Spades, and that's going to give Nolan the opportunity to run in with this Kraken and make some cleanup work.
Yeah, Kraken makes you invincible for a small amount of time and allows you to truly charge into spaces and then really space like we're seeing Nolan do here, although Thunder does manage to punish it, able to start moving back to the zone and looking to regain control for Ace of Spades.
I like the special control and the way that they've been holding off on using things a little bit prematurely. That bubble is going to be coming off, but I can very strongly defend that one, knowing that they need to stall as much as possible here. They have very little penalty points left on board, and they're just a smidge away from that lead. So anything that's going to push them over the edge right now is worth going for.
Absolutely, and now we are seeing Shadow using that tent to pressure Max out of position, trapping them behind it temporarily as Basil peppers them, but doesn't quite get the pick. Len rushing forward with those tri-strikes, able to really help clear out Moonlight and claim so much space for their team, but I don't know if they know that Shadow's over there.
Oh, well, Shadow found Len before Len found Shadow, unfortunately, in that circumstance there, and that's going to give Shadow another opportunity to contest this zone, but the flank coming in from Max is going to come out extremely clutch, rewarding them with that zone cap here. Basil's going to be forced to back up as the last remaining member of Moonlight alive, and they are going to get chased down relentlessly by Len here.
Yeah, Basil doing a great job there of knowing where Blaster's AoE is and staying just in the range where Len would need to direct and behind a wall at the same time.
Yeah, I love the spot that Max has been taking here, backing up smartly while a couple of their teammates have gone down. Getting the pick on Basil, that's huge. That's the tactic cooler generator getting out of there, and their strongest painter. And that's just going to leave Shadow alone to try and contest the zone and cause some havoc with this Trizuka.
Though admittedly, if there's a weapon to be alone and cause havoc, it is a tent umbrella, as Shadow just expertly showed. A lot of players are not used to fighting tents. Shadow's one of the only ones around in this day and age, but is exceptionally good at it and has been doing it for approximately forever.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that's what always they've been known for. And, you know, it's extremely rewarding to play a weapon like Tent Umbrella on a team that has such strong synergy that Moonlight does. Just being able to take team fights together, and Omega, like moths to a flame, just stands in that bubble and takes out 2 members on their own. And so now we're going to sit around this zone, we're going to take that lead, and now it's just a matter of staying alive, stalling as long as we can. We want to get that knockout, but Glenn has something to say about it.
Not if Basil does more. Basil is one of the best Charger players we've had, is so strong on that pencil, although we could easily see some switches around later. But what a great start there from Moonlight.
Yeah, that bubble on the zone at the very last second must have sealed the deal. Just being able to outpaint for long enough and just using up your ink tank and placing all your bets on that, just to take that KO at the last second, rewarded them in that victory there.
Absolutely. Moonlight is such a strong team. They've been around for so long, and it's why they get to run things like Tent and get to experiment so much with their comps. They tend to be a team that gets to take bigger swings and bigger risks because of how well they know each other.
Yes, and now we're getting to that part of the tournament where both of these teams are forced to make some sort of counter pick.
Yes.
So obviously it's a little awkward here. We have Raze kind of playing communicator with both of these teams. So they're, I believe,
and with production back here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of walking for Raze. I mean, we've been talking about how big this con is, and just getting from the hotel to here, and
it's even a trek over from the normal play area to stage.
Yeah, it is actually. It's very far. You might barely be able to see it just on this wide shot of the camera, but like way off in the distance, basically where the horizon of people is. That's kind of where we're actually playing most of the sets. I'm spotting a banana on stage. I just want to make a comment about that.
Sometimes you need a snack.
I've been hearing a lot of banana talk at this event. I don't know if there's some sort of thing about that.
I mean, they're one of the few things that haven't rapidly jumped in price.
Oh, that is true.
I guess neither of us really think about that much. We're up in Canada.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, some things when they have to pass through like a different country that has tariffs, we'll get hit with it anyways, some way, shape, or form. But
less intense there for sure.
A little bit, yeah.
But what kind of counter pick do you think they're going to go with?
I think they're going to have to, like, at the very beginning of this set, I think they're going to have to look at things that are at the basic comp level, something where they feel comfortable putting Len. So I feel like something with, less flat like Hagglefish, and maybe something with more ledges.
Maybe an Inkblot Tower?
Inkblot Tower, very viable. I could see them going into Mako for zones or something like that. Just anywhere where these players can sort of play like rats and get away with it.
They do love to do that.
Yeah.
I will say there are players like that on both teams, though.
Absolutely, there really is. But I think there's also more getaway points from things like Kraken on a map like Mako.
Absolutely.
And I think both of those pencil players, both Basil and Lexi, are going to have like a bit of comfortability until like they get into mid, so they'll have like safe areas to paint up the map without worrying about fighting the other one, because they're both some of the best players for pencil in the game.
Well, and they're both also, I know at least Basil is also pretty good on that heavy edit if they decide they want to pull it out.
I haven't seen Basil pull that out in quite some time, but I know
it's
in their wheelhouse. Yeah, I'm actually really excited and hoping to see that at some point, but it really depends on what this counter pick is. I don't know if we have a word on that yet.
It does not seem like it quite
yet. I'm trying to like...
We're trying to sneak a peek.
Yeah, we're not going to quite lend us to that angle, though. But it doesn't look like anyone's really communicating with Ray. Well, I guess they have picked it.
Well, they've chosen.
We're going to find out at the same time as you guys will.
We sure will. And we are going to get right into it here. And Inkblot Tower it is. How original.
Well, you predicted it.
I did. It's a safe bet every time. And we're going to see that very meta S-Blast coming out there from Nolan, switching off of their usual 96 Gal or Pro, and Len sticking with that classic V-Blaster as they have been known for quite a while now.
Yeah, Len kind of brought that weapon back into popularity. A lot of people were like, this isn't viable, there's too many painty weapons right now, and Len was like, you know what, I'm just going to make it work for myself, and prove to everyone how strong it really is.
Yes, but saying that, Moonlight is already at the first checkpoint, looking to find some momentum. Omega up there with that Wiper, a brutal spot to try and get a Wiper out of with how mobile they are and how well they play around those legends.
Yeah, I can just see that super, the stamp waiting to be popped there. And Max
I
just
guess
barely
so, Max.
making it out. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I guess you can do that. I guess that's allowed. Sure.
Yep, all right. Well,
You can't say it's latency. It's a LAN.
it sure is. Well, I think they had the jump animation starting there.
did.
Yeah. So anyway, Len going to be looking around these corners here. The defensive position is always going to be a little bit rougher for comps like this on a map like Inkling. They definitely want to get into the spot where they're fighting against Moonlight on their own terms as soon as possible. So you popping that crab tank.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's nasty, Nolan. That was a nasty shot. Gets dropped on by Thunder. Thunder goes for the tower, not quite able to get it, and we see Basil starting to move that tower forward as their teammates pressure that upper area, allowing them to really start clearing space.
Yes, Omega getting back up into these upper area bats. Max popping and destroying that crab tank entirely. Are you running Shredder on that, Max?
I don't
Takes out Basil mid jump out animation. Okay, Max has been like ultimately lucky with anything related to a jump in and jump out.
You know, sometimes you just have that luck on your side, and now we've got Cooler and Crab coming out to get Ace of Spades moving up that same left side we were talking about a second ago. Clearing this checkpoint will be a big deal for them if they are able to, but it seems like they're getting pressured in a way where it's going to be a challenge.
Absolutely, especially when Omega's trying to get around you there, but looks like they were just able to get through that checkpoint in time, so Omega's going to have to back off for a moment here. Does get taken out. Thunder going to be running up on his right side, dealing with Nolan, and now it's just a matter of waiting out for their teammates to come back, though we did see that Cooler get popped. I'm not too sure if any of the members of Moonlight were able to pick it up before getting taken out.
Doesn't quite seem like it, but we are seeing Ace of Spades continuing to hold down this mid pretty well despite having players down. It seems like we're going to go back to a pretty neutral state here, though, as Moonlight wants to start moving forward. And that's an aggressive drop from Thunder.
Extremely aggressive. I think they saw a shiny object down there and was like, let me go for that. The auto bomb of all things, taking out Omega underneath that plat there. And as we look over mid, it's becoming increasingly more orange. Len has that bubble at the ready. He's going to want to try to get an aggressive position to use that, or might even just use it to protect their tower rider, who ideally would be Lexi at this point, just supplying as much pressure from the distance.
Thunder using this crab in a really smart spot, able to find two. Will they find the third with Basil? No, not quite, but they've secured the upper left for their team, which will allow them to get lead, potentially clearing this checkpoint. So close, but not quite. Just Thunder left, but Thunder lived forever there.
Yeah, Thunder using the absolute best movement possible to get out of that situation for as long as possible. Nolan getting a sick, nasty direct once again. And now we're back into this kind of defensive position, which can be a little bit scary for them there. Len dealing with a lot of sub-weapons and a lot of paint being thrown at his feet. And that could be a little bit problematic here. There's a very, very narrow margin in that lead there. And I am so impressed that they were able to take out that hammer.
Yeah, and it was a lot of relying on trusted teammates there because they were only able to get the indirect, and it got cleaned up by one of their teammates, really highlighting the team play of Splatoon as we are seeing Shadow and Omega doing just that too, really clearing out that upper left together, and Shadow using that splash to clean up so well. We have been seeing such a resurgence of splash.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good because you can just pop so many crabs. It paints like crazy. And now that we're seeing things like pencil painting less in the newer updates, it's brought back a viability to bringing more paint weapons into your comp to deal with those teams that were kind of maybe getting a little bit too comfortable with just letting one guy paint for them.
Yeah, it's not Splatoon 2. Just one guy can't paint anymore.
I'd like to believe otherwise as a junior player, but you know.
Well, maybe if you have a junior player, it's different.
Yeah.
Lexi managing to somehow get the jump out against Omega there as we see Moonlight and Ace of Spades just brawling it out in mid, attempting to find an advantage in just so many trades happening. But if you're Moonlight, a trade is heavily in your advantage right now.
Thunder doing what they do best and just running around, staying alive, starting skirmishes, and is at least stalling things out long enough for them. But they're going to have to stay alive a bit longer. Max going down there. Yeah, they have to get fast. Oh, that's going to be it.
That's not going to work.
Yeah.
Admittedly, if you have Omega watching one of your drops and then a splash on the other one, you don't have a lot of places to go when you don't have time to use your specials.
Yeah, it can be a bit of an issue there, and I think Max going down in like the last 15 seconds was maybe a bit of a domino falling for them. It definitely would send me into a bit of a panic if one of my most aggressive members, you know, disappeared right when we needed to start making some sort of aggressive movement and push. So you kind of have to make up for that lost space there. And unfortunately, in those kinds of circumstances, there's not that much you can do. You got to make a mad dash for the tower, hope things work out, and
pray for the best.
Pray for the best.
And we did see them go for it. They did not hesitate in going, oh, there's 5 seconds. We're booking it. And if we don't get there, we don't get there. But we're booking it.
Yep. So now we're kind of in this spot where Ace of Spades is going to have to make another counter pick.
Yes.
I'm hoping that there is something learned. I don't like this flexing going on towards the camera from Shadow.
It was intimidating.
A little bit, yeah.
You know, it's the mind game, but on the commentators instead of the other players.
Yeah. See this jacket? You want to know how I earned this? You know?
I guess that is something we could highlight right there, because that is a jacket that was earned.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact name of the tournament series it was, but
it was one of the Nintendo events, correct?
Yes, it was one of the Nintendo events.
So it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. That's like, you know, you're not only just fighting against the like common like no life Splatoon scene, but like, then you're also throwing in like a huge amount of the player base who's like, oh, Nintendo's putting this on, because a lot of people don't know about all these different organizations like DAPL or IPL or Send Out Inc. and you know, it brings in those crowds that want to try the game on a competitive scale as well. And when you put merch on the table, like an
everyone
exclusive
wants
jacket,
that merch. Or when they had the chairs.
Oh, the chairs. I want the
chair.
chair.
The chair's good.
I'm so jealous of everyone who has the chair.
It's a wild thing to possess. But what do you think we could... And another thing to point out here is Ace of Spades, even if they lose right now, is not out of the tournament. They just dropped down to losers bracket.
And from what you've seen so far, would you estimate yourself that they are going to be the team that's going back in through and beating the losers bracket and getting back into the same position for grand finals?
I think they're definitely one of the teams that's a contender for it. There are a couple others that maybe they could meet there, and it would be a good fight. And I think they're putting up a very good showing against Moonlight right now. I think there's a lot of things that could happen as we are looking to get into this next one here. We see Nolan back on that 96 gal, and we've got Zones coming in.
Robo-Ramen, right?
Yes.
Yes, Robo-Ramen. It's like a giant bowl, both in the shape and thematically. So
we're going to see so many sprinklers on that bowl.
I know. I can only imagine. We have two pencils here. They're both going to be fighting for sprinkler dominance. Wow.
Okay.
Max going on a tear at the beginning of this game. It's just going to be Omega, and we have singled them out.
They said, oh, we're 2 down? No. Not going to keep that trend going.
Yeah, no, definitely coming in for a vengeance here. Gonna try and go for the reverse and say, you know what, those first 2 games, they were just practice.
They were
now we understand. They were just a warm-up, you know, guys. We're a little rusty. Now we're ready to go. We were just getting all the information we needed about you.
Exactly. I do know that Ace of Spades did grab food recently. Maybe the food finally hit.
it do be hitting around here. It's so good in Atlanta.
It's so good. Atlanta's been so fun, and Thunder is doing a great job helping keep paint on that zone as we see that sprinkler from above too. Lexi and Thunder doing a great job of maintaining space, but this Zuka might try and have something to say about that crab tank. Yeah,
I love that shield from Shadow coming in clutch for that Zuka. Just popping it, throwing it in front of you, and don't let anyone know you're throwing that Zuka behind that shield as well. Cooler's going to be coming out, and that's only going to start to extend their push here as they move in on this left side. Looking like Omega's playing this maybe a little bit cautiously, waiting for people to drop and trying to...
Max? Oh, okay, Max. The Kraken gets popped just to get Max out of there, it seems. The only player that was left there, now allowing them to break into Ace of Spades spawn. Thunder using that crab tank, but the bubble gets popped, which will really get in the way of that plan.
That was a genius bubble. You saw that Kraken was ending just in the most vulnerable state where that bubble was popped. So that timing pretty much saved them from going down at the end of their Kraken animation.
It absolutely did. Moonlight said, yeah, you had opening. We have the rest of this, it seems.
We have close. You could open. We'll do the closing activity.
And you know what? That's what matters.
Now hold on here. We do have a blaster trying to contest the zone here. We have Thunder and Alexi trying to paint
Max.
up. Max. Wait. We can paint with blood.
We could. They did attempt it, but Len has already come back in. The bubble comes out. Len gets the direct anyway. Now pushing Shadow out of the way. Crab Tank comes out from Thunder, looking to get the last bit of paint they need on this zone. It has been kept neutral for approximately a year in Splatoon time.
Oh, and we are still back in this. We get that cap, applying that penalty to them, and now we're in an opportunity. We are able to push up. Everyone's got that cooler active. Lexi's going to get into a very aggressive spot for a pencil, try and push them back into their spawn as far as possible, while Max tries to hit these pot shots underneath them.
Nolan using that tent shield to get a head start with their Kraken, taking advantage of every frame of invincibility they get, able to get in and out of the zone in time, and now looking to try, and now the Crab Tank looking to push Shadow back, but that tent shield having a lot to say about it.
Yeah, I love this sneaky run into the zone, pop the
Okay.
mine, and takes
Ink
out
Mine.
Len with it. An ode to Ink Mine on the zone. I love it so much.
I think there is a world where Ink Mine is a little underrated in zones. Not a lot underrated, but a little underrated.
I love the invisible bull with the floating sprinkler right now.
so
where we
good.
saw that. Yeah, it's totally beautiful. We love the sprinklers above the zone. Another mine getting popped. We do it for the fans. Running up ahead, trying to basically just be a nuisance in spawn at this point. Those strikes are going to go out behind Shadow, though, and neutralize that zone once again. That has allowed Max to run back into Len's bubble. Is going to get taken out, but I think this is just what they needed to cap once again.
And the cap does keep the game going, but it doesn't seem like it'll be one they'll be able to maintain well. Although Thunder does have the capability to prove me wrong there, as Shadow and Omega are now moving forward into Ace of Spades space.
Yeah, Omega kind of just using space as much as possible. Doesn't want to run in too far. They don't want to get punished here, especially with a member like Thunder behind them playing bumper carts with a few people in the Crab Tank.
Sometimes your Crab Tank is simply a melee weapon.
Yeah, you got to do it sometimes. Get away from me, roll around a little bit and just stay safe as long as you can. And these strikes, that's going to be enough to stall out some strikes. We might be able to cap here if we're able to stay alive a lot longer. They don't have Shadow Wind live on zone right now, so it's just going to be Omega running in, and like a moth to a flame is going to go right towards that bubble. I always say that about decaps and bubbles. They love those things.
They do. They love to run straight into them. Nolan trying to climb up that ledge with the knockback on Kraken just strong enough to keep them away, but Omega cleans it up anyway.
Omega doing a great job here.
Okay, Len.
Okay.
Yeah, Len, if you just direct everything, that's a great argument, quite frankly.
Yeah, and now 10 seconds left to go. It's just going to be a matter of holding the zone for Moonlight here. They want to get this over with as soon as possible, but wait, we have these strikes coming out. Thunder's going to be standing on the zone. This is going in overtime. It's just going to be Basil and Nolan left onto the zone. They're going to have to make a push for themselves. Back out if you're playing this smart. Wait, no, we don't have to play it smart. We have Omega on the zone. Now we have Shadow on the zone. We're going to hold it neutral long enough. We don't have a shot. We have to cap.
I guess you can just hold it neutral long enough, I guess. Not the usual strategy, but they sure did pull it off. The Moonlight showing that they are extremely aware of everything at all times.
Oh my goodness! That is like the most nerve-wracking. Like, can we cap? Throw a bomb. No, I'm out of ink. Like,
I'm out of ink. I need to paint. Oh no!
Yeah, it's rough.
If Thunder had managed to stay up there, that overtime would have continued on for quite a bit longer, most likely.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I do believe that is going to end the set for them.
I
Unless
believe
we've gone to
so.
A best of 7 here. I don't
think we're
so.
still best of 5. But
Okay,
there's
then,
always a chance.
Okay, I'm hearing the sound of people losing leaving the lobby.
It sounds like we're doing a best of 5 still here. Sounds like we're going to keep that going. Moonlight going to get a nice long break again as we go down to losers for a bit and see if Ace of Spades climbs their way back.
Yeah, and it looks like the losers bracket has been going so far. We had Yogurt versus So Much Swag. I believe that happened earlier as well.
I think so. I think they've met up at least once before.
That's crazy. Okay. Both of these teams, I believe, have played Moonlight at other parts in the tournament. So Much Swag dropped into the losers from there. I'm looking at the bracket on my phone here, guys. I'm not.
It's professional. It's professional.
It's fully professional. So for loser semifinals, we're going to be looking at Yogurt versus Go.
Oh, that'll be a fun one.
Go is a team I actually haven't seen yet in the tournament. Have you gotten a good peep?
I think I got a peek, but it was not a great peek because it was right at the start.
Oh, no.
So it was a little hard to assess skill levels at the time.
Okay, well, let's take a look here at
in our lovely little booklet.
Our lovely booklet. I got to see Go here.
If we can remember the alphabet, which is always a challenge.
Oh, here we go. So it has Parks,
Trey52, JJ, and Swisher. Yeah, there we go. We know
okay.
those guys.
Yeah. A lot of people, if you're old enough, you know who Swisher is for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who know who Swisher is.
Yeah.
And it should be an interesting set. It should be a pretty close one looking at the names we see.
Yeah, I mean,
we've got Pika on that wiper on Yogurt.
oh yeah. You know, when I was looking at those compositions, I saw Yogurt and I was like, this is a lot of cooks in the
It
kitchen. I wonder how
is.
they're going to deal with it, because I look at it and I'm like, these are 4 really aggressive players, but it feels like they all have like a very specific game plan
do.
when they play. So I think that could also potentially get in their heads a little bit. But ultimately, I think I'm still going to be banking on them for this set.
I agree. Pika is just such a smart player and so good at call-outs. And if you put any other good aggressive players with Pika, it just kind of goes wild.
Yeah, Pika's that guy where they'll post a lot of clips and being like, okay, look at this cool movement you can do. And I'm like, when am I ever going to do that in practice? And
Also, Pika, you got a triple while you did it. How'd you do that?
yeah, I know, right? Pika will be like, this is some cool movement you can do. And I look at it like, when am I going to do this in practice? And then I watch Pika play, and then they're doing it in practice like
And that's
all
not,
the time.
That's not fair, Pika. You got to leave some talent for other people.
Yeah.
You can't have all the movement talent and also have understood blob trigonometry at one point. That's cheating.
They're doing all these calculations in their brain that I could never process.
A lot of these players are doing that, though. Even Len on that blaster, we saw so many interesting spacing decisions to be able to control space so specifically.
Yeah, I really liked seeing that. And I loved the bubble usage out of both teams.
Absolutely.
I think it's sort of a special weapon that's been kind of underrated
It
within
has.
like the middle to high level
Absolutely.
scene a little bit.
But if you don't use it well, it's so useless is the key to it.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's definitely like a skill cap type of thing.
Absolutely.
So I think that leads to
it's the best thing you can use or it's the worst thing you can use. There's no middle ground.
Absolutely, yeah. The reputation is kind of tarnished by that, I think, on its own. And on top of that, there's just not a lot of like main weapons that have bubble that people like would normally be going for.
Absolutely, except for Decav now.
Oh right, Decav's the one popular weapon.
Decav is the weapon of all time. It's luckily seen some nerfs, so it is no longer the only thing we see.
Yeah.
That and pencil used to be unstoppable. Would be a good phrasing, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, so I'm glad that those were hit. I'm glad that was recognized and changed within the meta.
We're starting to see other anchors occasionally for the first time in, what, a year?
Yeah,
maybe 2?
And like even like the welcoming back of like the half anchor.
Yes,
yeah, like
I love a
edits.
half anchor.
Yeah. I love me a half anchor. I love a ball point that runs up and plays aggressively. I love an edit, or I just love a rapid.
Yes. We're still probably not going to see a ton of those.
I thought Yogurt was playing rapid earlier.
You're right, Yogurt was. But as a more general statement, throughout the competitive scene.
Okay, well, a girl can dream.
Absolutely, and you should.
So if Splat, you're hearing this, can you pop back on that rapid blaster? That was very entertaining for me before.
It's always entertaining when you see one come out.
Splat loves to tell this story, and it's kind of funny because they're the only person not sitting in a chair on the stage right now.
Of course.
But I did not think they were a real person because of their handle for a while. I was like, this cannot be real.
Did you think it had to be an alt?
Yeah, I thought it was an alt.
Absolutely,
I was
that
like,
makes sense.
Okay, well, why is this alt signing up for Low Tide City? Like, you can't fake it in person.
You can't do that in person. But no, just a real person instead.
Yeah.
Tricked you for longer, but on accident.
A very sweet person at that, too. I felt so bad.
I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. But that's part of the fun of LANs, is you get to find out that they're real people.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of real people, I mean, Swish was like a cryptid, I think, for most LANs until, I think, just the most recent Riptide that they showed up at. And that's another person who's been in the scene for a while. So I'm familiar. I'm familiar with Swish.
Absolutely.
JJ, someone also who has been for a while, and definitely building up their reputation in the scene as like a strong player, because it's one of the people where I'm like such a boomer that I'm like, isn't this person from like Div 4? Like,
not anymore.
Yeah, crazy good player. Absolutely been on that grind as of recently, and it's showing.
Oh, yes. And also, one of the fun things here that you can't necessarily see a ton from this angle is there have been so many cosplayers throughout the day. Just so many amazing cosplays to see throughout the day. And we do have a Mimikyu on stage right now.
Yeah, we do have a Mimikyu, so maybe there is an alt among us.
You never know. But Splat's finally up on the stage, so I imagine it won't be too long until we're fully getting into it here.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped to see it. Every time I see Balloon play, it's also a very good time. He's very
Smoothie
chaotic.
was so close to dominating at Lance for a minute. They're one of Balloon's former teams.
Yes, yeah, I do remember. He's actually got the Smoothie jersey on
He does
right
have the
now.
Smoothie jersey on, and we also have a Cherry Limeade shirt on. We have some past teams being represented.
Yeah, I wish they would have done one of those generic, like, mash all the team names together names for this event instead of just, wait, maybe that's what yogurt is.
Maybe they're making a
Because it's
smoothie.
with the cherries.
Yeah.
Oh my god, same brain.
Absolutely. Though admittedly, I hope they didn't put limeade in with the yogurt.
Honestly, I kind of vibe with that. Have you ever had like a
What if
like a
it
tangy
curdles?
Greek yogurt? Oh,
What if it curdles? Can yogurt? Oh, yogurt can't curdle.
I don't
That's
think
a head
it can.
empty. No, that was a head empty moment. I went, it's a milk product. Surely it can curdle.
I think that's kind of.
I
the
think it's
point.
already curdled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I used to make smoothies with yogurt.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah, and we have a big smoothie chain in Canada. Where
We
like
do.
half
Booster
of them,
juice. I still haven't tried it.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. You
I've
need
heard.
to try it.
And there's one near me. I'll get to it when I get back.
Yes.
It's warm enough now for a smoothie.
It is. It is.
It wasn't
very.
when we left. But it should be when we get back.
Yes.
Hopefully. It got cold there again for a sec. Cold is a strong word. It got chilly again for a second.
Yeah, I was wearing a windbreaker again, which is like the worst thing when you're like
Yeah.
traveling to somewhere warm and then you have to dress cold and then you get off the plane and the humidity just smacks you in the face so hard and you're like, oh, gotta take my jacket off. This is a problem. Oh, and my hair has just been exploding.
Yes.
Me and Rissa both have like a similar hair texture and she's managing this so much better than I am right now. It's
Rissa's
crazy.
just good at that, though.
Yeah.
Rissa's talented at hair and makeup.
I love a girl's girl.
Absolutely. But it should be, we're getting some waves from the cameras, always exciting. Players do love to show off to the camera. As they are
Balloon doing
apparently.
some pointing.
Who knows what we're pointing to? It's a big mystery.
His teammates were looking at Storm T-Tech. I wonder what weapon he'll play today.
It seems like the teams might
Oh, the beef is happening. Oh,
the
some
very
threats.
real, very serious beef.
Do I
between-
need to become a TO again and deal with this?
No, I think it might just be friends having fun on stage again, like they love to do.
Are you sure? I mean, it looked very scary. I'm scared myself.
It could be, but I'm pretty confident that all of these players are pretty good friends.
I better see like a Hungry Box tier pop off at the end of this set from either side, whichever one wins.
Well, Kyo's known to do that, but Kyo's not here.
Yeah, so somebody has to fill in.
Somebody has to fill in for Kyo on that.
Yeah.
And you are going to get that blaster you asked for.
Finally. And maybe it wasn't Splat, it was Balloon before. I didn't think it was. Maybe they're switching.
You know, they do love to do that to us. We do have an NZAP coming out. Not a cooler weapon we necessarily see all the time, but definitely still a great one.
Yeah.
And yeah, the other tent that's here. It is so rare to have a tournament with 2 tents, but Swish sure is one of them.
Yeah, I've played against the Swish tent ages and eons ago in Splatoon 2, so that's another OG tent player coming out. I love the use of this grab tank here, just holding off, winning these team fights and worrying about the zone afterwards. We have a very, very paint-centric comp coming out from the side of Yogurt, and that does allow them to move up pretty aggressively, even bringing their anchor player up ahead of them, as we were talking about before the set.
Yeah. Well, and that's one of those like half anchors you were talking about earlier. I would not call Rapid Blaster Pro Deco a full anchor.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you get to move up right in front of the zone here.
Even in front of your Slayers, actually, as Balloon just felt the need to show off there. Now looking to start pressuring JJ, I guess, who's just sharking like, where did my teammates go? They were there, and then they exploded.
Yeah, it looks like we're kind of now just waiting in front of the zone for the members of Go to run towards them, feeling a little comfortable, and I kind of understand why.
Yeah.
Hagglefish is one of those maps where it's very high risk, high reward to run into their spawn there, so they might want to meet them in a place where they're more comfortable.
Okay, that's going to be a 100-0 hold we might see, unless Parks really pulls something off, but Splat comes back in time. Okay, Yogurt.
Okay, we have a lot of jump-ins, but that's, yeah, they're all at the different intervals of time. And
Okay, Yogurt. I think Yogurt might be the team we see on the other side of finals.
I mean, hey, it could be too early to say, right?
It could be.
I think we're going right back into counter picks because this is the first round of. Yes.
Yes.
We are the first game of the set, and it's the same map pool as before. So now we're getting into a spot. We see Balloon staring over there. I hope he makes some more gestures towards them. But
there's always a chance.
There really always is. So maybe they're trying to get in their heads a little bit. Don't counterpick the maps we don't want to see. They're sitting pretty uncomfortable, but it seems like that was picked pretty quick.
It does.
So either we're communicating really fast, or I think it is still counterpicks. I think they just really know what they want.
And with teams at this level, that does happen somewhat often.
Yeah, I mean, when you scrim for a certain amount of time, you kind of notice the patterns of what things are going better for you. And obviously, when you have comps that are as different as this, you can also target certain weak spots. Obviously, this is like I've said before a million times, this is a very aggressive group of players on the side of Yogurt.
I'd say on both sides even.
Yeah, actually, you have a good point.
They're two very aggressive teams, which is probably why we saw such an explosive opening there.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And I was going to say, like, they might want to go with something that's a bit more defense heavy. Yeah. But on that same side, they weren't able to hold that stationary space for zones the first time. So maybe in tower control Mako, we'll see a bit of a switch in things, but seems like we're very comfortable with the comp we had before and sticking with that.
Okay, JJ. That's a Sorella Brella.
We have two Brella players on the side of Go, and they're two separate people.
They are.
That's a rare occurrence.
Well, and you also will never see a Sorella Brella off land still, really. It is still mostly a landlocked weapon.
Yeah, that is true. You know, a lot of people, when you meet up with them online, it's just the internet is not going to be your best friend at times. So if you like playing Brellas, here is the exact environment you want to be doing it in.
Absolutely. Trey looking to keep that left stack held down as we see members of Yogurt trying to rush it down. But this time, Go was prepared for that speed and ready to defend themselves from it.
Balloon, whoa, dealing with the Brella behind them and getting rid of that flank. The map is still very blue there. Storm getting caught in the corner with Trey 52, and now it's going to be Balloon trying to deal with them in close quarters, and that's going to be an unfortunate pick there. Crab Tank is going to be forced to pop right now. I think it's more just to stall out and keep them from getting a strong push at this time.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, when you have to wait for teammates to respawn and you need to stay alive yourself, that can be quite the choice. We've got JJ sharking right by that tower, looking to try to move forward. And we're seeing just a big stalemate in mid, as we're now seeing. These teams are actually quite evenly matched.
Yeah, I think that either team has the opportunity to take things in the right direction. That's Sorella popping that Inkjet. I almost forgot what special we even had on this weapon. It's been a long time, but I love
That's
Inkjet.
3 with the Inkjet, by the way. That was an Inkjet triple.
Okay, let's go.
As Trey is now pressuring from below. They don't have a lot to deal with these ledges super well, but I don't know, just get through it, and it's fine if you're Swish with a Crab Tank, I guess.
Having to roll away from all these sub-weapons getting tossed at him. Is getting tackled by Pika on this right side there, but thankfully had a teammate there to back him up in that combat situation. So it's just going to be Storm left on this right side stack. It looks like Cooler is active for the members of Yogurt, and Balloon playing cleanup quite well right now.
Yeah, that had to be a direct because they were too close for Balloon to get to hit anything else. So that was an impressive direct, but we're seeing JJ's Inkjet come back out, which we have seen do some damage throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I love that coming out there. And the last thing you want to see is a close quarters fight with a Brella if you are the Rapid, which is something you can't really prep for too much nowadays. No. But looks like we're able to get into a good defensive spot. Are dealing with Pika on the bottom left, and JJ at least able to get out of that with the trade. Multiple members on both sides going down, but yet that tower is still moving despite it.
Yeah, and they keep getting those jump-ins. That's something I want to highlight. Go keeps getting those jump-ins that allow them to keep this aggressive momentum forward, but it seems like Yogurt might finally get going.
Although they've been pushed down to 44, we do see a very strong comeback at the ready. Crab Tank coming out just at the start of that push is going to take care of that heavy edit at the very beginning as we approach that first checkpoint. Now JJ clocking the member on tower.
JJ is ready. I think JJ's just been waiting for Mako Tower to just really show off, it feels like.
Absolutely. They've been waiting for this moment. They've got it on stream. It's time.
It's time. And this just could be how these games go, where teams have really big, really dominant pushes because of how aggressive their comps are. Neither of these comps can play slow. They both need to move quickly and play quickly.
Yeah, now we have Splat stuck in the corner in that crab tank. Is going to face that JJ Jet once again. JJ getting into their spawn is going to get Balloon as well. Almost taking out Storm in the process with that last shot. Swish now able to run in, circle around back to tower where Pika is trying to deal with it themselves. But now it's just going to be Splat back on that respawn, trying to get the off angle on that tower. And now they're going to be maybe a little bit too far away to deal with things.
They definitely might be. And Balloon took an interesting drop there that did get them punished, as we're now seeing Swish heavily defending the tower with nobody on it, but it keeps Yogurt from being able to do anything.
Yeah, it's a rough situation for Yogurt here. That splash wall and the tactical is going to be a great defensive wall on tower, but not able to keep them alive long enough to secure that knockout, pushing it all the way down to 4. They have quite the ways to go if they want to contest this lead and get that knockout for themselves if you're the side of Yogurt.
They absolutely do. It's always doable in Splatoon. It can always be done, especially with two teams of this caliber, but it is an uphill battle to an extreme. They get one push.
Yeah, Balloon hopping on there does get that cooler active at the very least, so that might buy them another opportunity if the members of Go don't hop on in that meantime. However, JJ has that Inkjet once again, is going to be popping it. Can he reach the tower? That's going to be the next question for me. Balloon kind of sitting on there, and it looks like Pika tried to get that opportunity, but just out of the corner of JJ's eye was able to take Pika out.
Storm managing to save Balloon there. Pika had the hammer, but it's not enough. They all get pushed off the tower.
What?
By the Brella. The Brella bumped them.
Oh my gosh.
You never see a Brella bump.
And that's crazy because, like, I feel like
there were 4 of them on the tower.
I feel like there's a lot of Brellas who don't even like tower because they're like, I don't know how to shoot around the pole.
Just
I never
bump
thought about
the
it.
tower, I guess. I guess it has a
Battering ram.
hitbox
Oh,
that
you're
can do
scaring
that.
me.
That's Mimikyu. Oh, direct eye contact.
I love when we play to the cameras in between games like this, especially now because they can relax a little bit. They've taken that game, so now it's on the onus of Yogurt to make that counter pick.
Yeah, and I don't quite know what they'll do. They're definitely a team that's going to probably take a little more time to think about it with how many people they have that like to cook a little bit.
Yeah, cooking they will be trying to do, and I believe they're not allowed to go back onto that same map mode they won on initially.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to maybe get a bit out of their comfort zones here. I saw them have a very strong push on some other tower control maps previously, so maybe it's just a matter of scenario and where we decide to go with that. I'm going to open again the map pool that we have.
It's definitely, it's a really, to be honest, it's a very normal map pool.
Yeah, it's very like the map pool of all time, right?
Yeah, it's the classics with the fun Manta Maria edition, if anyone chooses to use it.
Quote unquote fun.
I think it's fun.
You know what? People,
everyone has
who
their
that
own
go.
opinion.
Yeah. True. Everything is an opinion, I guess.
It is. I don't know what we can expect to see come out here. I wouldn't be shocked to see a Rainmaker come out from Pika, personally.
I'm equally on the side of Clamblitz. I could see them going somewhere like Scorch Gorge, but
something where they really set the pace themselves without the objective.
But on that same note, though, I'd be a little bit worried playing against 2 strong Brella players where the path to the basket can be pretty narrow. I think they could dominate those kinds of spaces really easily, so they might want to go with something a little bit more wide, something like Museum where they're able to use that height to their advantage.
Absolutely.
I think Pika's an absolute menace on Museum.
That makes sense. And the only way they can play Museum is with that Clamblitz pick.
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, it's quite the Clamblitz map.
Oh, we're going Scorch.
Okay. Well, you already know how I feel about this pick.
I like it. I think it's a good one.
But into this team, though.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. It definitely could work out for them. They'll have to figure out a way to shut down Swish.
Yeah, that's going to be their main problem. So you might see a lot of team fights that focus on dealing with Swish right off the bat. So Swish obviously making their presence known here on that left side of the map as we see 2 members kind of circling around behind. Feels like Trey52 is playing a bit of a goalie here, trying to not let you get to the offside angle of that tent, while JJ comes in clutch and almost is able to take out a couple.
Pika had something to say about that, though. I also do want to point out one minor comp change. We switched over to that range blaster instead of that rapid, so it is now even more aggressive of a comp.
Yeah, I know Balloon loves playing this one, and I think that may have been a bit of a response to that 10 on its own.
Yes.
With that AoE blast being a little bit bigger, they're going to be able to get around that shield just by shooting at it normally, and it's going to give them a little bit more grace in dealing with it. I really like the positioning here underneath that ledge there, just trying to stop anyone from contesting it from the best spot to do it with. As we have Splat coming in here with those clams, is just going to run back into mid and try and hold that power clam basket open as long as possible.
What a strong opening push we're seeing here out of Yogurt, all the way down to 20. It's just going to be, it feels like we're just going to get alternating ridiculously strong pushes coming out of these teams.
Yeah, JJ wasting no time here. Already has that power clam under the basket. Swish pulling up as well with the Zuka, the cooler coming out, and the hammer. If this doesn't pay off for them, I don't know what will.
Well, if it doesn't, they're going to be in a really bad position. But luckily, they are getting those clams in. They are going to get just as many points on the board, but no! Pika comes in with the hammer. Now looking for JJ, able to find them. Is that a quad from Pika?
That may have been, well, I think a splat bomb or some sort of sub-weapon took out Swisher from behind the shield.
Okay, that makes sense. But still, amazing hammer timing there from Pika to truly shut down that push. That could have been a really brutal one. And usually 45 would be within the first 2 minutes. Yogurt just had a strong opening statement.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the normal push for a lot of teams, especially. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't even know Storm was there myself. So
okay.
Okay. Do you have it?
Okay.
That is so Raven.
Balloon had said, okay, you can get the triple, but you can't keep pushing with it.
You know, that really is a bit of a exclamation of how skilled these players are, because they can just go, okay, well, I know where the 52 wants to sit, and I know where the sword wants to sit. They want to be hugging the tower. This one's going to be on top of the tower. Let me just shoot in those areas, and well, that paid off extremely well, as everyone could see just now.
And now we're going to see the 10 using their shield to start breaking in towards basket, which out of memory was how we first saw 10 see any use in competitive at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're back onto that basket, and you got to find ways to hold it open as long as possible. JJ here, kind of sitting with no power clams, is just kind of forced to pop this hammer, and what is able to wedge their way open into the lead. That is quite the penalty they're sitting on here, but Splat, do they know somebody is jumping in behind? That's going to be Swisher. They knocked him off the map!
You know, that is the one downside of the 10. It can get you and your teammates.
Well, you know, they've done their fair share of bonking from the side of Go, so, it was kind of inevitable, yeah.
As we're seeing Yogurt quickly reclaiming mid, looking to find more space to take, using that Trizuka to try and find it, and Balloon just doing that, I guess. Okay, Balloon.
I love this wave breaker precision as well. It's going to aid them in this fight as much as possible. But as you can see, they still need an entire power clam before they can even start thinking about reclaiming that lead for themselves. So obviously making more power clams as much as they can here. Probably going to try and go for something fast, just cheese it through. They don't want to get players like Swish in a comfortable spot where they're going to be able to set up camp and take care of them. And speaking of setting up camp, Swish taking that top mid for themselves and just looking at every angle, has those 6 clams, is going to be moving up out of the basket, almost has that Inkzuka at the ready. That jump in from JJ is going to open it once again, and that Zuka, a perfect alignment.
And the hammer coming out, finding 2 more. JJ getting into that basket. They don't need many more clams, and they have enough on the board. And that is another KO. We are just going to see KOs this set, I think.
I think so. Both of these teams, so aggressive. So when they get in like that, it is ruthless.
It is absolutely brutal. Usually, you feel pretty safe with a push of 20 on Scorch Gorge. I'm not going to lie. It's a hard map to push in on. It's an easy map to defend. And both of these teams just blow through defense like it's nothing.
I think what happened there with Yogurt as well is just they almost got punished by the fact that they did so well at the very beginning, because every push after that, they're going to be fighting against that penalty extremely hard.
Yeah, usually you just get to ride that really good push, but if you do it in the first minute, there can be consequences. Usually it's still fine, but I guess when both teams are this good and this aggressive, and the tent is just on their A game, quite frankly. Swisher was so good at installing those pushes.
Yeah, they were working like a well-oiled machine getting in there. You saw that all those specials were built up when they got under their basket. They usually had like a hammer, they had the Zuka at the ready, and just causing havoc in their base. And I think, that may have been a bit of the weak spot coming out from Yogurt, is not having something that like Zuka that can clear that area a little bit faster. And I mean, even if they did, like taking out the tent, like you do still have to break through that shield a little bit, and So
Well, and also you need to figure out a way to defend against the shield. It almost seemed like that was even more of the issue.
Yeah.
They just kept, Swisher just kept going, I have tent shield though. What are you going to do about it?
But yeah, I think that's like what we just saw there is the exact reason why I probably wouldn't have picked that as my Clams pick for this team.
That is very fair. Although they did have that opening that made it seem like they were confident about it. It was so explosive.
Very, and I mean, yeah, it was very targeted, and it felt like the stars aligned for them there.
Did.
Able to take out everybody and knowing where they were, and
I guess their plan was just to KO before they needed to worry about defense.
yes, yeah, I think that was maybe more of the mindset there. If we just play better, we'll just win.
And now we're on to their next pick of Humpback Rainmaker. Not one I'm ever upset to see, but definitely not one we see all the time. And we've got a heavy edit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I like it for this map, but it's definitely not something we see often. JJ truly flexing to everything this set, as we're seeing a quick pop there from Yogurt, as we're gonna see who manages to establish themselves in mid first.
Yeah, I do actually like the idea of playing heavy edit here. It does have those point sensors, which we don't see on a lot of weapons nowadays. So if anything, it'll give them that gift of knowledge, be able to spot out anyone flanking them quickly, and be able to look at the team fights on an individual basis. Just go, hey, you know that guy who's marked right now? Let's go for that guy right now.
Yes, and Splat getting a very clutch Zuka pick there with 2 team members down to keep that checkpoint from falling. As we're just seeing them have to play intense defense here, waiting for the opportunity to try and move forward, but they can't seem to find what they need. And now Parks rushing forward with that Kraken finding 2.
Oh no, this might be it for the members of Yogurt, but able to stall out that Kraken long enough to stay alive. Balloon going to be able to pick up that cooler, has those strikes at the ready, and is just going to use them to stall out this corner here. Does not want to let go run in before that Rainmaker resets, and it is popped right now, so it, oh wait, no, Trey gets it right at the last second.
Trey does. I don't think that'll slow down Yogurt too much. They've got players ready to help get the pop. Pika going in, not able to get it in time. JJ managing to survive. The Zuka coming out to deal with them, but that's a whole special wasted just on trying to get back into mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle. No pun intended, it's Humpback. But for them to get back in here, I like this timing of the strikes here. That's going to get them a pop and going to repaint mid into their color for them. Should allow them to get a good team fight here. But I love that tent shield being used to allow that edit, or the heavy to play like an aggressive frontliner.
Yeah. I think people kind of forget that Splatlings can be ridiculously aggressive if you give them a little bit of defense. And Tent can do that so exceptionally well, as we now see Parks coming in with the Kraken trying to get Balloon, able to. And now we're seeing Swish take out Pika, and they're going to try and push through that street yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very scary right now. Swish has already popped that shield, popped that Zuka, took out 2 on that top right. It's just going to be Balloon left to defend this basket, and they have to pop strikes as an emergency effort to get rid of that Rainmaker. Only one of them gets through, and Squid rolling all the way to the pedestal.
Yeah, if you're Yogurt right now, your goal is just to get that Rainmaker off your street. You might not get it far, but dropping it does so much for you here, unless you're 100% sure that you can defend it.
Yeah.
Splat having to fend off Trey, and the Rainmaker's still right there within potential grabbing range.
Wow, Go not letting anything go. No pun intended once again. They have not gotten out of their base. They're never going, okay, well, we're done with this push for now. We're good. We got it to 4 or 8, but, you know, like, we're good.
You're not safe on Humpback until you've KO'd.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think both of these teams, okay, by now.
Yeah, it seems like Pika's ready to prove that, too. Up in their faces, dodging out at the exact right moments, getting close to that hammer again, probably wanting to try and get it pretty quickly to help clear out that tent shield as much as possible. But JJ on that tri-slosher, cleaning up.
Wow, getting these great picks over side of that hill. It's just going to be one member left on the side of Yogurt running back into mid. Trey kind of spotting them out, chasing after them, but now we have these torpedoes getting popped. Whoa!
That's a good Zuka shot.
I love the yeets coming out from Yogurt today.
Yes. Yogurt seems to have Zuka aim completely locked down. Swish does manage to get taken out. That's a huge opportunity for Yogurt to consider starting to try another push, but there is a Kraken.
Yeah, Kraken we do have, and I'm hoping to see, at least for the side of Yogurt, to get this game moving a little further for them, is having these specials when they actually get past this elbow here. Before we had to use it just to even think of the checkpoint, but now that Kraken's going to be able to break through the movement coming out from Snorm.
Oh, so close to surviving there, but Parks just had that Kraken movement down. Balloon able to find the pick, but it's just Balloon left, getting cleaned up by Swish. And we're going to see another push here, because as long as you're pushing, they can't be.
Yep, I mean, hey, you have 8 on your scoreboard. You can play very comfortably, very aggressively. You're not really feeling threatened that the members of Yogurt are going to be able to get the same push here. So ticking down the clock as much as we can, trying to avoid an overtime situation here. Don't know how much time we have on that Rainmaker counter, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as long. I mean, if they're in that corner there, even if they go down, it's still
a track.
very inconvenient for them.
It is. Pika going to be trying to get some paint down, going to be trying to help find some picks. Has the hammer. Maybe they're trying to save that for the tent, but Trey's on the flank, able to use it on Trey, able to keep the Rainmaker alive. We are in overtime. Hammer gets thrown. Tent shield is weak, but the Rainmaker's so far back, and there's Azuka.
Oh, this could be it. Oh, wait, we're using that Inkling. Storm is going to have to avoid it once again.
Oh,
is
Storm
able
lives.
to. Splat getting taken out. Pika's now behind. It's just going to be Balloon trying to
But there's
defend with that Slosher. Kraken getting behind, and Storm just could not avoid that many things getting tossed at him.
Yeah, Go said, okay, you took the first game. We're going to take the rest.
Wow.
What incredible gameplay there out of Go. Just so aggressive, so dominant.
Amazing. Amazing work, really.
Yeah. I think the late lunch they managed to grab might have helped out.
Yeah. I mean, that's how things kind of crack through with like a tournament like this. You might end up in like a silver bracket, and then from there you're like, okay, well now we're in silver pools into silver bracket into everything lining up. It can happen that way, and it can make it rough, but you have to make time to eat. Sometimes you want to wait for your friends, but other times you just have to sacrifice it. Yeah.
It's a land. You grab food when you get the chance. It's an aggressive scramble whenever you have the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gotta make the sacrifice to do it and value your health over everything else.
Something that sometimes players can forget. But as just shown, having a good lunch can help out.
So it looks like Go is going to be staying up on that stage here, going to be playing against Ace of Spades, as we saw earlier.
That'll be an interesting one. 2 tents.
Oh.
2 tents.
2 tents?
A very rare matchup of 2 tents.
Wait, they have a tent too.
Yeah, we saw Ace of Spades with their tent.
I'm trying to remember who that is.
It's a player that we both should remember the name of. We've got...
I just keep
Ace of
thinking of
Spades.
Shadow.
Oh, no, you're right. I had it flipped. You're so right. There was a tent, but it was not who I was thinking.
Yes.
But if Go makes it there will be 2 tents.
True. This will be interesting because we have
will.
Len on the side of Ace of Spades.
And Blaster can be a real nightmare for any Brella.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the one Blaster that's not afraid to fight in close quarters like that.
It loves it.
It loves that range, and it can deal with the tent very, very well.
And also has an auto bomb if needed.
Yeah, and we might see some like shredder picks coming out from them, and they have that crab tank
They
too.
do have that crab tank.
They might be able to use that to deal with it. I know we're talking about the tent a lot, but it's one of those things that's so interesting and changes up every comp.
If you're playing against a tent player, your entire goal is how do we deal with the tent player?
Yeah.
Because the tent player enables the entire team. If you're playing with a tent, your comp is based around the tent.
Yeah, you have to strategize for it specifically.
Yeah.
It feels like everything else in the game, we kind of have a decent like baseline knowledge
You
while
can
you're
switch
playing.
them in and out. You don't have to worry about making massive adjustments.
Yeah.
But with tent, the entire game is flipped. It is not the same as playing with anything else. And also, if you step in front of it, if too many of you step in front of it, you're all wiped anyway.
Yeah, it's extremely problematic to deal with, and because it's so uncommon, so many of these teams are not going to have like a canned answer.
Experience.
Yeah.
Well, especially because most of them are pickups.
Yeah.
It makes it really, really difficult to figure out the right answer for it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like going into the tournament as well, if you're a team like Ace of Spades where you might think, all right, we're great. We're going to like make it all the way to the top. And you see that Moonlight is signed up as well. I would hope that you've been doing some kind of
research. I'm sure you must have been.
Yeah.
And it did seem like they were pretty good at dealing with the tent. It didn't seem like
Yeah.
the tent was their big issue with Moonlight.
Yeah, I think it was definitely everything else as well.
Definitely seems like that could be the case.
But we have Max here too.
We
who's
do
like-
have Max here.
That's more AoE to some degree, shooting over a
Yes.
shield, and
You get the blaster and you get the slosher AoE mixing together at the same time. You also get that pencil AoE. Not AoE,
true,
but that pencil small chip damage.
Yeah, the chip damage from the pencil, and also being able to paint over the shield as well.
Oh, and Thunder's burst bombs.
Oh wait, we're like
This
making
is
the
chip
comps for
damage
them.
comp. This is chip damage the comp.
I love those kinds of comps.
Yes.
Playing in them, I hate playing against them
Yeah,
so much.
miserable.
It's the worst thing, especially when they have like sub weapon spam of some sort.
Which if you've got a splash, you can definitely do.
Oh yeah, or a junior just like with
Yeah.
a ton of sub saver, like just spamming bombs. If you have like a Lily on your team,
Absolutely.
it's
Or
over.
a you, or a Arissa.
Or a me. Are you too, right?
Not anymore, not
Oh,
since Splatoon
okay.
2.
Okay.
I don't know what I play anymore.
2017 Nox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely did it for 5 years straight.
I just default to that year for Splatoon 2.
No,
That's when it happened
absolutely.
in my head. I don't
It's
know.
easy. But yeah, this should be a really interesting one, and it will determine who goes into that grand finals.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
And then, if grand finals goes really wild, we get a bracket reset.
Oh, that's true. And that's always one of those like interesting storylines that I look
Yes.
at these LANs is like, how are these teams building their momentum and
Yes.
learning from their past experiences in the tournament?
And it's always so exciting to see them learn in the exact moment. With online tournaments, you don't often get to follow teams quite this closely.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the bracket here. I don't know if Go has actually gone against Ace of Spades yet, so this might be a first for both teams. On that note, though, because Ace of Spades has been able to sit down and have probably just been waiting to play their set, they've been
They're
doing
either
some
refresh
research.
or they're cold.
Well, that too, but they probably just watched the games that we
Yes.
just saw.
Yeah, no, they know what Go's goals are. But
They know
also-
what goes on. Hey!
I will also point out it is cold in this venue. I hope they were keeping their hands actively warm.
Yeah, I hopefully doing some group hand holding, team bonding experiences. Yeah.
Some jumping jacks. Stay nice and warm.
What kind of things when you're on a team? I know you've been on a few.
Yes.
What sort of things do you do with your team to bond with them, either both at LAN or off?
You know, I'm a big fan of just doing some Jackbox games together.
I like that. You get to really know like the nitty gritty of somebody when you play a Jackbox.
Yeah, especially that one presentation game where you just let people rant. Shocking. The commentator likes the ranting game.
I love that one too. I also like the work one.
Yes. And it's so fun. It's just one of the teams I was on, Inkai, was full of artists. So whenever we would do Drawful, I was like, okay, yeah, you guys are really good at that. Like a lot of them have gone on to do like tournament prizes quite
Yep.
often.
A2P, we used to love watching all these shows together. Sometimes we would make it like an incentive for each other. So we'd be like,
Nice.
okay, well, if we do well in this next tournament, like, can we watch this movie? And Soren would have to be like, fine, you know.
Nice little heart from Len there on the stage. A thing about Splatoon players is they genuinely are usually all friends. If you're on a team with people, you like playing with them.
Can we just talk about Max's name on here for a
It's-
second? What's going on with the A?
How'd we get that A, Max? How'd we get that A?
He's so powerful, he changed the font for one letter.
You know, I think you can do stuff like that on Start GG, and most players just don't think it's worth the effort.
Yeah.
But if you take the time, you can.
And I love how Len's name is so long, it doesn't even, like, it barely fits in the box.
It's in the UI, but it's fighting for its life.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed by everything that I'm seeing.
On the note of artists, Drawing Dude Len is quite a great one.
Oh yeah, I love. Let me plug Len's art for you while we have Len on the stage.
It's so important to plug artists whenever we can in Splatoon.
Are we doing more fake beef? Are they calling each other from the opposite sides of the stage?
They're calling each other from the opposite side of the stage.
That would be
tracks.
really funny, just because. Oh, I can't hear you from here, man. Oh, let me do some bad mouthing from
Look,
the opposite side just by
It's so
calling you.
important. How can you have any sort of team competition without a little bad mouthing?
Yeah,
There's no fun without some rivalry.
yeah. I honestly that would be really funny. Were you around back in the day for Shaq's letter?
Oh, yes.
Oh, the homework, yes.
Yes, it's important.
That was like a whole storyline of its own because everyone was just like making theories of what he was writing. And I was like, they had couches right in front of where the players were playing at that venue. And I was sitting at the couch right next to Saikai there. And Shaq is just like writing all this stuff. And he's like, give me a pen, give me a pen. And I like go up there and I give him a pen. And we're like, what is going on here? And literally at the end, I promise you, it was not anything meaningful. It was just like random sentences, like just...
Look, it's all to get in their heads.
Yeah.
It's all about getting in the other team's head.
I think it worked, and it was one of those things where like the whole community got to talk about it and just post about it. I miss those days so much. Like,
we've got somebody on FaceTime.
Who is that?
Who knows? I mean, they know. Maybe they'll tell us after.
Yeah, I miss like the Arashi Hammer era.
Yes.
Yeah. The Shaq's homework. Since we have Swisher to talk about, we have Div 2 Easy Clap that we can talk about.
Div 2 Easy Clap lives on.
Swisher, can you hear us?
I think they can hear us out there at least a little.
A little bit. I hope you give us some sort of similar pop-off if it goes that way, you know?
It's always important to give the pop-off, especially once we're this far in. These teams have been fighting all day and a lot of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, also those kinds of moments get people talking about an event because they'll just go viral on their own. So if you are having fun at MomoCon, I encourage you to have the dumbest pop-off ever so
Absolutely.
that like people will see it and then want to watch it again.
It's so important to get to have silly, goofy moments. That's a lot of the joy of LAN, is getting to do things like wear a Mimikyu outfit on stage. I had somebody wearing a Magikarp hat around.
I saw that, I think, too.
You did.
We were all dressed up yesterday, too.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to be starting off here on Mahi Mahi Zones. Len might eat here.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you saw what I just saw. Okay. Well, we have a wiper on the...
Okay. That's not nice.
It's not very nice. I'm really hoping that these two are close friends.
I'm really hoping so. I think they might be. I'm gonna hope that's the case.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that storyline for now.
Yes, until proven otherwise. If not, Len might be really incentivized to win right here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think that's what seeding says anyways. So
I do believe so.
Might as well go out with a boom. But saying that though,
okay,
Swish,
you did miss the jump. Giving up on the jump now? We're done with the jump now? Oh, okay, there we go.
Second time's a charm. We do have that Zuka in their spawn now. Oh, Max! What?
Max said, I hit over your tent. Why would I care about your tent? Why would I care about your hammer at that angle, I guess? I thought you were safe at that angle.
Doing things that Slosher, I forgot it could do. Like, it's so hard to deal with it unless you're at an angle like that.
Yeah.
But Max using everything to their advantage.
The auto bomb pushing Swish back towards Lexi. Len still chasing them down. Thunder helping out, getting the tent to jump out, and forcing pretty much all of Go all the way back into their spawns.
Yeah, I mean, Heimer getting popped onto the right side there. Our wiper player is now moving up onto that side. He's going to try to take out Lexi, but the accuracy in her shot is just amazing.
It is, and there's another down to Lexi. You don't see many pencils that can pull off stuff like that, and Swish instantly taken out the moment that Ace of Spades laid eyes on him.
Now Len getting into a similar position that Swish was in earlier. Thunder popping up onto their snipe with that crab tank is going to be able to hold them back for as long as possible. But it looks like somebody was able to sneak through that wiper on that backside there and neutralize the zone once again. Is trying to avoid any sort of catastrophic situation at any cost here. Yes. And it looks like that paid off extremely well.
It definitely did. We are seeing Ace of Spades come back into it really quickly, though. No hesitation in their movement, but maybe that's a bit of a problem as we see two of them go down before they really have a chance to reestablish at all.
Yeah, Swish setting up camp with that tent on that right side there is going to be able to grab that cooler, try and get behind this crab tank coming out from Thunder there. They were able to reclaim the lead in that time period, and now it's just going to be Thunder left fighting for neutral and taking out Swish with the aid of Max.
Max does such a great job of jumping in when they see a player like Thunder or Lexi getting heavily pushed, able to go in and help clean and essentially play cleanup so incredibly well. Not that they always need it, but they will always help out. Len is the Viper player, looking to move forward, gets shut down quickly. And Len themselves looking to find something to do here now that they have this juice in their system.
Yes, we do have a bubble ready, but looks like somebody was just sneaking and sharking behind, waiting for them to drop and feeling safe. And well, let me get rid of that sentiment.
Yeah.
Nowhere is safe on this map.
No, this is a map where you are in constant danger all the time, and you can never relax. But those tri-strikes likely will get close to flipping the zone, as it is the size of a postage stamp. It is barely a zone.
I like the way you put that. Switch being able to make a bit of a getaway there, but that crab tank said, I know you're coming back. Let me give you a bomb.
Always coming back. Thunder managing to dodge and weave enough to stay alive as they have Max trying to help out with that slosher, looking to take out the Viper, able to. 2 down on the side of Go as Ace of Spades looks to regain control of this game.
Oh, it's just going to be Swish there, and Max taking him out at the last second. We have some specials at the ready. We are good to start a push, but the question is, are they going to sit comfy around the zone, or are we going to try and pursue their base a little bit more? Maybe just trying to be careful and look for people like Lennis Fat, who are trying to run around that side and make flanks, as they have done earlier in this game as well.
Yeah, Thunder looking to try and take out the hammer. They're not quite able to in time, but does survive it, but goes down to the torpedo. Just the pencil and slosher not going to be able to hold that zone. And Max not able to find the jump out, just Lexi looking to stay alive and using that sprinkler to help them find the space too.
Definitely a concerning moment for them. They're stuck with just Lexi and Len alive, which, you know, if you're getting painted at your feet, oh no, that crab cannot swim. That is a problem there for them. That is a special out the window with 20 seconds left, ticking down.
Yeah, you never want to have your special go like that. Len looking to take over mid, able to get the bubble out, but not able to do much with it. Thunder fighting Trey, and the bubble able to find the pick. Zone slips. Just the 10 left up. This is the opportunity for Ace of Spades here. They need to keep this hold.
I think that was 3 down from Thunder alone.
Yes.
And now running after Swish is going to run towards, has that crab tank once again. That cooler is ready as well. Just waiting for the opportune moment here. They don't want to pop it too early and get into a space where it's going to be uncomfortable. But now is the time. 25 seconds left. That hammer comes out onto the zone. Thunder's going to have to back up. 3 down. That's going to be Thunder running in. This gal is not going to be able to paint the zone on their own. And that bomb from Max seals the deal. That is going to be the game for Ace of Spades.
It is. I can confidently say, Thunder's not your normal splash player.
The accuracy needed to do something like that is unreal, because Splash is all skill, no RNG.
Yeah, no RNG. And the other key thing there is Splash is not usually played aggressively, is the word I will choose to use. It is not an aggro weapon. It is a laid-back weapon. It is usually your support. It is getting its crabs. It is throwing its burst bombs. It is playing cleanup. It is your cleanup crew weapon, usually, not with Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those crazy skill ceiling weapons, right? Like, you can see a support player popping that splash and then, you know, just using it to paint up the map and get all these crab tanks and spam things and do things for the other aggressive members of their team.
Which is still so useful.
Yeah.
It's not a bad way of using it.
Exactly.
And Thunder is doing both.
That's the crazy part. I'm like, all right, you are capable of doing all these things and multitasking and able to get these picks and feel confident enough to not go down. And I think that's also a great testament to what Lexi is doing for them, because keeping those coolers out at a steady pace, they always have them at a great time.
And the amount of painting Lexi's doing, we cannot undersell that. Lexi is keeping paint down to allow Thunder to not need to overthink painting, to allow Thunder to be able to take those aggressive plays, to allow Thunder to be able to just sit there and go, I have crab tank. I will pop it at this exact perfect moment to win us this game.
Yeah, excellently well done there. And you could see, like, the discipline that it took from Thunder to not just pop that crab tank right away as they were reaching overtime. Yeah, I absolutely would have. And that's the difference between a player like me and a player like Thunder.
Yeah, these players are absolutely incredible. It's so wonderful to have all of them at MomoCon and get to see these intense games.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing here, and I'm just excited to watch things progress into Grands as well, because I know whoever out of these two is going there is going to put on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of the teams left in this tournament could take the game, could take the entire tournament, which is an absolutely wild place to be in. It is not uncommon in Splatoon to kind of have a known winner a bit.
Yeah. And it looks like now we're getting back into the counter picks format. So Ray's kind of surveying these teams is now going to turn around and probably communicate what the chosen map is, I think.
Yes, Ray's has a headset on that allows that to happen. That's what that headset's for.
See, yeah, normally we have a toasty that's just running back and forth. I like the technology we have.
The technology speeds up the process potentially.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the map has been selected, players are being assigned, and we are going to be getting into it again shortly.
I'm so excited. Like,
it's
not
so
even
good.
facetious. I'm just actually so pumped.
I love these intense back and forth games where you truly cannot guess what is going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, like, again, like they've been able to do their research, so they kind of know what they're going to want to go into this with. They just watched go. So
well, and the other team doesn't even need to be on stream for them to get to have watched at some point during the day.
That's true. Yeah, that's that LAN experience.
It sure is.
It's that screen peeking.
We sure do get that. And Swish obviously sticking with that tent. JJ on the wiper as we get into it here. Len, of course, on that classic blaster as we are on Inkblot tower control.
Yeah, not much to say about these comps. It's very typical from like what I would expect from both of these teams here. It's just a matter of how is this going to play out for them. And I'm interested to see that they picked this when you know you're dealing with Len.
Yeah, it's a weird choice against a blaster and a slosher.
Speaking of which,
Len does get that bubble out. Nobody there to use it. But Lexi's going to clear this checkpoint. I assume going to try and jump out. There we go. But great checkpoint clear there from Lexi. Able to take advantage of the chaos Len created and still get out.
Yeah, it looks like Len had a bit of a jump in there that didn't go so well, but they are in a good position now where they're able to kind of make those actions and see if they'll get any sort of reward from those risky plays. Now we're kind of forced onto that back foot a little bit. 2 members down. It is going to be Alexi trying to deal with that tower, which is a bit of a hard angle, especially when JJ's running at your face.
It's always frightening when a wiper runs at you. It is such a fast weapon that can play so aggressively, such a skirmish weapon at that. Max looking to help push people out of that upper left side.
Yeah, with the Swish set up very comfortably in the bats area there, is going to be able to take out Max, who's still just sitting in their spawn, and Swish is not going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. That Zuka is crucial. They might still have spawn armor.
It seems like they might, but able to find Max in spite of it. Len clearing the tower, having to try and direct JJ, not quite able to, but Lexi takes care of him. But this checkpoint looks like it's going to get cleared to me.
Wow, Swish staying alive for a very long period of time there. We're getting into knockout territory, but we're forced to kind of recuperate our losses. Len is sitting on that tower quite comfortably once again, but Swish is like, hey, reminder, I'm still here.
Does get cleaned up, but JJ has jumped in. That is the weapon you do not want to have jumped in, but luckily gets cleaned up quickly, only having the chance to take out one of them as Len's ready with this bubble, waiting to have the chance to take out Swish.
Yeah, we know that Swish is now on that bottom left side here. You can kind of see the action and the mindset happening there of calling in that teammate, help me deal with this tent, and then we can move forward, because that is our biggest obstacle in getting into their plat.
And it always will be when there's a tent. Admittedly, the 52 gal does a similar thing, but not quite as well.
Yeah, that can be a huge barrier there. It's really just going to be Swish and that edit left alive. That's going to be some of their best defensive weapons, but getting Swish out of the way means we get to run into their base. Max making great use of the space and that ledge there with that slosher. Thunder playing very up in their faces, as we know him to do, and hopping onto that tower. This could be a great push for Ace of Spades.
It could be, but I don't think they realized that Parks was behind that wall, and Parks does almost take out one of them. But no, Thunder's doing what Thunder does and doing the wildest movement. Splash is one of the best movement weapons in the game, and Thunder is exceptionally good at showing that off.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love seeing the way that these players on the higher levels of the tournament move around these maps, and when you have something that like a burst bomb that can help you move around tricky situations and having one of the best ways to paint your feet in the game, it's very, very helpful. But Swish, once again,
okay, Thunder,
on that tower, and okay.
The 52 gal does manage to clean them up. 52 gal, a very rapid 2-shot, taking advantage of their splash wall. Lexi able to clean them up. Now going to try and get JJ and Parks, but it's just them, not a lot they can do on their own. As Max is just trying to survive, it feels like they're very staggered right now on Ace of Spades.
Yeah, it's very problematic. You see Max kind of knowing that JJ is sitting there and trying to make those shots but can't get too distracted. However, it pays off in their favor, able to make a team fight to clean things up. You see Alexi watching the backside here, Len getting into the great blast positioning here, and as you'd expect, Thunder and Max just running up, trying to catch, go while they still can.
JJ found the flank though. Len seems to be aware, but not able to do anything about it in time. Lexi manages to live. Len takes him out. All 4 of them, no, Max did go down, but 3 of them still up. 40 seconds to go. There's still plenty of time for them to work with here.
We know where Parks is sitting right now. Len is going to have to back up to deal with Trey, but is able to do so. That bubble is at the ready, is going to use it to protect tower for the next 30 seconds. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I think they're going to be able to shred through it.
Absolutely.
And right when they need it, at that checkpoint, of all places.
So I guess if Len just hits the Splatling, that does help quite a bit. And then gets JJ. What else are you going to do, Len? Get Trey?
Yeah. Oh yeah, get Trey.
Absolutely. We do have another bubble at the ready, probably going to be used on this upper left side here if I had to guess. We have a cooler. 10 going to try and push in with that Zuka. Trey with them. Able to find Len before the bubble fully activates.
Wait. Oh, Swish is able to take out
the
Max.
tower.
We have 2 people on the tower wrestling for it. Oh, that Wiper is standing on there. But hey, we have somebody on the tower now.
We do.
A jump in coming in a bit late, though.
Yes, it does happen. Really good push there at the end, just not quite enough to counteract that push to 8.
Yeah, and I think if we saw that maybe like a minute or 2 earlier, we would have been dealing with a different situation for sure. A lot more momentum coming out from them at the end, but when it comes down to it in that overtime situation, the second your opponent's toe hits that tower and you're not on there, it's done.
It is absolutely done. It is a brutal situation at the end of tower control, especially if teams have any sort of GG special, which is always a frightening moment. Anything like tri-strikes, anything like whale, anything that just really makes you have to move.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you see like Booyah Bomb getting used so much, and then strikes also force that tower to evacuate. A bubble can kind of do it sometimes, but people make their way through it. So that's why you see so many of those weapons when relevant getting used on tower.
Yes. And they're usually relevant in tower because you always want to have your quick answer for, but we have the lead. I don't want to do overtime.
Yeah, I think it's just with some comps, they're so focused on having things that are like the Zuka and the cooler. Sometimes it can be a bit of an afterthought having something to stop the tower when you need it.
Absolutely, and it sounds like we're going to be seeing our next counter pick right now as we are going to Clamblick's Museum de Alfonsino.
All right, okay.
Not an expected pick. Not upset about it, just wouldn't have expected it.
Yeah, I mean,
I love some Clamblets.
This one is like, I talk about this particular map. It can be a bit of a skill test for a lot of teams.
Absolutely.
Because it's so huge and it's so hard to push. You have like 2 routes, one of them super long and one of them short but extremely risky. So you do see Swish kind of playing bodyguard on that risky route there right off the bat, is holding that corner for himself, which is honestly a rare position from anyone. Does get that trade on Thunder, which could be huge, but with that being said, that is 3 down onto the side of Go. So this is no doubt going to be the start of a push for Ace of Spades.
Max manages to find a pick. We've got a bubble online. Lexi looking to potentially just get some paint down. Doesn't look like they're quite in a position to really, really push this yet. But those tri-strikes and the bubble could rapidly change that. Bubble out within range to throw the clam into basket. Able to get one in. I don't see a follow-up though.
Yeah, it looks like Thunder going to be aborting this push as much as possible. We do have Max kind of chilling out underneath, but does get found by Trey52, is able to take out Max before it becomes a dangerous situation. And now we're dealing with the ultimate baby push, right? This could be the rest of the game.
You never want to have a push like that. It's not... You really want to get a stronger push on opening because you just gave them a clam. You just made their push easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they have that pity clam running up into their base. It is so blue you can hardly tell that it's Ace of Spades, right? And now that is going to be an absolute lead switch going down into the halfway point, under 47. That's no lead that can be easily cheesed.
It absolutely is. And we're seeing them slowly get taken out. Swish's tent not being allowed to set up like it was, but somebody snuck in. Somebody always sneaks in.
Yeah, when you have boxes like that, you've got to be looking at every single angle, making sure nobody's doing anything silly like that. Even when it's against better judgment, like a lot of players will do that anyways just to extend that lead. And that can be a safety net sometimes. When you get down to like these super close games with these teams that are very evenly matched, like those little points matter.
Every single point matters in Clam Blitz. You never know how small the lead at the end of the day is going to be. JJ cleaning up that bubble. Swish looking to set up some forward momentum. We're looking to see another push from Go right now.
You know, it's interesting to mention that on this particular map too, you want to make those pushes matter because you don't know when your next one is going to be. It's such a big map. It's so hard to get one in. So obviously making it count where they can, and noticing, hey, our opponents only got a push down, you know, 20 points, right? So we can abuse that a little bit.
You absolutely can, but it's always, I mean, more points is always better. Splatoon's about your best performance, not your longest.
Well, unless it's zones, I guess. But.
I guess, but even then, it's still all about who did it best, who had the one best push. As Trey is looking to use this whale to help break open the game for Go to maybe even find the KO here.
Yeah, is able to take out Lexi with his best defensive pressure that they have. So Thunder going to have to use that crab tank a bit defensively, keep them away from their basket while Lexi is away and building up that rapport once again. Trey is going to be able to dodge these strikes as best as possible, but somebody sneaked in behind once again. It's just going to be Max dealing with his defense, has 3 different people to shoot at and has to pick one.
What a brutal situation to be in for Max. Just a few clams left to go as more and more keep trickling in. Hammer throw, power clam. And that's how it goes sometimes.
Wow, just wedging their way in and everyone having power clams at the top of their priorities. That made it so easy for them. Like sometimes you'll have these clams modes where like you just have your guy who's
you
just
have
like,
your one guy.
You have your one guy running it. Stop looking at me like that. Running around and just getting the clams for like the entire team and like, okay, you guys can run up and fight and I'll take care of this. Don't worry. But it felt like the way they approached that was so appropriate for Museum. Because,
absolutely.
You know, you can't just have somebody running back and forth there. There's not that type of spawnage.
No, not at all. And in Museum especially, you need to take full advantage of every push, and pushing just to 80 is never going to cut it. It is more of a death sentence on Museum de Alfonsino than any other map. Just an absolutely rough situation. Ace of Spades needs to figure out a different counter pick that's going to work out a little better for him.
Yeah, and you know, we're at game set point, you know.
Yeah.
If they make the wrong choice here, it could have a very...
It's the end of their run.
Yeah.
I will say, they are still going to get some prize money. This will be 3rd place.
Oh, true. That's right. That's right. But obviously, you know, you're going to want to go...
You want that 1st place.
You want that
You
first
want that
place.
$600 from 1st place.
At the very least, you want 2nd place. They already played against Moonlight, and they saw how that went. But obviously, you want to be able to prove yourself. You want to say, okay, no, that was the match that was supposed to happen in Grands in the first time.
We're supposed to do that again and get bracket reset this time.
Yes.
Which is always an exciting time.
Yes.
Never a guaranteed thing, but always an exciting time when it does manage to happen.
Yeah, they'll look and go, hey, the tournament's running on schedule. Well, how about a bracket reset to add another 45 minutes onto this?
You thought you could have a tournament that ended on time? That's not allowed.
Think again.
And teams do love to do that. They do sense when the tournament is going to end right on time, and then they'll bracket reset you.
Yeah, they just know.
They know. They don't know at all, but they somehow know.
Or some like other craziness will happen. You remember at Low Tide, we had like a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had to, like, we called in the teams. We're like, come on, we're going to do something crazy. Like,
we have to do something wild here.
Yeah. We just made up a new part of the tournament on the fly.
Sometimes
to
you need
decide.
to.
Yeah, and it was awesome. It was so much hype. We got both the commentators on board for it.
Nice.
It was so exciting.
Scorch Gorge Rainmaker as the counter pick we're seeing come out here.
Huh.
I don't know that I don't love it with the 10.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they sat there and they saw Swish on Scorch, and they were like, we should try that.
We should try that, but not with Glamblitz. Surely it'll be so different with Rainmaker.
With
the
an objective
other
that moves.
Yeah, with 2 different objectives that move independently.
And go through the same elbow.
Yeah. Very interesting choice. But they've got a 3 down, so maybe they're right.
Yeah, you know, they know something we don't, clearly.
They always do. As we're seeing Thunder getting some pain up for their team, helping Lexi move forward there. Seems like they're going to get the checkpoint. They do. And that's a really solid opening 30 seconds.
I love this bubble usage coming out from Len right in front of that Rainmaker shield. Swish is going to have to move back a little bit here.
Okay,
Does get in front of that Rainmaker. Hey, I mean, I kind of support
No, those
it.
extra points, I fully agree with. Getting past that checkpoint is huge. Getting a couple extra points past it in case they break it and never get another push, worth it.
And are they really going to expect the pencil of all people to just run forward and dive? Like they probably for at least somewhat thought that they were done pushing there.
Yeah, if they thought anyone was going to do that, it would have been Len. And Len wasn't there.
Well,
Len couldn't have done it.
Well,
but now
Len sure
Len's
is
doing
somewhere,
this.
yeah.
Len just on a tear here, causing some chaos, helping Thunder find that pick, keeping Trey on their toes as they're all just dancing around this area in mid, trying to find a place to settle.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about getting a trade like that as you go down at the end of a tear like that, is that now you know where that last player is. You can communicate that to your team, and now you're seeing a lot of skirmishing happening in the middle of map, just waiting for an opportunity for either of these teams to get something. And it looks like Thunder burnt right through that shield.
It seems like maybe there was just a moment where the shield hadn't fully gone up and Thunder found it. Maybe a little bit of drop off there, as we're seeing Thunder just doing a great job keeping some paint. Tri-strikes coming out should allow for some extra forward momentum here for Ace of Spades and keep Go slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, Swish went, wow, okay, well, now the hammer's down, now the
That's
Rainmaker's
pretty
down.
big.
Swish
Do
jumps
they know
into
Trey?
the Rainmaker, yeah, okay, it's just gonna be Swish
Just
sitting there.
Swish.
Do they know that he's there?
I don't think so.
Oh, they clearly do not. And
But
now
Lexi has some speed.
Commentator's curse. Swish is going to be popping that Zuka right there and stopping Lexi as she was just making it out of the range of that 10 umbrella. So clutching out that situation for sure. And we're going back to a bit of a neutral situation in mid here. We're seeing only a couple players up from each side, maybe playing a little bit slow right now, trying to find their footing.
It definitely seems like both teams are feeling each other out again, being like, okay, we're here. What are we doing? What are we doing in Rainmaker? How are we feeling in Rainmaker? Which is the opposite of what usually happens in Rainmaker of a brutal charge forward, as Thunder nearly gets an insane double.
Yeah, I was about to be very shooketh. I thought Thunder was about to do so much work, but honestly, slowing down that Rainmaker is a lot of work on its own, forcing them into that corner there. We do have these specials even after that Rainmaker gets popped, but these strikes are going to go down. Will Jay? Oh my gosh, everyone's jumping into this one corner.
Oh,
This splash
that's
bomb.
terrifying. One good bomb there would have absolutely ended that. Able to find Lexi, but the Rainmaker is close to resetting. It gets grabbed. The Slosher trying to slow them down.
No
That's a wipeout.
way.
This could be a KO on Scorch.
That is very likely. Scorch is one of those maps that'll do that to you. Trade is barely making out into that corner and is going to try and stay alive. It's going to be a reverse wipe, getting down to 24, not as far as you'd like it to be, but it is a very defendable push.
It's a map that you don't fully knock out on very often, but a push to 24 is not strong enough.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome here, but with a minute and 16 left, this is the crucial point where they need to make a decision on whether or not they're going to try and play this a bit more defensively. It's going to be risky if they do, but whoa, talk about defense!
Yeah, wow. Just incredible defense coming out there. Incredible team play. Hammer just above the Rainmaker, I guess.
Yeah.
But you know, it seems to be working for him as we're now seeing Ace of Spades having to get back in so quickly. No time to slow down, no time to get specials, no time to hesitate. They need to be on their defensive game here.
Yeah, Parks just stalling out that timer as much as possible. It might not be long enough, but just keeping that clock going and while holding that Rainmaker is going to be good for them. It's going to force them to expend some of those resources, like those strikes, like that crab tank, just to get that Rainmaker down. We get Swish out of the way, but it's just going to be Thunder on that crab tank.
And
20
Trey's
seconds left to go.
coming.
Oh, no.
But Thunder's got that apparently.
Yeah, well, we knew it. We knew it all along.
Yeah, Thunder knew it at least. Thunder looking to find a path forward, truly dodging and darting around these Rainmaker shots, taking advantage of QSJ there to manage to get back.
Something's got to happen now. They dropped that Rainmaker off of that ledge. That's extremely inconvenient. We see this wiper coming in off of that side angle. Trey is trying to play a little bit sneaky in that corner there. That yeet is not going to pay off for them. Thunder's popping that crab tank, but in my opinion, that might be a little bit early.
It is early. Thunder looking to move forward now. Max rushing forward. The Rainmaker's a little bit isolated, not what you want to see. Lexi slowly moving forward, having to take this so safe while that Rainmaker timer looms over their head, and the tent has a Zuka, but gets taken out.
How safe can you play it, though? With that timer, it might go a little bit faster, and you need to make moves while Swisher is down, and Trey is still in that base there. Is Len going to be able to take them out? They're both so weak. It's just going to be the Rainmaker left with Lexi. They have that bubble. They have the jump. It's 2 people coming back in. Thunder is here first. Swisher is coming up on that corner.
There's so little time left. 18 ticks. They need to move forward now.
Oh no.
But there's Azuka.
One more shot. It could come out here. Swish going down.
Gotta move forward.
No, 7-7. Oh, that's going to be it.
Lexi doing everything they could to survive, but there was nowhere for them to move. Go's defense was too oppressive.
I could never have predicted this outcome.
No. I think we might have some new potential top players coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I knew a lot of these folks had it in them, but these are
They've never demonstrated it before,
Yeah,
though.
exactly. These are some, like, fresh names. Some of them, okay, stop looking at me like that. Swish, of course, being a bit of an OG, and JJ building up that skill set for quite some time
But
now.
those
And I
are
know
some pretty new names.
Yeah, Trey's a new name, but like one that's like
They've been
showed
growing
up
quick.
Yeah, they're one of those like prodigy type
And I'm
players.
going to be honest, I've never heard of Parks before.
Me either, but they've been making some crazy
They've been making
plays.
waves here.
Yeah, like the objective has just been like
It's been
taken care of.
Completely taken care of. Wildly taken care of. Such incredible support coming out of them. Such incredible gameplay coming out of them. And they're going to be in our grand finals.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think they would have expected that coming into this.
I didn't either, and I doubt that's what's on the seating.
I would be shocked. But we knew that this would be a very competitive tournament in the top 4, and that is what we have seen.
Yeah, I mind blown.
Yeah, a little bit. But that's so exciting. It means we get new players that we can keep a close eye on, especially leading into the next big LAN that's coming up before too long.
You know what I find interesting about the storyline about this too is that Moonlight is usually the underdog at these tournaments.
Yeah, it's rare for Moonlight to come in as the #1.
Yeah, and now they have another underdog coming in.
We love an underdog storyline,
We
though.
love the underdog storyline.
Double 10.
Double 10
Double
in
10
grands.
in grands.
This could
Unheard
only
of.
happen at a LAN.
It could only happen at a LAN, and that's part of the fun. And it's so exciting to get to see this live. I'm sure that we'll hear the audience plenty during this next little bit. We've been hearing them plenty already.
I hope so.
It's always so exciting to see what these players and teams get up to. And we're going to get we're going to get something out of this. I wonder how many tent shields we'll see hit each other.
I want to see some more bonks. That's what
Yeah,
I want.
absolutely.
Pushing people off the tower, pushing each other off the map. Just
It's
you know,
wild.
Let's pick a lot of like a map that has like a lot of like holes in it.
Absolutely. Oh, Mahi Tower, it's not in the map pool, but it would have been the funniest possible option here.
Is Umami here?
I think Umami zones and clams.
Oh, and clams. Can we see some Umami?
We could see some Umami. What else could we see that would be
Very like fall off the map.
haggle, potentially?
Haggle, yeah.
Undertow has its spots.
Mahi especially.
Mahi especially.
Yeah.
Not Inkblot, not Mako. We won't see Manta. It could be Manta, though. It would be funny.
It would be funny, but I can't imagine either of these teams
I would be
selecting it.
shocked if we saw Manta TC. It would be the most shocking thing I've seen in years.
I gotta like look at this bracket. Is it best of 7? Let me open this set.
Yeah, take a look.
4v4, 7-1. It doesn't say.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
I think if the TOs ran it with my kind of brain, they would have probably done a best of 5, just because
Yeah.
like
Time.
the second you put a best of 7 in a tournament,
You don't know how long that's going to take, especially when there's a potential bracket reset.
Yeah, it could become a nightmare situation very fast.
You could be going for hours.
We used to see it back in the day too, and then that was like super like.
And it
rough
was
on the
very hype.
commentators.
It was very hype.
Yeah.
But I am sure it killed the commentators.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I love the energy in this venue. Can
It's
I just
so
say
good.
that?
They've grouped Smash, Mario Kart, and Splatoon all in the same row.
Yep.
And it's all so intense and energetic. It's electric.
I love the Mario Kart community, and
Yeah.
I'm sure you know the lore as
Yes.
well, but like a lot of Splatoon players come from Mario Kart because
Especially back in the Splat 1 days.
yes, because that's the people who had a Wii U was the people playing competitive Mario Kart who moved to
Exactly.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and they were like, this other game is here. Let's give that a go.
Oh, it's good.
Yes, it's great. So that's how we got players like Taylor from
Yes.
the Blues, Kiver
Kiver, still around today.
Yeah.
Still terrifying to deal with.
Kiver's in a video for like the biggest Mario Kart meme. I don't know if you know
I
about that.
didn't know about that.
There's this thing called Bam Shock Dodge in Mario Kart. It's just this silly like thing, and the context of the video is actually playing against the clan that Kiver is in. So he's in that video.
Koopa Clan, right?
Yes.
Because they were a Splatoon thing for a minute.
Yes, yeah, and Mario Kart, and
Yeah.
they were good at both. So.
Sometimes you got to do both, and you got to be good at both.
Yep. Kiver successfully did that. So, you know.
It's always very impressive. It's so exciting to see these players get to develop over such a long time, and also to get to see the new ones like come and rise up.
Yeah, I'm mind blown. Hi, Raze.
Hi, Raze. You getting Moonlight all set up? That's
Yeah.
important.
I'm sure they know how to do it, but then again, I've seen Omega in my help desk before, so I don't know.
Look, Splatoon players can never be trusted to have read the rules. No matter how good they are.
Or the message directly above the one they post.
Look, we love Splatoon players. They don't love,
Reading.
yeah. But to be fair, not much reading to do while you play.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just staring at their faces, and I'm sure it's just like a case of like, this is my neutral face, but like, to
So
me,
serious.
I read it as like very serious, like it's game time.
It is game time, though. They are right.
Well, and yeah, like they've always been like the bridesmaid, never the bride. So this is the opportunity for them
It
to
is.
win their first LAN tournament.
And that would be such a big opportunity. They've gotten second and third so many times.
So many times. It's
It's a little heartbreaking.
Goombella?
Oh, Goombella. That's Goombet.
Is it
maybe
Goombet?
it's from one of the super. It's
It's-
from one of the
yes,
Super
that was in
Mario.
your door.
Yeah, but I don't remember her name despite Goombrella.
Goombrella?
No,
It might be Goombella.
it might be Goombella. I'm not. I should remember.
I
I
think
played the game
Goombet
and
is from
enjoyed
the
it.
first one, I thought.
I think so.
I can't type with these nails.
I'm sure.
It is Goombella.
Goombella.
Yes.
That works. She's a fun little character. She's very fun. I wonder if they're going to tattle on Moonlight with the weapons they'll play.
Maybe that's what we're tapping into right now. I mean, we're kind of dealing with some level of mirroring here.
Definitely.
We haven't. I don't think
Because there's even a 96 versus 52 to some degree.
Oh, true. I
Really
mean,
similar.
very similar.
Pencil
but,
versus heavy edit.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
It will.
Dealing against Basil though, that's going to be difficult.
Basil's
with them.
different.
Yeah, Basil is different. Extremely accurate at a very long range.
Terrifyingly accurate. Was an E-leader player for the longest time.
But you know, then again, like Go just played against Lexi, which is like that's like
They're not quite as scary, but they're very scary.
extremely scary. So maybe they're feeling maybe a bit prepped to deal with Basil, kind of knowing what the weak spots are for a pencil. I don't know how much that'll apply here when you're also dealing with like Omega running around. So
Yeah.
anything can kind of put a shift in that gameplay.
Yeah, the decap's going to do a lot here. We do. Oh, some jumping jacks. We're getting warmed up. We're getting warmed up out here.
I love to see it.
We do love to see it. It's important to stay warm. This venue is chilly. The AC is absolutely roaring in MomoCon to keep Artist Alley from boiling you, and we are very close to Artist Alley.
Yeah. I saw a great number of push-up competitions last
Yeah.
night outside. Yeah.
It's important. It's good. Good to stay physically active.
Or, yeah, and just flex on your friends at the same time.
Also that. You do got to flex on your friends a little bit. That's what this whole thing is.
Very, very true, actually, now that you think of it.
There are $1,000 on the line here.
Speaking of flex, we see Shadow getting warmed up in that hashtag Splatoon 3. Yeah. Can you give us the 360, though? Oh, wait, don't give us the 360. You'll get tangled with your
Yeah, that'll be
headset.
too complicated.
Yeah.
But
It's unfortunate because we have these gamer chairs. So they could just rotate if they wanted to.
they do get to be so comfy in those gamer chairs.
Okay.
As we're starting off. What are we? We're starting off on Mako zones where we always begin.
Yeah, where it always starts and ends,
Yes.
most often.
The final destination where everything wraps up. And we are getting into it here with comps we would expect that are pretty much mirrors of each other. those are the same things.
I'm staring at the S-Blast the most, personally.
Yeah.
That one's interesting. We do have a trade coming out from Marks. No one has capped that zone just yet. JJ off doing a bit of a side quest here. And seems like we're going to stay in neutral for a little bit longer.
It does. Tent shields hitting each other. Already one of them. We're going to see that plenty as the hammer comes out, finds the other wiper. Trey looking to push that right stack as Shadow pushes them right back out.
Yeah, we see Omega getting behind Swish in the zone there. The best angle to take a tent at. Trey going down as well. That's two of their best aggressive pressure. And Swish jumping right back in at a good time here. He's going to be popping some mines, but, well, not going to... It's a short-lived experience, yeah.
We're seeing Moonlight just absolutely taking every inch of space. Okay, Omega. Okay, Omega and Shadow. We see you. We see that you're in their spawn, taking up every ounce of space. Omega does get taken out. Shadow does drop back. The tent shields going back and forth. Nolan under that ledge, able to trade out Trey. Every trade is in Moonlight's advantage right now.
Omega getting taken out, but the damage has been done. You saw how well set up Moonlight got in their base here, pushing it all the way down to 43 before they were able to escape, and Basil just getting the sneakiest narrow shot onto him. See Swish on that bottom left is going to call in the troops, Nolan, and that hammer to deal with them, and that's kind of comedic. That was like a Looney Tunes death.
Omega and JJ having a little wiper fight. JJ coming out on top, looking to try and find Basil. Basil getting out of dodge, taking advantage of their own team's ink mine. Nolan waiting to camp this jump, able to find it. That's going to be a 100-0 hold.
Wow. I mean, this is
Moonlight
the kind of pressure we expect from them.
Moonlight wants this first place so bad.
They want it so bad. They're probably pretty hungry. They were like, we don't know how much time is before Grand, so like...
We got to wait to eat dinner.
Like, let's get these 3 games in, make it quick, and... You know, I mean, it can only go so fast when you have counter picks, but we saw a fist bump. Okay.
We did. Always exciting to get those fist bumps. The players get to see the result screens that get hidden from us. It's always so thrilling as Nolan, Shadow, Omega, and Basil get ready for this next game and see what Go will counter pick them into.
Yeah, I don't know how you counter pick on a team where
It's you?
It's you.
It's you, but again.
You like have to pick the map that you think you're bad at, I think, almost.
I think you just pick the one you're best at and hope they're worse.
Oh, okay. I see.
If they're the same comp, sure, you'll have the same strengths and weaknesses, but you'll still have things that you feel especially confident on.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, normally this is the part where I would speculate, but I really can't anymore.
No, there's not a lot to speculate. I know what they're going to run mostly, unless JJ throws another wild one at us. We could see the Sorella come back.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a pretty good success rate on Scourge Gorge, so...
They did great on Inklot Tower Control.
That's true as well.
They're a little more... Their comp is a little more flexible than Moonlight's, is the other thing to keep in mind here. JJ's willing to flex to so many things. We saw Swisher willing to go splash. There is a little more variability.
Yes. Okay.
And we are going Inkblot Tower again. They did have a good time on it.
I suppose so. Nolan's sticking on that S-Blast, which I'm now starting to get used to. I love seeing that on 96, but I'll accept this as well.
I will accept this, and I can understand this against a 10 and Gal, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you have the space to play it, so why not? Nolan taking that team fight with Omega on that left side there, basically not waiting at all to get onto the objective path of the map.
Yeah, players being picked off one at a time on the side of Go as all of Moonlight has managed to stay up. Trey now changing that, but still getting wiped out. Just absolute dominance coming out of Moonlight here.
Yeah, now we see Omega in the perfect position to be if you are a wiper. Now you have the attention of both Trey and Park sitting underneath here, popping that hammer, but how much does it matter when you let that tower get all the way down to 63 while you have their brains focused on you?
Nolan. Nolan taking advantage of that big AoE, clearing that out. Now, admittedly, JJ and Swish have stolen the tower.
A little bit, yeah, pulling it away from their spawn as much as possible. Nolan does still see Swish there, is able to take them out with that AoE. Moving up on that left side there, looks like we're getting close to a Booyah Bomb, but gonna play space very smart here, not try and get too close in the face of JJ, sitting up on those bats before they can get the help of Omega coming back in.
Seems like they're waiting on Cooler before they get much more going. Booyah out, Hammer out, Cooler out. They are ready to make this push. JJ trying to slow them down. Seems like they're going to be able to. Trey finding another. Swish heading for that tower. Omega jumps in, at least slowing them down, but does get picked off as we are seeing Go looking to take control of mid here.
Yeah, I am so impressed by what I am seeing. That is a very clean wipe of their spawn.
Yes.
They've basically cleared that slate for themselves. Swish does spot that wiper from Omega on that right side there, but is going to continue pursuing this left-hand corner here. They know that's where they have to go to get that checkpoint. They don't want any kind of distractions pulling them away from the real objective.
Absolutely not. There is nothing that is more important than the objective, and both of these teams know that. We are seeing Go looking to start moving that objective back into mid, looking to reclaim it. Shadow trying to get onto that tower and pester Swish off. Not going to quite work out. Where, Basil?
I
How
saw
are
another
you there?
bonk, and yeah, wait, hold on.
Basil, you're making it work, but you're not supposed to be there. That's sneaky. That's a sneaky spot for a pencil to be.
Yeah, it's like one of those spots where like, there's no way the pencil would be here.
That's a Basil exclusive.
Yeah.
That move also a Basil exclusive. As much as Lexi is incredible, Lexi wouldn't go for that.
I don't think so. At least not on this weapon. We saw her crazy range blaster last year.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely in her wheelhouse then. So I don't know. Maybe she could whip that out. But regardless, once again, back onto this tower path is JJ spotting out Omega. It's going to take a team effort to even deal with him, but he's able to jump out and focus their attention elsewhere. Once again, Swish trying to get this mid painted blue as much as possible. They need to make a lot more progress so they're not stuck scrambling in the last minute of this game.
They definitely might be. It's definitely not impossible to get that last minute push on this map. Omega finding that great pick. Moonlight looking to get another push going. Trey absolutely getting shoved back as Omega is riding the tower. Not a player you'd often see do it, but is fully capable.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that they've been nudging the tower forward a little bit, not putting that pressure on Basil to ride the tower and put them in a dangerous spot, but rather just keeping the tower in the areas of the map they would like to see it. It's not a very safe push at all, but again, when you're that confident in your defense, you can kind of play this like a little bit differently.
Definitely. And you get to take advantage of the fact that you have that wiper as your skirmisher. Okay, Nolan, great shark into a great direct. Now pestering two people. The hammer kit's taken out mostly just to deal with them as JJ's dodging around trying to survive some burst bombs. Hammer gets tossed. Shadow gets taken out. That's an incredible hammer throw as we hear the crowd go, oh, in the distance.
Wow. Can we get another one? I would love to see it. But then again, Nolan's kind of shooting that AoE going, back off, get away from my spawn. We want to hold that 50-point lead. It's 40 seconds left to go. Swish getting comfy on the tower, but not for very long as that blaster comes in clutch. It's now just going to be Omega causing havoc in the corner there, takes out Parks, spots JJ on the side here, able to take him out as well. He's going on an absolute tear. Now sees Swish, new target spotted.
Omega really does just go, new target locked on. Moving on, which is what you want your skirmisher to do. Omega is doing it absolutely beautifully, causing chaos, getting picks, opening up the map for their team.
That was like the weird hammer AoE into torpedo roll combo.
But we have pretty much all of Go is down. 1 second. That's Moonlight up 2-0.
Wow. In the weirdest game of Inkblot Tower I think I've ever seen, actually. And we DC'd.
And we DC'd. It's not a LAN without
Come on,
a
Omega,
DC
you haven't
on
won
stream.
yet. Like, why are we smacking the table? Is that what's happening?
You can't start smacking the table. It gets you kicked out of the room.
And now they're popping off because they DC'd together.
No.
Solidarity. We do things as a team.
That's the wrong way to do them as a team. Don't stress out the TOs. They're finally almost done.
You know what? And I think we're ahead of schedule too. So
Whoa.
Oh no, we're not.
Oh. Well, we're not as far off as we could be.
Yeah, I mean we're about like one game away if things go in Moonlight's plan.
Yeah.
But as a commentator, as an enjoyer of the game,
You always want to see
I
that
want to
game
see the reverse. Yeah.
We want to see the bracket reset, really.
We want the underdog story, but now I'm conflicted because
they're both the underdogs.
They're both underdogs. This is like a
Maybe it's
traditional on
finally-
paper
yeah.
underdog team.
Maybe it's finally Moonlight's time.
Maybe they're the bride now. They'll catch the bouquet.
They deserve the bouquet catch, I think.
I think so.
But we are going to get their next counter pick. I don't know where they're going to go because Inkblot was really their comfiest map.
Yeah, I mean, Scorch. Scorch is right there.
They did like Scorch. It
And
did
I think
go
that can
well.
work. I think it can work. I think it can work. When you're dealing with something like an S-Blast or
Yeah.
a Kraken even, I think it becomes a little bit more predictable
Absolutely.
on that map. And I don't know. I'm trying to find outs for them in my head. It's
I
very
mean, there's
difficult.
always a chance. You never know. Some switches could flip mid-game. Splatoon is a game where if you catch on to something, you catch on to it immediately and you can action it immediately. And it seems like there might be...
Are we arguing?
Are we arguing? We might be arguing.
Well, at least he's not looking at the camera like that again, so.
That's true. That is the win here. Oh, Raze is going to do it instead.
Okay, thanks, Raze.
Thank you, Raze.
I really, you know what? If they do happen to reverse, I really hope their pop-off is just like them looking at the camera, not blinking.
Absolutely. I mean, how else could it go?
I feel like we're going to get the traditional one from Moonlight, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've been waiting for it.
They have. They have earned this. They have fought hard for so many years. They have grown so much as a team.
Yeah. And I know Chara, as their coach, is
Yes.
sitting at home going like, yes,
This time,
yes,
finally.
That's my kids. Like,
Finally, my team. Also, a lot of former K-Bot alumni there.
K-pop alumni. I love that term.
As we are getting into
Oh.
a potential.
Macomart. Tower.
You know, you gotta go. Oh, it's the wrong map.
Okay. I was like wondering why Shadow was out of his seat. Like, I was like, this is like a crazy pop-off.
This is, yeah,
Like
wow.
air traffic controller moves on stage before you even pick up your controller.
You know, you got to get some of the extra energy out. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of adrenaline. Even if it hasn't been that close, I am sure they are still on the edge of their seats.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I
Yes.
wanted to. Oh.
Oh,
you
let's
said we weren't going to see it.
I was confident we wouldn't. I'm excited about it, though.
I am too. I'm excited to hop on that mast.
It's sure going to throw everyone off. It's a great way to kind of put the pencil in jail. It's a Splatling-centric map. It's a great Brella map. There's something to it. There's something to this pick.
Yeah. You know what? I'll believe in the vision.
I believe in the Splatling vision.
You know, in Splatoon 2, that hallway behind the bunker was like perfect tent size, but now it's huge. So.
Yeah, but both teams have a tent.
Yeah,
Less
exactly.
arguable.
But I want to see some bonking in there.
Yes.
I'm really just here for the bonk
The
at this
tent.
point.
We've only had one tent bonk. Where are the rest of our tent bonks?
Yeah. Can you make up for lost time, please? Oh, my goodness. That is 2 Brellas.
It could work.
It's going to rain.
It's gonna rain. Who will it rain for, though?
Great question. I guess we'll see.
We will see. I think that the Sorella, I mean, it's the inkjet map. If we're thinking back through the history of Splatoon, it is the inkjet map in my eyes.
In your eyes, yes. I hate these grades, though. So, I mean, I guess there's the bunker and you can stand on that. Yeah. You know what? Oh.
Okay, Shadow.
All right. That was a very quick crab tank into reclaiming mid, into hopping on tower. And that whole right
And
side
Nolan's in spawn.
How did... Okay, well, all right.
Taken out, though. He doesn't get to stay. JJ using Inkjet in the classic spot for it to be used here, pressuring everyone away from tower. Now landing, but Swish is in there. Not going to be enough. Omega charging forward.
By the way, I know it's a little late, but can we get some hype for both of these teams?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yes,
there they
love
go.
to hear it. All right. Moonlight pushing up into this left side here. Nolan on that S-Blast is going to get around to this corner. Is almost able to take out Trey, but able to back off. And this is looking very dangerous, very scary.
Is. JJ looking to find the pick, able to. Gonna be pushing this tower, using that shield to stay alive. Does get taken out by Omega, but Trey plays clean up. Just the S-Blast left. Trey pushing them out. As the Zuka comes out just for Nolan, what a treat.
Staying alive with that Booyah Bomb that gets shattered, but I gotta see, is there any jump-ins? It looks like no one decided to take that risk, which is a very smart one. 12 is a decent lead, but not impossible on Manta at all. Once you get that momentum, as we just saw now, you can make anything happen.
And a whale takes another person out as Trey is rushing through mid. Gets one on Nolan, just needs to hit once more, able to find it. A little bit of squid bagging for fun. If you are go right now, every pick feels like a victory. Every moment feels like an uphill battle.
That could be a song. That was beautiful. And you know, it really is an art at this point.
Yes.
The art of BMing at the correct time so you don't get punished.
Exactly.
As well. So we now have eyes on someone once again. We're playing that skirmisher role. Swish the
An
gutsiest
interesting Zuka.
Yeah, that's what I gotta say. It's gutsy.
It's definitely gutsy as the inkjet comes out, getting rid of the crab tank. A very important thing to clear out. Shadow looking to get another right away, though, and it's Splash. It'll be back in 3 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Swish is trying to set up camp once again, pun intended. Trey moving onto the street, but oh my gosh, they cannot hold paint in there. Like, Moonlight is just chilling. They're painting up. They're not too worried about the fight unless they have to take it. But speaking of fight, they were 2 down for a moment there. Nolan is kind of watching this right side. It's really just Basil holding down that left upper area.
Booyabomb coming out from the right side there, getting thrown over some walls at a very impressive angle. Trey able to find that S-Blast and able to set up in bunker now. Oh, but choosing to move into street.
Okay, I can kind of see the vision. We're looking for an angle. We're trying to get
The
them
tower?
Yeah, okay.
Guys, the tower. There we go.
Okay, you know, we need, okay, well then maybe that's why we weren't hopping on it.
It
Maybe
could be.
We were like, we don't know where Nolan is, and that's a little concerning. And speaking of which, we just have Swish left alive.
They got
just
the
used up
checkpoint,
their
though.
special. Might try and stay alive there, but that's going to be quite the challenge when you have 4 different people shooting at you from different angles as a 10, even then.
Yeah, but there's no checkpoint lead anymore.
Oh, wait, you're right. They could just barely tap that last checkpoint. So with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, they can make some magic happen here.
It's definitely doable. It's very hard, as Moonlight is extremely driven. They want this more than probably anyone's wanted it in quite a while.
Yeah, JJ taking that fight willingly against Nolan into that bunker there. They're going to be running up ahead. They have that crab tank ready as well. Omega in a great spot
Yes,
to rain
Trey.
down some shots. They're getting up onto their bunker, moving into their spawn. Trey's going to have to make some progress himself on that last checkpoint. Once again, kind of moving our priorities elsewhere for a moment just to worry about that Brella, who's now back on the tower.
Checkpoint cleared. They are going to KO here as Omega gets a double, gets the hammer, and Moonlight has won it.
Wow, the pop-offs, the cheering. I mean, hey.
They've done it.
Handshaking feels like it's almost like too casual for this.
It does. Moonlight,
Aww.
Moonlight finally getting this win. They've fought for years. Is getting some tears in my eyes.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I'm feeling for them too. A team that immediate moves to the group hug is like that's a team that bonds together.
Yeah. And like Splatoon players all get along very well. Second is still an incredible result in this tournament. It is not a small feat by any means. 21 teams were here. That's over 80 players. I think there were 90 in total.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a great turnout
Yeah.
for what we were dealing with.
Yes.
This is a very last minute kind of event with the announcement of it and everything. So that really just shows the testament and
does.
like the devotion the community has to come out to these events.
Yeah, Splatoon players are so dedicated, so committed, and love this game so much. We've been seeing artists give out trading cards all weekend. There's been a Splatoon stamp rally. Yeah, we can show some of them off real quick. We've got so many of them. I'm sure we've got Len's in here somewhere. I don't know which one it is, but I'm sure we've got a Len one in here somewhere.
I thought this was just the remix players.
Oh, it could be.
Yeah, 'cause
but
they
I
have
thought
the
a lot of
backs.
the artists did these.
Maybe. This looks a lot like just Bugs' art.
It does.
And
You're
Tori's
right.
art.
But I do know that that a lot of Splatoon players here have done a lot of work. The trading cards have been absolutely amazing. The amount of people that have just walked by watching the sets being played throughout the tournament, and I've just gotten to chat with because they saw Splatoon and went, oh, I know Splatoon. I didn't know this kind of thing existed.
Yeah, I've been mind blown by that too, and I think I
Right.
mentioned I brought this up on Blue Sky as well,
Yeah.
but I got stopped in like the rhythm game area by someone dressed like Shinji Ikari, and they were like, I've never seen Splatoon with commentary before.
Well, you
and
can see so
killed
much
it.
more of it on IPL.
I know, right? And I was like, I felt so glad. I
Yeah.
feel so happy every time someone like sees this side of our world.
It's so magical.
and they're like, whoa. I love it.
It is. It's such a special experience. Every time I get to talk to somebody at their first LAN, it's always like, yes, you finally get it. You finally get to experience this. If you can make it to a LAN, you should always try. If it's not going to like impede your life in any way, it's
Yes.
so worth it.
I mean, you know that I agree with you at this point, right?
I think
even if we
everyone
weren't-
here would.
Even if we weren't commentating, I think
Yeah.
both of us would have been like trying to go to
Absolutely.
this as hard as possible.
It's
yeah.
just incredible. And this one's so fun. You get to experience a whole anime convention in the process.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I mean, I'm pumped. And you know what I'm also excited for? Because MomoCon last year had like the first time that I've ever seen like these really cool like statue awards. So I know we're going to be moving over to Aussie in just a minute so we can announce that. I don't know how soon that's going to be happening.
We will find out.
I suppose so. We can keep yapping for a little bit.
We definitely can. It's been such a special event. So many great teams, so many players first lands.
Yeah, I'm so happy for them. And you know what? Even then, some people, it might be their first tournament. My first tournament was actually a LAN major.
Wow.
Yeah, like I did not do any online first. I was just like,
you know, you might as well jump in.
Yeah, and then I had that SRB2 due to my pools, and that's like the textbook like.
Oh, you got
this is real now, yeah.
It's like those poor people that entered the Nintendo tournaments and then got immediately FT-winned.
Oh, yeah. It has to happen to somebody.
You've got to, you know, there are top teams, and somebody's got to play them. Somebody's got to play them first.
That just so the folks at home know as well. That is the design purpose of seeding as well.
Yes.
You put the top teams against the lower teams, and it gets closer as the event goes on. So if you're like, you know, this is my first tournament ever. Why am I playing like?
Well, and that's
Moonlight
also why
first.
we do silver brackets now. It's why we do redemption brackets now. It's to give teams more chances to play. We've learned over the years how to give teams more chances to play.
Yeah, and playing against groups that are of a similar level to them so they can get some enjoyment and not stomped the
You
entire
get beat
time.
up, and then you get to learn.
Yes.
And that's so much fun. I always am an advocate for playing in open tournaments and playing in unskill capped tournaments. Because even if you get stomped, you'll learn something from it. And if not, watch the VOD and learn something from it.
Yeah, it's great. Honestly, and Splatoon 3 has added so many features that contribute to the learning experience of players.
So much easier than it used to be.
Yeah, I've never, like, you know, back in the days when you would be like coaching someone, you would need to
You would have to have a cap guard. You'd have to go record their scrims.
Yep.
You'd have to hope one of them recorded their tournaments.
Yeah,
and then you just
like
get that one perspective.
Yeah, it's so rough. But now, like, we have these replay codes. We can see what happened.
Though admittedly not for lands.
Yeah, that's the one thing. And it makes sense because it's uploaded to the internet. Yeah.
But it's still so impressive. It's such a magical, like, it's just hard to describe the energy at a LAN.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. But thankfully, you know, we get to have these opportunities where we're streamed onto wonderful channels like IPL. We get to collaborate with big events like MomoCon and get put on these big stages. And then Splatoon just...
It gets shared.
It gets shared with more people who would never know what things are like for us.
Yeah, I was talking with somebody as they were walking by earlier, and they were talking about how they did a little comp Splatoon. And I think they might have been more talking X-rank side of things. But it was still like... It's so cool to see this in real time. I thought I was into this so much for a while. I never found my way fully in. And I was like, you could come watch Grands later.
Yeah, that's always like, and it's also when the room has the best energy too.
It's electric.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to be moving over to Aussie in just a minute. Nox, any closing thoughts or any comments or anything you want to plug?
Not right now. We're just going to go right on over to Austin and see how it goes, see what he does.
Quick again from me, I'm going to say go to get on my level. The great team behind MomoCon as well has some involvement there as well. So come support us, come support them, and come see up north.
Yo, what's good, MomoCon? You guys enjoy that Splatoon 3 action? That's right, guys. We had so many players come through to MomoCon 2025, and we loved absolutely every single one of you guys coming to either play, watch, tweet, watch online, those at home as well. We thank you guys so much for coming through. It's been an absolute blast for this year. This is my first year here for Splatoon, and I couldn't have asked for a better one. So thank you guys so much for coming through. But without further ado, we got some medals to give out. All right, then we're going to start with third place. Going all the way from loser's side to loser's finals. Give it up for Ace of Spades. Come on up here. Don't be shy. Passing out the medals will be Secants, one of the TOs. Who's missing? Huh? Okay, one of the players couldn't make it through. They had to go to the bathroom real quick, but that's okay. Give it up to Ace of Spades, third place. Take a little bit of that chunk of that pop bonus. All right, second place, making it all the way to grand finals. Give it up for Go! Not only are they getting some medals here, just taking some money home as well. Playing Splatoon for money, can you believe it? Yeah, one of y'all is gonna have to share, you know? Congrats, guys. Thank you. All right, and of course, you already know we gotta save the best for last. Coming in at first place of Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025. Give it up for Moonlight! Didn't lose a single game this entire tournament, by the way. Dominant performance. Yeah, I'll have you guys stay right here once you're done. Yeah. Congratulations. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. All right, guys. Hold it up in the air. Come on. Give it up for Moonlight, y'all! Your champions here, MomoCon 2025. Woo! All right, guys, thank you guys so much for coming through to MomoCon this year. Obviously, we got to give some thanks to all the people that made this possible, right? Thank you so much to the TOs, Secant, Rays. You guys are amazing for being able to put this up. All the production in the past. So many people, so many moving parts to make this possible. Commentators, fans at home, people, MomoCon itself for giving us a space to be able to show off a game that we love. Thank you guys so much for making this possible. Thank you. And one more thing, I'm going to give the mic over to Secant so you can have a couple words to say for y'all.
You want us to leave? Yes. Hi, everyone. This is Secant. I'm one of the head TOs here. Hi. I just want to say thank you for everyone for showing out. I know we didn't really have as much of a time to get here as we normally do for a Splatoon tournament, but we still had a really good turnout, and I just want to thank each and every one of you, whether you were playing, spectating, watching on Twitch, or just keeping us in your thoughts. I really appreciate it, and I just want to give thanks to every single person who allows events like this to be run. It's a lot of moving parts. We have UGL for all of our equipment and working under. We have our commentators who we couldn't do it without, and the people running stream, of course, and it's just a lot of trust in everyone to do their part and just being able to put on this amazing tournament. So just thank you to everyone is what I want to say. Okay, thank you.
Oh, hi.
Well, hi.
Well, I guess this is going to be the end of it for you and I. So
I think so.
I think once again we're given the closing thoughts, and I share that sentiment with CCAN as well. You know, I'm so thankful everyone came out.
Yes.
And everyone who said hi to me, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just such an honor to get to come out here and commentate an event like this. Mm-hmm. It's not an opportunity you get every day, and it's so special and so exciting.
Yeah, I'll be thankful for it all the time, and getting to see a beautiful city like this over, you know, the course of a couple years, I cannot say my thanks enough.
Yeah, especially since this is both of our second times out here.
Yeah, I thank you again for UGL for giving us another opportunity to come out here and put on a show for you guys. I cannot understate how happy I am to be able to do this.
Yeah, it's such a magical thing. Commentating is always such a blast. Thank you again for the teams for putting on a wonderful show.
Yeah, I always love to be surprised, and that's what happened today. So yes. Much love to everyone here.
And I think that's probably about it.
Yeah. So, as a reminder, I am Siren. You can find me on X sometimes and Blue Sky mostly nowadays, but that's going to be the @ no matter what. How about you, Nox?
You can find me on YouTube and Blue Sky at NoxRaven42. On YouTube, I do some interviews with top players.
Yeah, I love them.
Thank you.
All right, anyway, so that's going to be it from us. Thank you so much for watching, everyone at home and everyone here at the venue. I love you. Goodbye.
Bye.